Chapter 441. He touched the universal armor that had been upgraded 4 times and slapped it with all his might, but he couldn't even leave a mark on it. He put it on and thankfully there were no abnormalities. After thinking about it, he tossed in another 100-star essence. This time the armor had only been upgraded once and the 100-star essence had almost been completely used up. Lu Yin estimated that he would need at least 100 to 200 for the next upgrade. No, he was out of money. He only had 320-star essence left, and if he upgraded it any further, it would be difficult for him to reach the peak of the Limiter realm. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to forget it. He'd upgrade it next time since he still didn't have enough money. He fervently looked at the die as 3 pips really made him look forward to it. He estimated that if he had the support of the Mavis family's wealth, then he could upgrade the universal armor to the point where even the Sea King would doubt himself. Lu Yin watched the 2 screens disappear inside. He took out a cube of star crystals and crushed it. He watched as the die recovered and he tapped it again. This time it was 1 pip. There was a thump and a stone fell out. Lu Yin smashed it with a punch. Who would put a stone in their cosmic ring? That person must be crazy. He tapped it again and it was 2 pips. 2 pips was a rare material that had been decomposed. It didn't seem to be of much use to Lu Yin at the moment, but that might not be the case in the future. He still had one last chance. If he didn't roll 4 pips, then he would have to wait for 10 days. Logically speaking, 4 pips should be easy to roll, so Lu Yin took a deep breath and tapped it again. He watched as the die slowly stopped spinning. 4 pips and he relaxed. He instantly pinched his cosmic ring and entered the time-stop space. It was still a familiar space and in the distance the number slowly decreased. Lu Yin crushed 100-star essence and tossed 1 cube towards the number, increasing the time he could stay in the time-stop space to 90 days. Compared to his current cultivation level, it would take him more and more time to improve. In the past he'd only needed a few days to make progress, but now he might not even be able to make progress in a few months. The further he progressed, the greater the time required. Perhaps by the time he broke through to the Hunter realm, each cultivation session would be measured in years. Lu Yin crushed 100-star essence and dense star energy spread out. He took a deep breath and 9 stars revolved around his body as he began to absorb the energy. Star essence was purer than star crystals, and coupled with the 9 times faster absorption rate, the star energy within the time-stop space surged into Lu Yin's body like a vortex, allowing him to absorb more and more star energy. When he had first broken through to the Limiter realm, he had used up 1,000,000 star crystals. Now with his crazy absorption of star energy, he had long since surpassed the amount he had absorbed in the past. It was as if his body had no limit. He had previously guessed that he would need 10 million star crystals to reach the peak of the Limiter realm, but as he continued to absorb more star crystals, he began to feel that even that might not be enough. As he absorbed more star energy, his strength grew as well. He was no longer a simple realm breaker but rather a realm breaker who had crossed 2 realms. His power level might not be comparable to a cruiser's, but his true strength had long since surpassed the average cruiser's. After using up 100-star essence, Lu Yin opened his eyes and crushed another 50-star essence to continue absorbing star energy. By the time he had consumed another 50-star essence, he still could not sense the peak of the Limiter realm, so he continued. Cultivation required resources and only battle techniques needed to be comprehended. The most difficult part was breaking through to the next realm. From the initial Limiter realm to the peak of the Limiter realm, one only needed sufficient resources. Lu Yin's greatest hurdle was breaking through to the Explorer realm. He did not know that breaking through to the Explorer realm would be even more difficult than he had imagined, as he had a seal that even the crazy headmaster had found difficult to break. Lu Yin crushed another 50-star essence and looked at the time. Unknowingly, more than a month had passed and he had no idea how long he had been absorbing star energy. He had been absorbing star energy at 9 times the normal speed, so he could only imagine how slow the others were. From this point alone, he could see how difficult it was for the younger generation to become an explorer and how unreachable the 10 arbiters were. Perhaps the 10 arbiters' star energy absorption rate far surpassed his own, Lu Yin suddenly thought. He was only at the elementary level of the serious technique, so what about the advanced level? The more stars he simulated, the faster his absorption rate would be. He could not imagine how fast the disciples of the Sirius sect could absorb star energy. Could there be a disciple of the Sirius sect among the 10 arbiters? Lu Yin did not think too much about it and he focused all of his attention on absorbing star energy. When there were only 20 days left, his star energy absorption rate finally slowed down, and he neared the peak of the Limiter realm. Another 2 days passed and his star energy gradually filled up. Lu Yin opened his eyes. He had reached the peak of the Limiter realm, but just like a melder breaking through to the Limiter realm, he would need to replenish a large amount of star energy in one go before he could become an explorer. This was because no one could truly fill up their star energy. It was just an illusion. He raised a hand and clenched his fist. A powerful force was displayed as he punched out with 30 stacks, which tore through the void. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. He had recovered the 3 grains of fates and had sealed his physical strength, making it difficult for him to even use 30 stacks. Now that he had reached the peak of the Limiter realm, he had finally recovered his peak power level. Once he used the fates and his physical strength would be unsealed and he would be able to reach at least 35 stacks. When all 3 grains of fates and were used at the same time, the seal on his physical body would be unsealed. Lu Yin did not know how many stacks he could reach, but he was certain that he would definitely surpass the Divine Fist. The Divine Fist's record might have been fake, but it was impossible for it to be so exaggerated as to surpass Lu Yin's current strength. After all, the 10 arbiters were still humans, not gods. The other 2 grains of fates and awakened rather slowly, and Lu Yin did not deliberately recite the Stonewall scriptures. He was not in a hurry and wanted to take his time. He estimated that he would be able to awaken them within the next few days, and he was afraid that there would be side effects if he constantly used the Stonewall scriptures to speed up the awakening process. There were still 20 days left. Lu Yin thought for a moment and then raised his hand. A dark clump of dirt appeared. It was the fates and that had awakened near his heart. The moment this clump of dirt appeared, Lu Yin's heart thundered. His powerful physical strength transformed into a stream of light that engulfed his entire body, causing the void to tremble. He clenched his fist and punched out. 30 stacks was even more powerful than before, and his shockwave palm was now 50 times stronger than before. The overlaying stacks path required the help of a powerhouse, but the shockwave palm did not. 30 stacks 50-fold shockwave palm. At this moment, Lu Yin had truly surpassed his previous peak. With the addition of this clump of dirt's defense, Lu Yin was confident that he could defeat an expert ranked around 80 on the top 100 rankings. If he shamelessly defended himself, then he could withstand an attack from an expert at the top of the top 100 rankings. After all, he had even blocked a single attack from Feng Mo. Although it had been a casual attack, its strength should be about the same as an expert at the top of the top 100 rankings. In other words, even if I can't defeat an expert at the top of the top 100 rankings, those experts won't be able to defeat me either. How shameless, Lu Yin muttered to himself as he laughed. Unfortunately, he could not use his fates and too frequently. It was a supreme treasure of the universe, and if he used it, others would recognize it and conduct an in-depth investigation into his background. Lu Yin was afraid that they would find out about Leon's armada and everything he had done in the past. If they found out that a piece of paper with the surname Lu and a blood debt of 72 lives had caused the 10 arbiters to take action. In the remaining 20 days, Lu Yin planned to properly stabilize his current strength and familiarize himself with how to use the black dirt. When the number disappeared, 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. The scene before Lu Yin's eyes changed and he returned to his courtyard. After 3 months of cultivation, he felt somewhat unfamiliar with the courtyard. Only a second had passed in the real world. He had already reached the peak of the Limiter realm, and it would probably take him a long time to break through to the Explorer realm. The most important thing for him to do next was to earn money. With money he could do many things. He only had 120 star essence left. Once upon a time, 1,000,000 star crystals would have been enough to make him go wild with joy, but now 10 million star crystals was not enough. He had improved. He suddenly thought of Feng Mo. Even if Feng Mo handed him over to the Blackbeard pirates, Lu Yin would not have the money to pay him back. Unless he sold all of the items in his cosmic ring that the Sea King had reimbursed him, that would be a huge sum. He had to think of a way to get rid of them as he could not use so many items on his own. Speaking of which, 5,000 star essence should not be much to the Sea King, but how many items had Lulu bought? Lu Yin was curious. According to the rules, the Sea King's son-in-law selection would take place the day after tomorrow, which meant that there was still 1 day left. Lu Yin planned to buy another 5,000 star essence tomorrow and keep the total price under 10,000 star essence. This way he would not attract the Sea King's attention. Right now he planned to rest as he was really tired. The air in the Sea King's dome was very comfortable, and there was a refreshing scent that refreshed the mind. At this moment the sunlight had already disappeared, and the Sea King's dome had turned into night. The temperature was slightly cooler. Elsewhere on the mountainside, Big Pow, Little Pow and the others did not have the time to rest. It had not been easy for them to get to the Sea King's dome, and they wanted to enjoy themselves, even though they did not have much money. Michelle was very rich, but the prices at the Sea King's dome were too high, so she had only bought a few random items. Coco and Zora walked together with Michelle. Although Michelle looked cold on the outside, the group had become much more familiar with each other after being on the run. They all understood that Michelle was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Although Big Pow and the others did not know what Coco had seen in Michelle, it did not stop them from getting closer and closer. Sister Michelle, look. The clothes at the Sea King's dome are so beautiful. Coco happily ran into a clothing store. At the entrance, a robot welcomed them with a toast. The store was filled with the unique blue clothes of the Sea King's dome. They were the same color as the sea, and the intensity of the colors would change with the sunlight. They were very beautiful and the patterns on the clothes seemed to be alive. Michelle's eyes lit up as the clothes were indeed beautiful. The store owner immediately went forward to enthusiastically promote his products, and Zora immediately went forward to haggle. They had no choice as the prices at the Sea King's dome were just too expensive. If they did not haggle, then it would be a problem for them to eat later. Michelle was looking at a particular piece of clothing with a delighted expression. No woman could resist the temptation of beautiful clothes. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. Her pupils shrank and she immediately rushed out of the store. Not too far away, she saw a man holding a wooden flute slowly walking past. Chapter 442. Sister Michelle, what's wrong? Coco and Zora walked out and looked at her in confusion. Michelle was shocked. Why is he here in the Starfall Sea? Who? Zora asked. Michelle lowered her voice. Mu Rong. Mu Rong. Coco and Zora exclaimed. Almost everyone in the younger generation had heard of Mu Rong's name. There were 4 unequaled limiters in the younger generation: Yi Xingchen, Ling Ke, Lu Yin and Mu Rong. In the past they had not been very famous and everyone's attention had been focused on the top 100 rankings and the 10 arbiters. However, with the Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest, the universe's network had gradually connected. Lu Yin's name had spread throughout the universe, and their names had begun to spread. Of the 4, Yi Xingchen was in the Cosmic Sea, Lu Yin was well known, and Ling Ke had also appeared at the Nightfall Banquet. The most mysterious of them all was Mu Rong, who had joined the 10 Arbiters Council a long time ago. Compared to Yi Xingchen, Mu Rong was much more anticipated, as he had joined the 10 Arbiters Council at a young age, and one of the 10 Arbiters had claimed that he was unequaled among all limiters. This was not just the limiters of the younger generation, but rather all the limiters of the older generation. Such a claim showed just how much confidence the 10 Arbiters had in Mu Rong. After all, even though Lu Yin had tied the Divine Fist's record, he was only considered an unequaled limiter among the younger generation. There were many top limiters in the older generation and these people were not convinced. However, the 10 arbiters' words were like a benchmark for Mu Rong, so they had to accept it even if they were not convinced. Why is Mu Rong here at the Sea King's dome? Is he here to participate in the selection as well? Zora asked. Michelle's eyes flickered. She did not understand either. It was rumored that Mu Rong had experienced an unforgettable love and had vowed to never marry again. Why would he appear at the Sea King's selection? With Mu Rong here, Lu Yin would be in trouble. Although Lu Yin did not plan on marrying the Sea King's daughter, the two were considered equal by countless people in the universe, so they would definitely be compared. Right, there was also Ling Quebec. Lu Yin was in danger. Coco, tell Lu Yin that Mu Rong has appeared, Zora said solemnly. Coco nodded and hurriedly activated her gadget. In the courtyard, Lu Yin was resting when he received a notification. Mu Rong's. This is interesting. Lu Yin didn't know if this Mu Rong was really that invincible, but a trace of battle intent rose within him. The upper echelons of the Sea King's heavenly mountain lived in the upper echelons of the Sea King's subordinates. On the banks of the Heavenspan River, a tall young man stood there quietly, looking at the roaring waters of the river. He lifted his hand and the water splashed onto his palm, bringing with it a cooling sensation. Behind the young man, a woman with a veil over her face appeared. Although her appearance could not be seen, it was difficult to conceal her ethereal and beautiful temperament. She slowly walked out of the void and arrived beside the young man with a single step. "I never thought that this son-in-law selection would attract the famous Starsabil," the young man said indifferently, his gaze unwavering. The veiled woman was Starsabil, but she was not the student leader of Astral, one from the Astral Combat Academy. Instead, she was the space-exploring Starsabil. She had once sent out invitations throughout the universe, and even the 10 arbiters could not ignore her. She had once asked all of the universe's top geniuses for a single question, but she still could not obtain a perfect answer. Her beauty had stunned the heavens. Who were the most famous people in the universe? Many people would say that it was the 10 arbiters, but below them were not the experts of the top 100 rankings but rather Starsabil. There were rumors that whoever obtained Starsabil would obtain the future because she represented the future. The universe had undergone a revolution, giving birth to the 10 arbiters, 10 monsters. Starsabil, who was from the same generation as the 10 arbiters, was also a monster. "Hi Dashao, you still haven't answered my previous question," Starsabil said. Her voice was graceful and gentle, and it caused the roaring Heavenspan River to calm down. The young man was the son of the Sea King Hai Dashao. He was an absolute expert ranked 7th on the top 100 rankings. "I don't want to answer your question," Hai Dashao casually replied. Starsabil's eyes were indifferent as she looked up at the screen in the sky. "I wonder who will be lucky enough to marry Chi-Chi. Hai Dashao, what do you think?" Hai Dashao looked at her with disdain. "None of them are qualified." Starsabil smiled. "Is that so? But I've seen a different future. Perhaps something unexpected will happen." Hai Dashao's eyes widened and he glared at Starsabil. "Stop trying to be mysterious. Your so-called foresight is just a calculation. At most, you can see the details that others cannot and use them to calculate the outcome. Do you really think that you represent the future? I'm not Tai Yuanjun and I don't believe your nonsense." Starsabil did not mind. "Let's wait and see." Hai Dashao snorted. "I know who you're talking about. Qing Wu ranked 69th on the top 100 rankings. He thinks that he's hidden himself well, but as long as we enter the Sea King's dome, he won't be able to hide from us. Indeed, he's the strongest out of everyone, but so what? He's not worthy of marrying my sister." Starsabil did not refute his claim, and her lips curled up as her eyes sparkled like the starry sky. The sun shone down on the Sea King's dome once more. Lu Yin waved the Sea King's medallion around as he walked out of the manor and headed in a certain direction. He had already decided on a place to visit the day before, and now that he had rested up, he headed straight for his destination. There were quite a few auction houses halfway up the mountain and Lu Yin walked in. He only came out after 3 hours feeling refreshed. He had bought a few more good items that might not be of any use to him, but they could be sold for quite a bit of money. Lu Yin spent the entire day at the auction houses, and the total amount of items he had bought had already exceeded 8,000 star essence. In all honesty, he felt a little guilty as he was afraid that the Sea King would find out. As long as it did not exceed 10,000, then it would be fine. Beep 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 beep. Lulu's voice sounded from Lu Yin's personal terminal. "Lu Yin, how many good things have you bought?" Lu Yin asked. "What about you?" "Me. Hehe, the total is more than 10,000 star essence." Lulu was pleased with herself. Lu Yin was stunned. Even though he had guessed it, he was still shocked. Lulu was too ruthless and she had already spent more than 10,000 star essence. "I'm about the same." "Is that so? I thought that you wouldn't dare to buy anything. After all, you're a poor person and you have a lot of misgivings when buying things." Lulu mercilessly mocked him before hanging up. Lu Yin was speechless. What did she mean by that? Was she intentionally mocking him? He raised his head and looked to the side. This auction house should be the last of the day's gains, so he walked in. As soon as he entered the auction house, the noisy atmosphere caused Lu Yin to unconsciously frown. He had already visited all of the large auction houses and this one was considered a small one. It was not as stylish as the previous auction houses, but he was not picky. He entered the private room and leisurely looked down. The next item is... Lu Yin yawned and sipped on his drink in boredom. There was nothing that he was interested in. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is a little special. And its origins are even more special because it comes from the astral wilderness. The auctioneer shouted, causing many to cry out in surprise. Even Lu Yin's attention was drawn to the item. The astral wilderness was a star domain that humans had yet to explore. No one knew how vast the universe was. The human domain, the technocracy, and the astral beast domain all had intelligent civilizations that had intersected with each other. Outside of that was the astral wilderness. Countless people had explored the astral wilderness, and there were often rumors that intelligent civilizations had been discovered there. There were also extremely dangerous astrological signs and so on. In short, the word unknown was humanity's greatest understanding of the astral wilderness. Humans feared the unknown, so they did their best to forget about the astral wilderness in their daily lives. Lu Yin had never expected to see an item from the astral wilderness in this small auction house. The auctioneer had whetted everyone's appetite, and as the crowd cheered, he took out a transparent metal object. Within the metal was a strange-looking gun. "Are you looking to die? You're actually trying to fool us with a broken gun. Old man, I think you don't want to stay in the Sea King's dome anymore. It's just a broken gun. Astral wilderness. I can buy countless of them with a single sentence." Countless curses were heard, but the auctioneer wasn't surprised. He raised his hand and gestured, "Everyone, no matter how bold this auction house is, we wouldn't dare to lie to you. This gun really does come from the astral wilderness and..." He paused for a moment and then smiled. "This gun's power exceeds 80,000. That one sentence shocked everyone. Lu Yin's body stiffened and he looked over in shock. How was this possible? It was just a gun. Currently, the most powerful gun in the universe only had a destructive power of 20,000. After all, the gun was small and the materials used were limited. It was not like a warship that could launch an attack with a destructive power of more than 100,000. I know that it's hard for everyone to believe, but our auction house has already demonstrated it for everyone." The auctioneer clapped his hands and a screen appeared. It was a scene of a person lifting a gun and firing it. A bullet shot out from the gun and it was a very ancient method of attack. It was a physical bullet, and the moment the bullet came into contact with its target, it would explode and produce a huge destructive force that distorted the void. On the side, the power level indicator continued to rise until it finally stopped at 80,000. Everyone fell silent as the gun really did have a destructive power of 80,000. Suddenly the crowd grew excited. The gun was small and did not attract much attention, especially when used against powerhouses. No one would care about a gun, but if this gun had a power level of 80,000, then it would be a different story. Even a peak cruiser would have the confidence to speak with such a weapon. After all, there were not many hunters in the universe and it was not easy to encounter one. Explorers and cruisers were different and they were often encountered. A gun was equivalent to having a peak cruiser protecting you. "Are you selling this gun or the technology to make it?" someone asked from one of the VIP rooms upstairs. Everyone looked at the auctioneer. The auctioneer replied, "We're selling this gun. We don't have the technology to make it, and the powerhouse who provided the gun also obtained it by accident in the astral wilderness." "How many bullets can this gun fire?" someone asked. "There are dots of light on the handle and each dot represents a bullet. There are 23 left," the auctioneer said with his head held high. Many people gasped. 23 bullets meant 23 attacks with a power level of 80,000. That was more than enough for most people. "Cut the crap and start selling," someone said impatiently. Chapter 443. The auctioneer smiled. "All right, let's begin the auction for this gun. However, before we start, I must remind everyone not to try to disassemble it. This gun's manufacturing technique is very strange, and rashly disassembling it will easily destroy the gun and cause the internal bullets to explode. Aside from hunters, there shouldn't be many people who can survive 23 bullets with a power level of 80,000. Many people paled as it was obvious that they had been planning to disassemble the gun, but they had been frightened by the auctioneer's words. Actually, most people were not stupid. If they could obtain the technique, then the auction house would not sell it. If they dared to sell it, then it meant that they could not obtain the technique. Let the auction begin. The starting price is 500 star essence, the auctioneer shouted, and the bidding continued. Although 500 star essence was expensive, many people would rather spend that money than save their lives. It didn't take long for the price to soar to over 1,000 star essence. Everyone who dared to participate in the Sea King's Dome's auction was rich, and Lu Yin sighed. At this moment he felt that old Kai's price for the money bomb was too good. The money bomb's power level was over 100,000, and 3 of them were only worth 100 star essence. Lu Yin felt that he had misunderstood old Kai, as the man was not that greedy. After the price broke through 1,000 star essence, it slowly came to a stop. This was already a huge sum, as the Blackbeard pirates would only be able to offer 1,000 star essence to the Blackbeard pirates. 1,200 cubic meters. 1,300. 1,500. The bidding gradually died down and only the VIP rooms were bidding. The crowd below could only watch the show. It was not that they could not afford the price, but that the price had already exceeded the value of the gun. A gun without the technique was not worth that much. Finally, the room to the left of Lu Yin raised the price to 2,000, but no one dared to bid. Lu Yin made his move and pressed a button to increase the price by 50. The crowd did not expect anyone to compete, and neither did the room to the left. He immediately increased the price by 200 star essence, as if he was determined to obtain the gun. Lu Yin pressed the button again. The other party increased the price by another 100. This process repeated until the price finally reached 3,000 star essence. Many people were shocked, as this price was enough to hire a peak cruiser as a bodyguard for a period of time. During that period of time, there was no limit to the number of times a person could attack. The price far exceeded this gun, and the price was still rising. 4,000 star essence. The person in the room on the left was clearly impatient, and he immediately raised the price. Lu Yin did not mind, and he pressed the button to add another 50. Come on, let's compete with money. You're competing with the Sea King. Forget about this gun, even the entire Sea King's dome belongs to you. Seventh brother, this gun won't be of much use to you, right? Why must you buy it? After Lu Yin had broken through to the peak of the Lemaitre realm, Lu Yin had removed the seal on him. The monkey had been sealed off for 3 months, and he had been so angry that he had not spoken for an entire day. Now he could no longer hold himself back. Lu Yin replied, I bought it for Ming Yen to protect herself. The monkey rolled his eyes, as he really hadn't expected this. Have you thought it through? You've already spent more than 10,000 star essence. Aren't you afraid of attracting the Sea King's attention? What's there to be afraid of? Lulu surpassed that long ago. She'll probably surpass 20,000 in a day, Lu Yin said casually. Ghost Monkey thought about it and agreed. The one on the left didn't expect Lu Yin to continue competing and raised the price by another 500, but Lu Yin continued to press the button unhurriedly. This was the life of the rich, buying without asking for the price. The crowd below was stunned, as this price was too high. Since the establishment of this auction house, such a high price had rarely appeared, and even the auctioneer had stopped. Thud thud thud. Come in, Lu Yin said casually as he looked down. The person who had arrived was from the auction house, and he tactfully asked Lu Yin to provide proof of his assets. Lu Yin immediately took out his token and waved it, but the other party simply left and went to another room. The price had already risen to 5,000 star essence, and Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Something was wrong. Was there a need to spend so much money on a gun? He had the Sea King reimbursing him, so did the other party? That would be troublesome. If he continued to compete like this, he wouldn't be able to obtain a result even by the next morning. If the Sea King wasn't reimbursing him, then there was only one explanation. The other party either knew the origins of the gun, or they were confident that they could disassemble it and study it. If they could, then the value of the gun would not be simple. The strange thing was, why didn't the owner of the gun sell it at a larger auction house? There would definitely be people who would want to buy it and study it, and the price would definitely be very high. Thud thud thud. There was another round of knocking, and this time a young man entered. He was stunned when he saw Lu Yin, as he clearly recognized him. Lu Yin's reputation in the universe was quite high, especially among the younger generation. Oh, it's Representative Lu, the young man greeted. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. If this person called him Representative Lu, Was he from the 10 Arbiters' Council? And you are? I'm Sun Tao from the Sun family from the Ascension Flow Zone, the young man replied politely. Lu Yin suddenly understood. I was wondering who could be so rich. So it's the Sun family that's competing with me for that gun. He pressed on the button and continued to compete. Sun Tao awkwardly replied, we didn't expect Representative Lu to be here either. If we had known, we would have definitely come to visit. Lu Yin's goal was obvious. He wanted Lu Yin to give up on the gun. Lu Yin had interacted with Sun Jiong before, and the gun wasn't that important to him. Actually, he could give it up, but Sun Jiong's attitude towards him on the ship had left a bad taste in his mouth. Although Lu Yin didn't mind, that attitude made it clear that they weren't on the same side. There was no need for them to be friends and they would fight for their own things. Lu Yin also had use for a weapon with a power level of 80,000. Brother Sun, you're too polite. The Sun family even helped the Great Yu Empire denounce the Ross Empire, so we're all on the same side. Sun Tao's eyes lit up and he was about to speak when Lu Yin continued. Right, Brother Sun, can you do me a favor? Give up on that gun. It's very important to me and we're all on the same side. I'm sure that Brother Sun won't refuse. Sun Tao was stunned as Lu Yin had taken the initiative to speak. He thought about it and said, Representative Lu, you should know that the Sun family specializes in mechanisms, and that gun is also useful to the Sun family. I wonder if Representative Lu can make things easier for us? If you have any problems in the future, you can contact the Sun family. Lu Yin snickered inwardly as Sun Jiong's attitude towards him had explained everything. Sun Tao didn't have as high a status as Sun Jiong, and his words were nothing more than empty promises. He was just toying with Lu Yin. That's difficult. This gun is also very important to me. He pressed the button again and the price outside had already risen to nearly 6,000 star essence. Sun Tao's expression turned ugly. Representative Lu, can't you give the Sun family some face? The Sun family did help the Great Yu Empire in the past. Brother Sun, you haven't forgotten what happened on Shenwu continent, right? I was the one who saved your Sun family's successor, Sun Jiong. Why don't you make things easier for me and consider it as repayment for saving Sun Jiong's life? Lu Yin smiled. Sun Tao took a deep breath and his face sank. If that's the case, then we can only use money to decide who's better. Lu Yin nodded and took out the Sea King's token. Yes, let's use money to decide who's better. Sun Tao was stunned when he saw the token. How could they compete? Even if they gave up the entire Sun family, they still wouldn't be able to compete with the Sea King. He had accompanied Sun Jiong here, so how could he not know that the Sea King's token could be used for expenses? Sun Jiong also had one, but he was truly participating in the selection, so how could he lose it? Even if he wanted to use it now, it was too late since Sun Jiong wasn't around. Representative Lu, tomorrow is the day of the Sea King's son-in-law selection. Aren't you afraid of angering the Sea King by wantonly squandering the token? Sun Tao couldn't help but threaten. Lu Yin waved a hand. You're overthinking things. What kind of person is the Sea King? Why would he care about a mere few tens of thousands of essence? It looks like the Sun family isn't that wealthy after all. Poverty has limited your imagination. Sun Tao was furious, but he was also shocked. From what Lu Yin had said, this person's bottom line was actually a few tens of thousands of essence. They hadn't brought that much money with them when they left. Fine. Since Representative Lu isn't willing to give the Sun family face, I'll report it myself. Take care, Representative Lu. He then turned and left. Lu Yin sneered as this was his personality. If Sun Jiong's attitude towards him was bad, then he wouldn't be friendly. If Watermoon Villa had asked him to give up, then he would have done so without a second thought. Sun Jiong could only blame himself for having such a bad attitude towards him. Although he had taken advantage of the situation when he had forced those people to sign the agreement, he had still saved them, so it could be considered a transaction. Well done, 7th bro. I just can't stand that Sun Jiong, but you've also offended a family, the monkey commented. Lu Yin smiled. There are too many families in the universe and I don't need to wander around if I'm afraid of offending others. I've even offended the Day-Night clan, so why should I be afraid of the Sun family? That's true. In the end, the spear was sold for 6,700 star essence, which was a sky-high price for the item itself. Even if Lu Yin didn't have to pay for it himself, he still felt his heart ache. Including this spear, he had spent a total of 15,000 star essence over the past 3 days. Fortunately, he hadn't spent as much as Lulu, as she had definitely spent more than 20,000 star essence. Lu Yin walked out of the auction house and looked up at the sky. It was already dark, and the Sea King's son-in-law selection would begin in about 10 hours. These past 3 days had been very fulfilling. Within the auction house, Sun Tao watched Lu Yin's departing figure with a gloomy expression. Behind him, a middle-aged man said, "The family had ordered us to bring the item back. Now that it's in his hands, it'll be difficult to get it back." Sun Tao coldly replied, "It doesn't matter. This person definitely won't be able to become the Sea King's son-in-law. As long as he leaves the Sea King's dome, he'll have a chance." He suddenly thought of something and his lips curled up. Just as Lu Yin was about to return to the manor to rest, a giant screen of light rose into the sky and blocked out the sun. Everyone looked up and saw the scene of the 5 skyfall cascades on the screen. There were several names at the bottom of each skyfall cascade, and Lu Yin also found his name. It was at the bottom of the southeastern skyfall cascade. At the top of the skyfall cascade was a gate, and behind it was a spear that had been stabbed into the ground. Those who traverse the skyfall cascades and pull out the Sea King's trident are qualified to become the Sea King's son-in-law. A loud voice boomed throughout the Sea King's dome, causing the Starfall Sea to churn. Everyone was excited. Was the Sea King's son-in-law selection beginning early? Chapter 444. The entire Sea King's dome was in an uproar, and everyone looked at the screen in the sky excitedly. They wondered what kind of powerhouse would be drawn out this time. Some vaguely remembered that the Sea King's son-in-law selection had once taken place, but that had been a long, long time ago. There wasn't just one giant screen in the sky. There were many more floating screens that illuminated every section of the Skyfall Cascade. It was as if this was a grand festival that only the Sea King's dome could host. At the same time, at the highest point of the Sea King's dome, a tall girl wearing a blue muslin dress appeared and looked down. She was the Sea King's daughter, Hai Chi-Chi. Behind her were 4 maids. "Seventh elder sister, it's about to begin," one of the maids said excitedly. Another maid whispered, "Seventh sister, do you want to meet those handsome guys first?" The maids were looking forward to it. Hai Chi-Chi's gaze was calm. "See, this time we have to choose one or else we really won't be able to leave." "That's right, seventh sister. Since you have to choose one, why don't you choose one that's very, very handsome and pleasing to the eye? Don't pick those who are strong and powerful. No one would dare to hurt you anyway." "That's right. If you're really strong, why don't you look for the top 30 of the top 100 rankings? They're much stronger than these people." Hai Chi-Chi's eyes were bright as she looked down. Hai Dashao and Starsabil had yet to leave the Skyfall Cascade. Halfway up the mountain there was a beautiful lake. All the handsome guys who had been brought here to qualify were gathered here. Xiao Luo, Sun Jiong and Heart Phoenix were all here. At this moment they were also looking at the screen. At the waist of the Sea King's mountain, Lulu, Big Pow, Little Pow, and the others found a steep cliff and began munching on a bunch of snacks. Everyone thought that the Sea King's son-in-law selection would begin early. However, when he reached the bottom of the Skyfall Cascade, he discovered that it had been sealed and he could not enter. This meant that the Sea King's son-in-law selection had yet to begin. Someone else had arrived before Lu Yin, and it was a man with a calm expression. This person had arrived at the Sea King's dome a month before Lu Yin's group. The Sea King's dome's ships had already made multiple trips back and forth. Lu Yin's group was not the first, but they were the last. There were a total of 5 names on the southeastern Skyfall Cascade. Based on that, there were roughly 25 people on the 5 Skyfall Cascades. In order to qualify, one had to be at least as strong as a cruiser, and there weren't many people in the entire universe who were under the age of 25. According to the rankings, the top 100 rankings was the highest ranking. There were very few people who were able to make it to the top 100 rankings and still be under the age of 25. Qinshan was the only one known to have done so. Someone had previously said that Northgate Lai would appear, but since he was over 25 years old, he was unable to participate in the Sea King's selection. Next up was Ling Quebec. Although he was only a leader, he was still an absolute freak. His true power level surpassed that of a normal cruiser, and he was comparable to an expert on the top 100 rankings. Lu Yin was also at this level, but they would have to battle to determine who was stronger between them and Xianxia. Below them were the geniuses who had reached the explorer realm before the age of 25 who had barely touched upon the power of a cruiser. There weren't many such geniuses in the entire universe, and the person in front of him was one of them. When he saw Lu Ying, a hint of battle intent appeared in the man's eyes. He was an explorer, but in the eyes of others he was inferior to this Lemaitre in front of him. No one would be able to accept this, and the man was eager to battle Lu Ying. Lu Ying stood in the water and his gaze shifted. Within his domain he could sense another powerful force approaching him. 1,000 meters behind him a short man slowly walked over. It was another explorer. This person was less than a meter tall, which was quite astonishing. Lu Ying had seen people like him before. During Earth's trial, a student named Parlai had also been like him. He remembered that Parlai had come from planet 3rd gravity, and the blind monk from the 13 Imperial Squadrons had also come from planet 3rd gravity. What caught Lu Yin's attention was that this person's physical strength was extraordinary. It was a pity that he didn't dare to fill his eyes with star energy while he was at the Sea King's dome, as that would cause him to be injured. However, even if he couldn't see the rune lines, he could still sense that this person's physical strength was extremely powerful. Within his domain, the thundering of this person's heart was extraordinary. To be able to approach the cruiser realm at such a young age, no matter what realm one was at, was not simple at all. To these two people, Lu Ying was the most freakish of them all. After all, he was only a Lemaitre, which was equivalent to crossing over 2 realms. Furthermore, he had crossed over into the realm of space exploring. In the northeast, at the bottom of the Skyfall Cascade, several people had already appeared. They were all quite far from each other, and they were all wary of each other. Suddenly there was a commotion. Lin Ke, I love you. Lin Ke, you're the best. Lin Ke, I love you. Lin Ke, you're the best. Lin Ke, I love you. Lin Ke, you're the best. The commotion was very sudden, and it startled quite a few people, including Northgate Lai, who was standing not too far away. Even he was startled, and his expression turned ugly as he stared at a group of gorgeously dressed girls. These girls were the ones who had suddenly shouted. Ling Ke had appeared, and he confidently walked out of the void. With a casual wave of his hand, his K's mighty slash revolved around his body, stirring up a cool breeze that sliced through the seawater as if to welcome his arrival. The Lingling clan's innate gift was something that even the Day-Night clan feared, and Ling Ke had gathered the world's spiritual energy into his body. Not only did he have an exquisite and handsome appearance, but he also had unparalleled strength. He was the dream of countless girls. After the Day-Night feast, his reputation had grown even more resounding, and his fan club had also grown even stronger. Ling Ke himself did not feel any disgust, and he actually enjoyed the girls' cheers. The originally solemn Skyfall Cascade bottom, where a battle was about to break out at any moment, was completely ruined by the girls' cheers. Ling Ke raised his hand to his lips and blew them a kiss. The girls' fan club cheered excitedly as they fainted one after another. Countless people felt a headache coming on. In the upper reaches of the Sea King's dome, Hai Chichi was stunned. Hai Dashao's expression turned ugly. What does this guy think the Sea King's son-in-law selection is? The Lingling clan is too arrogant. Starsabil smiled. They're a peak powerhouse after all. It's understandable that they have some personality. Humph. On a cliff halfway up the mountain, Big Pow was jealous. That bastard must have spent money to hire his own fan club. Speaking of which, should we hire one for Brother Lu as well? Coco was delighted. Of course. Let's go hire one. It'll be fun. Lulu waved the Sea King's medallion. I'll pay for it. This can't be reimbursed. Michelle's tone was indifferent. Why not? Lulu was stunned. Michelle helplessly replied, the medallion will be useless once the selection begins. Lulu snorted. That's fine. Go and hire them. I have money and I have plenty of money. Just hire the pretty ones. Aren't they ready-made? Let's go and poach them. Big Pow excitedly pointed at Ling Ke's fan club. Lulu waved her hand. Go. Michelle felt a headache coming on. She had a feeling that this group of people was about to stir up trouble, and she hoped that Ling Ke would not get too agitated. At the northwestern Skyfall Cascade, Xianxia appeared. As one of the few absolute geniuses in the top 100 rankings who were below the age of 25, He was like a firefly in the night, glowing wherever he went. His ranking was not at the bottom and he had countless admirers. Although he did not have a fan club like Ling Ke, there were still many who supported him. Even Hai Dashao had a good impression of him as he was a man of principles and was open and aboveboard. Qin Chen's appearance alerted the other competitors at the northwestern Skyfall Cascade. They looked at each other and made a decision. At the southwestern Skyfall Cascade, Mu Rong slowly arrived with a wooden flute in his hand. He was very calm and there was no trace of a powerhouse's aura. Even when he arrived at the bottom of the Skyfall Cascade, he did not attract much attention. On the other hand, Lan Yu attracted a lot of attention. Although his chances were not as great as Qin Chen's and he had not entered the top 100 rankings, as the younger brother of the Divine Fist, he received more attention than anyone else. Lan Dao, who was following behind Lan Yu, did not attract much attention. However, when the two arrived at the bottom of the Skyfall Cascade, Mu Rong's gaze went past Lan Yu and landed on Lan Dao. A trace of astonishment appeared in the depths of his eyes. The northernmost Skyfall Cascade was the calmest as there were no famous powerhouses. There were also the fewest people with only 4 people, so they did not attract much attention. The only person who could attract attention was a masked person. His age and appearance were unknown, but since he had been qualified, he was clearly below the age of 25 and was comparable to a cruiser. At the bottom of the 5 Skyfall Cascades, the qualified powerhouses appeared one after another. Some of them might not be as famous as Lu Yin, Qin Chen and the others, but they were definitely famous in their own regions. Countless people from the Sea King's Dome were paying attention to this selection, and everyone had their own supporters. Feng Imo looked at Lu Yin's image on the screen with a cold gaze. Beside him, Bo Sr. had arrived at some point in time. The two did not speak, but they were both prepared. The moment Lu Yin and the others left the Sea King's Dome, they would make their move. Big Pao and Little Pao would not be able to escape as Bo Sr. had already set his sights on them. On the other side, Northgate Lai had not expected to see Lu Yin here. He had been cultivating with Northgate Taisui for a few months, and he believed that his strength had improved to the point where he could defeat Qin Chen. It was a pity that he had exceeded the age limit and could not participate in the selection. However, he could still challenge Lu Yin after the selection ended. At the bottom of the southeastern Skyfall Cascade, there were a total of 5 people. Aside from Lu Yin, the other 4 were all explorers. Lu Yin did not know any of the 4, but they all knew who he was. When he had arrived at the Sea King's Dome 3 days ago, all of his information had been sent out. This was the downside of being famous throughout the universe. You would always be targeted, and defeating that person would give you a huge amount of prestige. There were still more than 10 hours until the next day. Lu Yin casually stood on the surface of the ocean and quietly waited for the moment to arrive. The others did the same and no one spoke to each other. No one from the Sea King's Dome slept that night, and they all accompanied Lu Yin and the others as they waited for the next day to arrive. At the bottom of the northeastern Skyfall Cascade, on the shore a few thousand meters away from Ling Ke, the girls' cheerleaders were shouting with all their might, making the area very noisy. Of course, there were also those who enjoyed watching the girls dance as it gave them a youthful feeling. Big Pao, Lulu and Coco appeared. Senior Big Pao, is it really possible? If they truly support Ling Ke, then money won't be able to bribe them, Coco said worriedly. Big Pao patted his chest. Don't worry, Junior. Senior has experience, so it's impossible. How can there be so many girls who would willingly wander the universe to follow a single man? Do they really think that he's a popular lover? He's just a Xiaobai. Lulu nodded. I think so too. Senior, go and throw money at them. Chapter 445. Big Pao's eyes lit up as he liked this phrase. This was the reason why he wanted to befriend Lulu, as she was definitely a tycoon. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the best. Ling Ke, I love you. Ling Ke, you're the best. The loud cheers from the girls' cheerleaders caused the area to become empty, and the appearance of Big Pao's trio was rather eye-catching. What are you doing? A girl who seemed to be the leader glared fiercely at Big Pao. The other girls also looked over, but only a portion of them were cheering. Most of them were still very professional. Big Pao coughed and solemnly asked, Everyone, how much will it cost to hire you? Coco glanced at Ling Ke worriedly. He was very handsome and perhaps she really did like him. Her senior was being too impetuous and he should have slowly probed her. 1 star essence per person per day, the girl said decisively, which stunned Coco and Lulu. This was too fast. Couldn't she be a little more reserved? Big Pow was stunned as well. That's too expensive. The girl disdainfully replied, we'll be wandering the universe every day. Is that expensive? Big Pow agreed with her. After all, they would be wandering the universe together, and 300 star essence per year was not expensive. After all, cheering them on required a lot of effort and they would even be risking their lives. However, there were too many people here and there were at least 100 of them. He turned to look at Lulu. Lulu waved her hand. Pay up and hire us for a day. The girl raised a hand. Wait, if we're hired by you it'll be the same as betraying young Master Ling Quebec. We'll also have to pay a penalty fee of 100 star essence. Big Pow's mouth twitched. There was even a penalty fee? Ling Ke was really shameless. Lulu sneered as she had more than enough money to spend. Beneath the Skyfall Cascade, Ling Ke was very pleased with himself. Fortunately, he had come out this time, or else he would still be stuck in the Lingling clan's territory. How could it compare to adventuring in the universe? He looked up and saw Qin Chen and Lu Yin on the screen. All of them were people he wanted to defeat, especially Qin Chen, who was an expert on the top 100 rankings. Defeating Qin Chen would allow him to enter the top 100 rankings, which was perfect. As for whether or not he wanted to marry the Sea King's daughter, that would depend on the woman's looks. It would not do if her looks were not compatible with the Sea King's, but there was one troublesome aspect. If he pulled out the Sea King's trident but did not want to marry her, he would offend the Sea King. Although the Lingling clan did not fear anyone, it was best not to offend the Sea King. Just as he was thinking, the air suddenly became very quiet. Wait, where are the fanatical shouts? Ling Ke suddenly realized that something was amiss. He turned around to look at the shore, only to discover that his cheerleading squad had disappeared. Luin, I love you. Luin, you're the best. Luin, I love you. Luin, you're the best. At the bottom of the Skyfall Cascade to the southeast, the powerful female support group had arrived. Then they cleared the area. Everyone had been scared away by the fanatical clamor. It wasn't just on the shore. Even at the bottom of the Skyfall Cascade, Lu Yin and the others were shocked. Lu Yin stared blankly at the shore. What was going on? At this moment, everyone in the Sea King's dome was staring at the screen in the sky, which was showing the southeastern Skyfall Cascade. They then looked at Ling Quebec. What was the meaning of this? Did the girls' fan club fall in love with someone else? No matter who it was, everyone was attracted by this farce, including Hai Chi-Chi, Hai Dashao and Star Sibyl. Everyone was at a loss. Michelle face-bombed, feeling rather helpless. Hui Day Night, Xiao Yilong and the others were also stunned. They had thought that Big Pow and Lulu were just joking, but they were actually serious. Lu Yin opened his mouth to say something, but he did not know what was going on. His face was filled with confusion and stupefaction. 7th bro, I've always felt that the most despicable person is invincible. What were you doing when you blocked me? Also, why do I feel like I've been blocked for a long time? It's only been a day. Tell me, did you spend money on these women? You're too narcissistic, the monkey said strangely. Lu Yin's head hurt. It was a real headache. Suddenly he saw Big Pow give him a thumbs up from the shore. He instantly understood and rushed over to Big Pow. What are you doing? Lu Yin asked angrily. He felt like the entire Sea King's dome was laughing at him and he was truly angry. Big Pow patted his chest. Don't worry. With Senior here, no one can compare to you in terms of aura. I don't want these. Let them go. No, I've already paid for them. No, they truly think that you're handsome and that they truly love you. Stop talking nonsense and let them disgust others. Don't forget that we came to the Sea King's dome to avoid being hunted down, not to participate in the selection. Junior, no matter what you do, you have to give it your all, Big Pow said seriously. To the side, Coco cheered for Lu Yin while Lulu arrogantly said, I paid for it so it can't be wasted. Lu Yin was furious, but he suddenly felt that something was amiss. No matter how bored Big Pow and Lulu were, they would not do something like this, especially when they were being hunted down. They really did want him to become the Sea King's son-in-law, which was why they had attracted the attention of the entire Sea King's dome. Are you guys forcing me? Lu Yin's tone became much colder. Big Pow's expression changed and he awkwardly asked, Junior, what are you talking about? Lu Yin's tone gradually turned cold. You guys have attracted the attention of the entire Sea King's dome, including the Sea Kings. Your goal is to force me to give it my all and participate in the selection, right? Junior, don't spout nonsense. Who can force you? Even if you purposely fail, no one can say anything. It's all up to you, Big Pao said solemnly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The main point is that group of girls. They're Ling Kei's people and you guys purposely snatched them away. With his personality, he'll definitely find a way to cause trouble for me. If I don't give it my all, I'll definitely lose. The entire universe will rank me below him, and that's something I can't accept. Big Pao was embarrassed and he glanced at Lulu. Lulu rolled her eyes, but she did not say anything. Only Coco looked at Big Pao in shock. Senior, we're not playing around. They're playing around, but they're playing with me. Lu Yin's tone was rather unpleasant as he did not like being forced by others. Big Pao and Lulu were right, and he definitely could not accept being ranked below Ling Quebec. This was because Ling Kei had been praised by the Day-Night clan during the Day-Night banquet, and Night Queen Yanqing was the one who had attacked him. Big Pao spread out his hands. Junior, you're overthinking things. With Xianxia around, you might not succeed even if you try your best. That's right. Don't think too highly of yourself, Lulu added. Lu Yin glared at the two. No matter what, take these girls away or we'll break off our relationship. Is it that serious? Big Pao asked in an exaggerated manner. Lu Yin turned to leave as he really could not stand the girls' support group. Although they were all very pretty and youthful, it was too embarrassing. There was one person who was even angrier than Lu Yin, and that was Ling Quebec. He knew that countless people were laughing at him as everyone knew that he had been the one who had hired these girls. It was too embarrassing. Lu Yin, you bastard. Just you wait. Senior, what should we do? Coco was lost. Big Pao had a headache as he did not know either. The money's already been paid, so we can't waste it, Lulu said as she looked at the screen in the sky. She suddenly thought of something and looked at Coco. I remember you saying that Mu Rong is here as well, right? Coco nodded and then looked at Mu Rong on the screen with sympathy. Not long after, at the bottom of the Skyfall Cascade in the southwest. Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the best. Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the best. Everyone was speechless. Both Lu Yin and Ling Kei were stunned. Mu Rong had been calmly standing in the water, and he had not even looked up once during the farce that had just occurred. But now he was stunned as he looked at the girls' support group not too far away. He did not know what to do and was momentarily lost. Michelle stared at Mu Rong in a daze. She did not know what she was thinking when she saw Mu Rong's dazed expression. Mu Rong had always given off the feeling that he was detached from worldly affairs, and he had also been hurt in the past. His feelings had always been sealed off, so who would have thought that such a cold and emotionless person would suddenly have a support group? Even Michelle could not stand the strong contrast. I never thought that Mu Rong would be the final winner. You can't judge a book by its cover, someone lamented. It was clearly the Sea King's son-in-law selection, but it had been turned into a farce of a fight over the girls' support group. Everyone was discussing the girls' support group, and they had completely forgotten about the Sea King's daughter. Hai Dashao was furious and he glared at the girls' support group. Hai Chichi was furious as well as she had actually been forgotten. She was the main character. Ling Kei glared at Mu Rong. So it was you, you bastard. Don't even think about running away. Just as Michelle had thought, Mu Rong was detached from worldly affairs. Although he had been disgusted by the girls' support group, he had managed to hold on and did not care about them at all. The girls' support group now had a stable supporter, and that was Mu Rong. Below the southwestern Skyfall Cascade, Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the most handsome. So this person was Mu Rong. He was indeed calm and magnanimous. As he thought about it, he glanced at Ling Kei on another screen and saw that he could not hide his anger. Lu Yin felt a little sympathy for him. Could it be that this guy was not in the right state of mind because he had lost his support group? How pitiful. After this farce, the night sky of the Sea King's dome was no longer calm and time slowly passed. A ray of sunlight shone down from the sky, and the energy that had isolated the Skyfall Cascade disappeared. Everyone looked over. The Sea King's son-in-law selection had officially begun. Below the 5 Skyfall Cascades, everyone rushed towards the top of the cascade. The river water roared and flowed rapidly, but it was nothing to these powerhouses. They all rushed forward rather quickly, but they were only slightly faster. They could not tear through the void because the void of the Skyfall Cascade had been stabilized. The entire void was many times more resilient than the outside world. Not to mention tearing through the void, they could not even retrieve items from their cosmic rings. This discovery shocked everyone, as this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. A cosmic ring was formed by a super powerhouse compressing a region of space. In theory, it was similar to the subspace of Shenwu continent. If one wanted to retrieve items from within, they would have to open up this subspace. However, the space within the Skyfall Cascade was suppressed by an absolute force, which rendered cosmic rings useless. Not only that, but due to the suppression of space, everyone's speed, power, and destructive power were all reduced. For example, an explorer might be able to destroy a planet with his full strength, but he could not do so within the Skyfall Cascade. Chapter 446. Suppressing space would not only protect the Skyfall Cascade of the Sea King's dome, but it would also ensure fairness as much as possible. This would prevent anyone from taking out a weapon with a power level of over 100,000. For example, Lu Yin had quite a few such items. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to rush up. Instead, he observed for a while before rushing up the Skyfall Cascade. The moment he entered the Skyfall Cascade, his body sank. Even with flash, he could only travel 1,000 meters. How high was the Sea King's dome? He couldn't see the top of the heavenly stream at all. His speed was severely suppressed. With his physical strength, this was the best he could do with flash step. The others were even worse off as they were much slower than Lu Yin. Even though they had reached the Skyfall Cascade before him, Lu Yin still gradually caught up to some of them. When he saw that Lu Yin was about to overtake him, the man raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. His attack distorted the void, but he was unable to tear it apart. Lu Yin easily dodged the attack and swept out with his leg. There was a thump as the shockwave from the collision overturned the river. The shockwave swept out and tore apart a layer of soil on the shore. Lu Yin was astonished. It was actually battle force. Even though it was only 4 lines, it had covered the sword with battle force. Combined with an innate gift that he did not understand, it had been able to block his kick. Lu Yin's physical strength was quite powerful, and it surpassed that of an ordinary cruiser. The strength of his kick was not something that an ordinary explorer could withstand, but it had been easily blocked by that person. With a whoosh, the longsword covered in battle force swept out and enveloped the space around Lu Yin. As expected, those who could qualify for the strength test were not simple. Although this person's sword did not reach the level of Lu Xiaoqiu's 4th sword in terms of power, it surpassed the 2nd sword and had a terrifying penetrative power. 5-lined battle force enveloped Lu Yin's fingertip and he flicked it lightly. There was a clang as the long sword was deflected away, and the sword chi swept towards the nearby shore. Many of the spectators who had come to the shore to watch the battle were shocked, and they hurriedly retreated. The waters of the Skyfall Cascade roared as Lu Yin and the others swam upstream. The other 3 had also begun to engage in a chaotic battle. This was a chaotic battle between experts close to the top 100 rankings. The elites of the younger generation had gathered. Chaotic battles raged all over the Heavenspan Cascade. As for Xianxia, he had already defeated one person and was now rushing towards the top of the Heavenspan Cascade. Ling Ke angrily fought 1 against 2, as if he was venting his anger over the fact that his fan club had been stolen. Mu Rong and Lan Yu were fighting. It was Lan Yu who chose him while Lan Dao was fighting another person. The atmosphere of the entire Sea King realm was immediately stirred up. Everyone looked at the screen in the sky as they watched the battles unfold one after another. With a bang, Lu Yin's longsword was deflected away once more. Lu Yin took 2 steps back as his gaze turned cold. The person in front of him had spun his longsword and then thrust it towards him. The speed of this attack was so fast that it surpassed the limits of what the naked eye could see. Unless he used the secret sidestep to dodge, he would have to face it head-on. This attack was extremely powerful. 9 stars revolved around Lu Yin's body as the longsword pierced into Sirius's range. Lu Yin was able to clearly see the trajectory of the attack, and he brushed past the sword to evade it. He then pressed his palm against the man's abdomen, unleashing a 30 stacks 40-fold shockwave palm. There was a loud boom as the river erupted, and the man was sent flying by Lu Yin's palm. Blood splattered all over the skyfall cascade as he fell down the river. Many people were excited as Lu Yin had defeated an explorer as a Limiter, and not just any ordinary explorer. In this place all of the explorers were realm breakers and they were all freaks of the universe. Lu Yin's victory meant that he had surpassed that level. Suddenly the air became incomparably heavy. This was an innate gift of gravity, and the skyfall cascade's water was pushed away in all directions. Lu Yin turned around and saw the short man staring at him from afar. He pressed both hands against the skyfall cascade, and Lu Yin's body became heavy again. This time the gravity was no less than 200 times, and the water beneath Lu Yin's feet was completely drained away. 200 times gravity had already surpassed the limit that an explorer could endure, but it did not have much of an effect on Lu Yin. His physical body was too strong, and just as he was about to break free he felt an icy sensation at his ankles. The water seemed to have a life of its own as it transformed into chains that connected in a strange pattern and extended towards the banks of the skyfall cascade. Someone had used the water to lock him down. Lu Yin's domain spread out, but there was no one else besides the short man. He looked at the man who had a smug look on his face. He flicked his finger, causing tiny metal fragments to shoot out and strike Lu Yin's calf. The moment the metal fragments touched his calf, they transformed into chains that bound him in all directions. Lu Yin's eyes trembled and his battle force erupted from his body. 5-lined battle force covered his entire body, and with a bang the chains were torn apart. However, the broken chains automatically twisted together in midair as if they had a life of their own. There's no need to struggle. You can't escape from the Sun family's mechanisms and gravity confinement, the short man shouted as he leapt towards Lu Yin. He raised a palm, causing a black stream of air to distort at the center of his palm. This man had condensed all of the gravity onto his palm, and the gravitational force caused the void to distort as he viciously slammed his palm towards Lu Yin's forehead. If this attack landed, Lu Yin would still be injured no matter how high his defenses were. Countless people from the Sea King's dome cried out in alarm as they watched this scene unfold. Even Big Pao and the others were nervous. Although they were confident in Lu Yin's strength, the people who had qualified for the Astral Combat Academy were not simple. They all surpassed countless of their peers and they were all geniuses. Even in the entire Astral Combat Academy, only realm masters who had broken through to the Explorer realm could fight against these people. Lu Yin had many ways to neutralize this attack and he could at least use his fates and to block it. However, he did not do so as the short man's words had infuriated him. This person was actually from the Sun family, and this person was helping the Sun family deal with him. Lu Yin shifted the fates and around his heart, and his physical strength suddenly erupted. His suppressed strength combined with his battle force, instantly breaking all of the chains. Even the gravitational force could not withstand it and the water flowed backwards. Lu Yin's pure strength spread out in ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. He raised a hand and grabbed the short man's palm, crushing the gravitational force within it into nothingness. The short man's pupils shrank and his face went pale. How is this possible? How did you break the Sun family's mechanisms? Lu Yin's tone was icy. You overestimate the Sun family. He then exerted more force and with a crack the short man's wrist was broken. The man howled and released his gravitational force in a futile attempt to escape. However, he was tightly gripped by Lu Yin and could not break free. Speak. Who are you to the Sun family? Why are you targeting me? Lu Yin's voice was filled with killing intent. The short man gritted his teeth. I have nothing to do with the Sun family. It's just that they came to me a few hours ago and asked me to deal with you. The Sun family's mechanisms are famous throughout the universe and I wanted to experience it for myself. Lu Yin stared at the man and knew that he was not lying. He kicked out and sent the short man flying, crashing into the shore of the Skyfall Cascade and shattering many trees before finally burying himself deep into the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and his arm was bent at an irregular angle. This person had been heavily injured by Lu Yin, and he had only survived because Lu Yin had shown mercy. Many people had heard the short man's words and were shocked that the Sun family had acted. The mechanisms were too iconic and no one would believe that the Sun family was not involved. Lu Yin had even offended them. Lu Yin looked up and a bone-chilling intent appeared in his eyes. He would remember this grudge with the Sun family. If he remembered correctly, the Sun family had a very good relationship with the Daoist clan, and it was impossible for them to become friends. Seventh bro, this Sun family is too despicable. You have to teach them a lesson when you meet them in the future, the monkey said indignantly. Lu Yin indicated that he understood. At this moment the Skyfall Cascade's water was no longer suppressed by gravity, so it quickly flowed back. Although Lu Yin still hated the Sun family, he was also amazed by their mechanisms. If he had not released a portion of his physical strength, he would not have been able to break free even with his battle force. They truly lived up to their reputation throughout the universe. He had to be careful of the Sun family in the future as their methods were very complicated. At the waist of the Sea King's peak, Sun Tao had an ugly expression on his face. He had actually failed. What a piece of trash. Around the lake at the waist of the mountain, Sun Jiong also had an ugly expression. However, it was not because of the short man but rather because of Sun Tao. That idiot had actually used his status as a member of the Sun family to interfere, which was equivalent to exposing the Sun family. Lu Yin was not even afraid of the Daoist clan, so he definitely had some background. Now that the Sun family had been exposed, there would be trouble in the future. Your Sun family is still the same as before, scheming behind people's backs. What a joke. Heart Phoenix mocked Sun Jiong. Sun Jiong's expression turned ugly and he looked around. Everyone who had qualified because of their looks had gathered here, and most of them had some background. However, most of them could not compare to the Sun family, which was backed by the Daoist clan. Aside from Heart Phoenix, very few people dared to mock Sun Jiong. I heard that you also lost to Lu Yin in the Astral Combat Academy, but now you're siding with him. Is this the tradition of the Phoenix family? Sun Jiong asked coldly. Heart Phoenix sneered. My Phoenix family's people lose and win. We won't stab each other in the back unlike your Sun family. You like to borrow someone else's knife to kill and you always fail. Huh. Sun Jiong did not reply. On the other side, Xiao Luo smiled as he looked at Sun Jiong. He did not know how Lu Yin had offended the Sun family. Although the Sun family did not participate in the disputes between the various great powers, they were still very troublesome. Their mechanisms were used in many areas and they had a lot of potential. Just as Heart Phoenix had said, the Sun family was adept at scheming behind people's backs. On the banks of the Skyfall Cascade, Hai Dashao looked at Lu Yin on a screen, deep in thought. What do you think of this person? Starsibyl suddenly asked. Hai Dashao calmly replied, he's showing off his abilities. You don't like him? Starsibyl looked at Hai Dashao, her eyes bright. Hai Dashao clasped his hands behind his back. He has nothing to do with me, so I can't say whether I like him or not. However, he's still a youngster and showing off his abilities is better than hiding too much. He paused. I remember that he defeated Tian Ho, but Tian Ho cannot be defeated with brute strength. This person's technique is strange. Starsibyl smiled. Let's wait and see. Perhaps he'll bring you a pleasant surprise. Hai Dashao did not think much of it. This person was very strong and his physical strength could even break through mechanisms, but so what? At most, he would only be able to match an expert at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. He looked towards the Skyfall Cascade to the northeast, where Ling Ke and another person were. Cheng Wu was ranked 69th on the top 100 rankings, and he was the strongest out of everyone present. He was also the one with the highest chance of pulling out the Sea King's trident. Lu Yin was far from being able to compare to Cheng Wu. However, Ling Ke was the unluckiest as he could not even cross the Skyfall Cascade. Even now, he still did not know of Cheng Wu's existence. As he thought about this, Hai Dashao looked at Ling Ke with interest. Compared to Lu Yin, he was more interested in Ling Quebec. After all, the Lingling clan's innate gift was just too powerful. If not for the fact that they were so few in number, their power would definitely surpass that of the Daoist clan. They were a terrifying clan. Furthermore, very few people knew that one of the 10 arbiters was from the Lingling clan. Chapter 447. Ling Ke was in a very bad mood. Without the girls' support group, he was not in his best condition. 2 people had joined forces to attack him, and he could see that Lu Yin had defeated 2 experts on the screen, but he had not done so. Didn't they say that he was inferior to Lu Yin? Ling Ke was displeased. He swung out his K's mighty slash and cut off one of the expert's arms, causing fresh blood to splatter across the Skyfall cascade. The Lingling clan's innate gifts were truly terrifying, and Kay's mighty slash was a combination of 10 innate gifts. Even in the Skyfall cascade, which was suppressed by the void, the Kay's mighty slash could still rely on its innate gift to travel through it. This was also the reason why Ling Kay's mighty slash had been able to instantly defeat one of the opponents. The other person was immediately enraged, and countless legends about the Lingling clan appeared in his mind. He subconsciously distanced himself from Ling Quebec. Ling Kay sneered and looked up. When he saw the girls cheering for Mu Rong, his mood worsened once more. Kay's mighty slash flickered and disappeared, and the expert who had been fighting against Ling Kay felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately tried to dodge, but he was still a step too late. A large wound opened up at his waist and he had almost been cut in half. Ling Kay's ruthless attacks had instantly defeated 2 experts, which shocked countless people. Lu Yin had defeated them one by one, but Ling Kay had defeated 2 of them in an instant. Many people felt that Ling Kay was much stronger than Lu Yin. Mu Rong and Lan Yu's battle also attracted quite a few people, but it was not intense. Mu Rong seemed to be on the defensive the entire time, as if he had no interest in defeating Lan Yu. Lan Yu's attacks did not slow down, but he still could not defeat Mu Rong. This made Lan Yu feel helpless. He was an explorer and the younger brother of one of the 10 arbiters, but he could not even defeat a Lemiter. This filled him with a sense of defeat. If you don't want to fight back, then why don't you participate in the Sea King's son-in-law selection? Isn't it better to withdraw? Lan Yu glared at Mu Rong. Mu Rong remained calm and flipped the wooden flute in his hand. If you can defeat me, then bring it on. Lan Yu's eyes widened and he took a deep breath. He bent his legs and roared as 4-lined battle force appeared on the surface of his body. Layers upon layers of battle force spread out, and his body's toughness was enhanced. He raised his hands and shouted, 30 stacks, shockwave palm. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Lan Yu used the same 30 stacks technique as Lu Yin and slammed it towards Mu Rong. 30 stacks was the Divine Fist's record in the Astral Combat Academy, and it was precisely because Lu Yin had equaled 30 stacks that he had become known as the unequaled Lemiter of the younger generation. Lan Yu had only been able to reach 30 stacks after becoming an explorer, and he had even used his battle force to support himself. Regardless, he had still managed to do it. The strength of 30 stacks was not something that an ordinary person could withstand, and Lu Yin had relied on 30 stacks to defeat Yen Feng and Beizer's combined attack. Facing 30 stacks, shock flashed through Mu Rong's eyes. His expression was solemn. Even if it was him, it would be difficult for him to win if he was hit by 30 stacks. The wooden flute spun and transformed into a gentle wind that wrapped around Lan Yu's palms. Lan Yu's palms struck out, but they were blocked by Mu Rong's wooden flute. Mu Rong dragged Lan Yu back and 30 stacks smashed into the shore, creating a huge hole in the heavenly stream. Lan Yu's entire body was thrown out by Mu Rong, and he almost fell out of the heavenly stream. Countless people fell silent. Lan Yu was completely suppressed. Lan Yu, one of the top experts of the Greyweed continent's younger generation from the Starfall Sea, had been suppressed just like that. Mu Rong was just as the rumors from the 10 Arbiters Council had said. He was unrivaled. Even 30 stacks could not do anything to him. Did Lan Yu's defeat mean that Lu Yin would suffer the same fate? After all, Lu Yin also had 30 stacks. The crowd subconsciously switched Lan Yu to Lu Yin, as they did not have much hope for Lu Yin's battle with Mu Rong. They all felt that Lu Yin would suffer the same fate. Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the best. Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the best. A clamor sounded out, startling the people on the shore. They all stared blankly at the cheerleaders. They had actually chased after Lu Yin. Mu Rong calmly turned around and pretended not to see them. Big Pao urged from behind, shout for him. Shout until he's overwhelmed with emotion. Shout until he's inflated. Lulu rolled her eyes. It's useless. This Mu Rong is different from Ling Quebec. No matter how much you praise him, he won't become inflated. Brother Lu is in danger. This person is really powerful, Coco said worriedly. Big Pao was helpless. Junior, don't blame me. I tried my best. The scene of Mu Rong defeating Lan Yu was witnessed by Ling Kay and Lu Yin, and both of their expressions turned solemn. Even in his battle with Lan Yu, Mu Rong had not revealed his true strength, which made him unfathomable. Although Lan Yu had been suppressed, he had not been sent flying out of the Skyfall Cascade. He panted heavily as he stood on the surface of the river and watched Mu Rong calmly walk towards the top. He felt a wave of helplessness and he turned to the other side. Lan Dao, let's work together. In the distance, Lan Dao was battling with an explorer. When he heard Lan Yu's words, he flipped his blade and slashed out horizontally. The void was distorted to the extreme as a flash of blade light swept past the top of the explorer's head and headed straight for Mu Rong. The blade light traversed the Skyfall Cascade and flattened the void. The shockwaves from the attack tore through the riverbank and shocked many as it headed straight for Mu Rong. Mu Rong stopped and turned around with a serious expression on his face, much more so than when he had faced Lan Yu. The wooden flute spun around his fingertips, and the moment the blade light neared, he suddenly waved his hand. The blade light was forcefully redirected and slashed into the Skyfall Cascade. Under the shocked gazes of countless onlookers, the Skyfall Cascade was split into two. This scene deeply shocked many, and even Haidashao and Starsabil were astonished. They had not expected the person behind Lan Yu to be so strong that he had even surpassed Lan Yu. At this moment, Lu Yin felt the deepest shock. This was the first time he had seen Lan Dao, and his eyes flickered. This was not Lan Dao but Zhang Dingtian. That blade's elegance had stunned countless people, and it had also attracted Lu Yin's attention. Only then did he realize that the person behind Lan Yu was Zhang Dingtian. When Zhang Dingtian, Bai Shui, Zhou Xian and Saruzin had all disappeared at the same time, Lu Yin had sent people to search for them, but they had not been able to find any traces of them. He had thought that they had all perished, but he had never expected to meet them in the Starfall Sea. Why was Zhang Dingtian in the Starfall Sea? He was also following Lan Yu, and his strength was rather terrifying. Even Mu Rong had treated that blade's elegance seriously, and it could be said that Zhang Dingtian had surpassed countless of his peers and stood at the peak of his generation. Zhang Dingtian was still a limiter, but that blade alone was enough to contend with Lu Yin, Ling Ke, Mu Rong and even Yi Xingchen. He couldn't even begin to imagine what had happened to Zhang Dingtian during the time he'd been missing. Back on Earth, during the early days of the apocalypse, Zhang Dingtian had been the strongest person and had the strength of a realm breaker. He had guarded the capital all by himself, and even the elites of the Great Yu Empire had rarely been able to compare to him. He was just a native, a true native. Even though Lu Yin knew that Zhang Dingtian's talent in the way of the blade meant that he would not be weak in the future, he had not expected him to be this strong. Lan Yu seemed to be from the Greyweed continent, and he was the younger brother of the Divine Fist, Lan Si. Could Zhang Dingtian have gone to the Greyweed continent? How had he gone there? Zhang Dingtian's outburst had attracted most people's attention to the Skyfall Cascade in the southwest. At this moment, the person who was fighting Zhang Dingtian was in the most awkward position. He was on the verge of collapse. He knew that he could not block that blade, and the person in front of him was not even looking at him. Should he retreat or not? If he did not retreat, he would not be able to win, but if he did, he would lose face. However, Zhang Dingtian did not let him hesitate for too long. He raised his blade and looked like he was about to attack again. That person decisively went ashore, but who knew who he would be attacking next? The waters of the Skyfall Cascade roared as it flowed down from the top. Mu Rong faced Lan Yu and Zhang Dingtian alone, and his eyes flashed with battle intent for the first time. There were a total of 6 experts competing on the Skyfall Cascade. One of them had been scared off by Zhang Dingtian, while the other 2 had already passed the crowd and were focused on rushing to the top. Mu Rong and the others were not in a hurry. There was a gate at the top of the Skyfall Cascade, and if he was not wrong, it would not be easy to open. Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the best. Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the best. Loud cheers rang out, and the 3 of them moved at the same time. Lan Yu used 30 stacks to attack Mu Rong with both palms, while Zhang Dingtian slashed out with his blade. The blade flickered with a cold light, and Mu Rong immediately retreated after a brief contact. He was not strong enough to deal with their simultaneous attacks. Lan Yu was excited and he continued to use overlaying stacks. Zhang Dingtian frowned and suddenly withdrew his blade. This sudden turn of events stunned Lan Yu. What are you doing? Zhang Dingtian's gaze was firm. It's 2 against 1. That's not fair. Lan Yu panicked. This is the Sea King's son-in-law selection. It's not a fair duel. Zhang Dingtian ignored him and stood on the surface of the Skyfall Cascade with his blade in hand. He looked up and said, "I'll take care of the others for you." He then leaped up and charged towards the top. Lan Yu almost cursed out loud. If he did not know this person well, he would have thought that this person was trying to compete for the chance to become the Sea King's son-in-law. Also, if he could not beat Mu Rong, then the others were none of his business. Mu Rong did not stop Zhang Dingtian. Even though they had only interacted for an instant, he could feel Zhang Dingtian's indomitable will to battle. This sort of person would not resort to cheap tricks. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Zhang Dingtian was indeed Zhang Dingtian. His magnanimity matched his blade's will, and perhaps this was the fundamental reason why he had become so strong. Everyone had spirit, and the Sand Master had once said that the foundation of battle force was spirit. Zhang Dingtian's spirit in the way of the blade was unparalleled, which was why he was so strong. His strength came from his perseverance. Others might think that his perseverance was foolish, but who could truly understand him? "Seventh bro, let's go. If we don't leave now, we'll be robbed." The monkey shouted. Zhang Dingtian had also arrived, and he did not know if there would be a battle in the Skyfall Cascade. He was suddenly filled with anticipation for the Sea King's son-in-law selection. Regardless of whether it was Mu Rong, Lu Yin, Qin Chen or Ling Kei, all of them attracted the attention of many. These were only the 4 Skyfall Cascades. There was one more that almost no one paid attention to, the Northern Skyfall Cascade. However, there was only one person left on this Skyfall Cascade. That's strange. Why is there only one person on the Northern Skyfall Cascade? Someone exclaimed. Many people only reacted after hearing this, and they all looked over. Sure enough, there was only one person on that Skyfall Cascade heading upwards at a leisurely pace. There were no other competitors. Chapter 448. Look, someone's here. One of the sharp-eyed people saw a man on the banks of the Heavenspan River. His face was deathly pale and there was an exaggerated wound on his chest. He was struggling to support himself on the ground and his eyes were filled with terror. "Brother, how did you lose? Only one person remained?" Someone shouted. The heavily injured man spat out a mouthful of blood and sat on the ground in a sorry state. He smiled bitterly. "I'll let you face Faceless. Why don't you try?" Faceless? Someone was confused. Another person beside him cried out, "Faceless? The 72nd Faceless on the top 100 rankings?" The heavily injured man nodded and then looked up at the screen. Coincidentally, the remaining person on the screen looked up, revealing a horrifically ugly face that scared many people. This person's facial features were flat and he looked extremely ugly. He held a 2-meter-long black blade in his hand that fell into the river. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to see it. It's him. That's right, it's Faceless, 72nd on the top 100 rankings. He's the one with the mask. Someone recognized him. Instantly, countless gazes were drawn over. Qin Chen was 72nd on the top 100 rankings, and the strongest person to have appeared so far was only ranked 88th. There was a difference of more than 10 places, and no one had expected such a powerhouse to appear. In the upper levels of the Sea King's dome, Hai Chi covered her mouth in shock. How can there be such a person? He's too scary. Behind her, the 4 maids were pale. "Sister Qi, we can't let him pull out the Sea King's trident. Otherwise his life will be ruined." "That's right, Sister Qi. Hurry up and think of something. He's the only one on the Northern Skyfall Cascade, so he'll definitely pass through. We're doomed." Hai Chi shouted exaggeratedly. "Nonsense, of course we have to think of something. I Hai Chi am as beautiful as a flower, so how could I possibly marry a big flat cake? It's obvious that he's been punished by the heavens and there's something wrong with his character." The maids were speechless. Just because he was ugly did not mean that there was something wrong with his character. Faceless appearance did not surprise Hai Dashao, as he had long since known that no one could hide from him. However, he was not worried, as even if Faceless pulled out the Sea King's trident, Hai Chi could choose not to accept it. This was the Sea King's dome, and pulling out the trident was just a qualification. It did not guarantee that one would become the Sea King's son-in-law. Starsabil stared at Faceless, a trace of doubt and conjecture in the depths of her eyes. The hidden experts of the Sea King's son-in-law selection were gradually being exposed. It was not just Faceless, but also Xianxia who had attracted the most attention in the northwestern Skyfall Cascade. The moment Faceless was exposed, Xianxia had also encountered a powerful enemy. A section of the heavenly stream was frozen by ice that resembled flames. White mist rose from it. Parts of the river surged past, while other parts were frozen, causing the layer of ice to grow higher and higher. Beneath the layer of ice was a young man with an indifferent expression. He held a silvery white spear in his hand, and the body of the spear was engraved with the image of a 5-ringed plum blossom. If Lu Yin had seen this, he would have definitely remembered it. During the war with Fire's Melt Planet, an explorer named Yen Yen had sealed himself in ice after Fire's Melt Planet had been destroyed. Zhou Xian had recognized him as someone from the Royal Frost Continent, as the symbol of the Royal Frost Continent was the 5-ringed plum blossom. The Royal Frost Continent was a hidden power within the blazing mist flow zone, and it was located in a hidden space just like the Shenwu continent. The only difference was that the Royal Frost Continent's power was comparable to the Blaze Realms, which was why it had not been encircled. Above the layer of ice was Xianxia. He was an expert ranked 88th on the top 100 rankings, and at this moment his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Xianxia had not expected to meet such a powerful enemy in the heavenly stream. This person was very strong. The indifferent man suddenly thrust his spear forward, piercing through the layer of ice and heading straight for Xianxia. The spear froze everything in its path, and even the void was frozen. Xianxia's eyes went wide and he raised a hand, causing his star energy to form an inescapable net that covered the entire area. The man's spear pierced through the net, but it only froze a little before it was unable to advance any further. Xianxia was about to attack when he suddenly sensed something and quickly retreated. A large expanse of fiery ice spread out from where he had been standing. The indifferent man's spear spun and gradually turned white. This was an extremely cold ice that transformed into the symbol of the 5-ringed plum blossom. He tore a small gap in the net and leapt out, thrusting his spear towards Xianxia once more. Xianxia narrowly avoided the attack, but when he saw the river water around him freeze into ice, his gaze turned cold. Star energy erupted from his body, and under the cover of his domain, the ice suddenly cracked apart and transformed into another type of inescapable net that engulfed everything in its path. The indifferent man's spear viciously pierced through the layer of ice, causing it to shatter with a boom. A powerful shockwave swept out in all directions, bringing with it an extremely cold air that froze the shore. Many of the spectators nearby trembled and hurriedly moved out of the way. Xianxia, someone's already near the top of the heavenly stream, someone shouted. It was obvious that this person was one of Xianxia's supporters. Xianxia looked up. Sure enough, because he had been fighting with the man in front of him, the other two had been running at full speed and they had almost reached the top. The indifferent man looked up as well, and then he leapt up and charged forward. Xianxia gritted his teeth and followed suit. Now was not the time for them to restrain each other. If they did not deal with the others, then even if the two of them managed to emerge victorious, they would still end up benefiting someone else. On the southeast side of the heavenly stream, Lu Yin had single-handedly defeated 2 experts while the other 2 were battling further away. One of them had been defeated, while the other was rushing towards the top ahead of Lu Yin. If nothing unexpected happened, then that person would reach the gate before Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin did not panic as the gate would not be opened that easily. As he rushed towards the top, he watched the screen. Faceless had appeared and Xianxia had encountered a powerful opponent. Lu Yin had seen all of this. This selection had indeed attracted a group of monsters, and no matter where they went, they would all be top-notch existences. The Sea King's dome was very high and the heavenly stream was very long. However, with Lu Yin's group speed, even if they could not tear through the void and travel through it, they still quickly reached the top. The gate was right in front of them, and the person who had been one step ahead of Lu Yin had already reached it. He excitedly tried to push it open, but unfortunately he failed. Lu Yin was no longer in a hurry and he slowly walked over to watch that person push the gate open. Faceless had also reached the gate and he had one hand pressed against it. No one knew what he was thinking about. On the northeast side of the heavenly stream, Ling Ke rushed towards the top. He had been delayed for quite some time, and when he was just halfway up the Sea King's dome, he glanced to the side and saw two people standing on the shore. It was a man and a woman. He did not recognize the man, but the woman was Starsabil, whom he had seen before. Ling Ke stopped and looked at the shore. I never thought that the famous Starsabil would also be at the Sea King's dome. Long time no see. Starsabil smiled. Long time no see. I wonder what Starsabil thinks about this selection. Who do you think will become the Sea King's son-in-law? Ling Ke asked curiously. He knew more about Starsabil than the others as she had visited the Lingling clan more than once. Of course it was not because of him but because of someone else. Because he knew her, he wanted to know more through Starsabil. Before Starsabil could answer, Hai Dashao coldly said, "Scram back to the river." Starsabil smiled. Ling Ke's face sank and he stared at Hai Dashao. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Hai Dashao narrowed his eyes. I'll say it again. Scram back to the river or I'll personally throw you out of the Sea King's dome. Ling Ke's brows jumped as he felt a little scared. This person's tone was not simple. Either he was a fool or he had a great background. Could anyone who could stand next to Starsabil be a fool? Of course not, and no ordinary person could reach this position. This person should have some sort of background. Ling Ke snorted. This was the Sea King's dome, and it was not wise to provoke someone with an unknown background. I'm not in a good state today, so I won't bicker with you. Starsabil, let's chat again next time. He then immediately rushed towards the top as if he was fleeing. Starsabil laughed and her crescent eyes looked at Hai Dashao. Why are you scaring him? Although his personality is a little strange, he's still quite upright. He's also from the Lingling clan, so he's a good match for Chi-Chi. Hai Dashao ignored Starsabil and looked up at the screen at Zhang Dingtian. He was very interested in this person and he also admired him. He liked this person's persistence with his blade, or rather his persistence with his heart. Ling Ke was very unhappy as he had been scolded for no reason, but he did not even dare to retort. As the strongest member of the Lingling clan's younger generation, he had never suffered such humiliation before. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame the fact that his cheerleaders were not around. He really was not in a good state. As he thought about this, he glared at Mu Rong. That bastard was playing tricks behind his back. Mu Rong knew that he could not beat Ling Ke, so he was trying to steal Ling Ke's girl. While Ling Ke was rushing upwards, a person slowly walked in front of him. Ling Ke frowned. A good dog doesn't block the way. He then brushed past that person and continued to rush upwards. Suddenly, a light flashed in front of him and there was a thump. Ling Ke's entire body had collided with something and there was a loud thud. He rubbed his head. What was that? Was there a wall in the river? He opened his eyes and looked over. What was that? A bell? Who had thrown a bell into the Skyfall cascade? Wait a minute. He looked behind him and saw that he had been enveloped by a bell. Thunderous sonic fist. A low voice rang out in Ling Ke's ears and his pupils shrank. His K's mighty slash appeared, but it did not attack the bell. Instead, it rapidly revolved around his body, almost tearing through the void. The next moment, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, and the sound was like a thunderclap that swept out in all directions. A portion of the Skyfall Cascade's water was swept away by the sound wave, and even the riverbank was destroyed. Countless people were shaken by this sound and they all looked over in shock. Within the bell, Ling Ke was bleeding from all of his orifices. His mouth was wide open as he tried to resist the sound wave. Outside his body, his K's mighty slash continued to revolve around him. This was his defensive technique, and he knew that he was in trouble the moment he heard the words, thunderous sonic fist. This time he had come to the Starfall Sea mainly to challenge Qing Wu, who was ranked 69th on the top 100 rankings. Someone had seen Qing Wu appear in the Starfall Sea, which was why Ling Ke had come here. Qing Wu's famous technique was the thunderous sonic fist. Ling Ke had originally thought that he would only be able to fight Qing Wu after the Sea King's son-in-law selection, but he had never expected that he would be inexplicably beaten up. Moreover, he had landed within Qing Wu's innate gift, the bell, which was a sealed space that could amplify sound by several times. This meant that Ling Ke had been completely unprepared for Qing Wu's punch. Within the bell, the sound wave reverberated and Ling Ke's head almost exploded. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes turned red. He roared and slashed out with his K's mighty slash, but it did not manage to cut through the bell. Behind him, Qingwu raised his fist again. Thunderous sonic fist. "You're not done yet, are you?" Ling Ke roared. He then attacked the bottom of his feet without hesitation and fled into the river. Chapter 449. Qingwu fiercely punched the bottom of the river. Sound waves shot out in all directions and distorted the void, almost tearing it apart. A huge sound wave erupted in a form visible to the naked eye, once again shattering this section of the Heavenly Reach River into pieces. The river water flowed along the cracked riverbank in other directions. Ling Ke was forced out of Qingwu's body, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth as he glared at Qingwu. The K's mighty slash danced in front of him, appearing and disappearing at times. Countless people were dumbfounded. Qingwu was very easy to recognize as he was the only person on the top 100 rankings with an innate gift of a bell. Since he could suppress Ling Ke, many people immediately thought of him. Who would have thought that an expert ranked 69th on the top 100 rankings would suddenly appear and beat up Ling Ke? This sudden turn of events even attracted the attention of Mu Rong, Lu Yin and the others. Hai Dashao's expression was calm. As expected, the strongest person on this heavenspan river was Qingwu. Ling Ke panted heavily as his head thundered. It hurt too much. This bastard had punched him without any warning. Despicable. Qingwu raised his fist for the third time as he glared at Ling Quebec. Ling Ke's heart skipped a beat. Wait a minute. That was a sneak attack. Let me slow down if you have the ability. Qingwu didn't pay attention to him. His fist was ready to strike. Ling Ke was helpless. The 2 punches he had just received had injured him, and those 2 punches had also made him realize the difference between him and Qingwu. Ling Ke's innate talent was strong, but Qingwu only had a single technique, which was the Sonic Thunder Fist. Qingwu used brute force to break through techniques, and 1 punch was more than enough. Ling Ke was completely suppressed by Qingwu. Furthermore, Qingwu had a bell with a very strong defense, and Qingwu's combat power was close to 40,000. Ling Ke stood no chance at all, even if he used the Lingling clan's inherited technique, soul-splitting technique. Hello? Who? Which one? What did you say? Someone actually dared to provoke the Lingling clan? Wait for me to go back and deal with it. Ling Ke suddenly yelled into his gadget before jumping onto the shore and glaring at Qingwu. I have urgent matters to attend to today, so I'll be leaving first. Just you wait. These 2 punches aren't over yet. The Sea King's dome was completely silent. Was this the genius of the Lingling clan? Ling Ke, an unparalleled limiter with unparalleled talent? He admitted defeat just like that. How straightforward. Qingwu was also stunned. He had never met such a straightforward person before. Hai Dashao's expression turned ugly, as this brat had dragged down the Sea King's son-in-law selection. First, it had been that group of female supporters, and now it was Lu Yin who had run away. Starsabil smiled. He's still as interesting as ever. I wonder what the Spirit Palace will think of him. He'll be pissed to death, Hai Dashao said unhappily. 7th elder sister, that Qingwu is so powerful. A maid sighed in admiration. That's... The maid was speechless. Ling Ke's decisive departure seemed to remind Lan Yu of something, and he immediately tried to avoid Mu Rong and rush towards the top. However, Mu Rong did not let him off this time. It didn't take long for him to reach the top of the Skyfall Cascade, where Lan Yu had been defeated and swept out of the Skyfall Cascade. People were arriving at the gate at the top of the heavenly stream from all directions. No one from the faceless men in the north competed with him, or rather they were all kicked out by him. In the northwest was Qin Qin and the man with the innate gift of ice, as well as an expert who had reached the summit before them, but they were quickly defeated. Now only the 2 of them were left facing each other on the Skyfall Cascade. In the southwest was Lan Dao, who was also Zhang Dingtian. He had reached the gate, and the expert who had been 1 step ahead of them had also been defeated by him. Mu Rong was heading towards him. In the northeast was an explorer and Qingwu, who was slowly making his way to the top. In the southeast was Lu Yin and another man with a pitch-black tattoo on his face. At this moment the tattooed man was terrified by Lu Yin's stare. There's something strange about this gate. Let's work together to open it. Lu Yin looked at the gate and walked forward. The tattooed man's heart skipped a beat. What are you doing? Of course I'm going to take a look. What? Are you trying to stop me? Lu Yin's tone was unfriendly. The tattooed man looked conflicted. He had watched Lu Yin's battle, and although he felt that he was slightly stronger than the others, there was a limit to it. He had also been injured and he knew that he was not Lu Yin's match. He had been trying to think of a way. He had thought that he would be able to pass through the gate first and meet up with the other Skyfall Cascades experts. He would then use them to deal with Lu Yin, but he had not expected that the gate would not open. As he watched Lu Yin walk over, the tattooed man's gaze turned vicious. He immediately attacked, hoping that Lu Yin would be injured as well. A minute later, Lu Yin was standing alone in front of the gate. The tattooed man had flowed down the Skyfall Cascade. He was not dead, but he was unconscious. Lu Yin placed both hands on the gate and tried to push it open, but he could not. He observed that this gate was meant to be pushed, and if he could not open it, it meant that he did not have enough strength. He used 20 stacks, but he still could not open it. He looked up at the screen and saw that Faceless had been standing in front of the gate for quite some time, but he still could not find a way to open it. Seventh bro, there must be a prerequisite to reach the place where the Sea King's trident is pulled out. Only by reaching it can the gate be opened, which is the next trial, the monkey guessed. What's the criterion? Lu Yin asked. The monkey guessed, only one person from each Skyfall Cascade can reach that criterion. Otherwise, no matter what you do, you won't be able to open the gate. Lu Yin thought of this as well, and he looked towards the Skyfall Cascade in the southwest, where Mu Rong and Zhang Dingtian were getting closer and closer. If only one person could win, Lu Yin hoped that it would be Zhang Dingtian, but he knew that the chances were slim. Mu Rong had been highly regarded by the 10 Arbiters' Council since he was young, and Lu Yin had witnessed his strength. It could only be described as unfathomable, and he was worthy of being called an unequaled Lemaitre. It was almost impossible for Zhang Dingtian to win. The two drew closer and closer, and Zhang Dingtian stood at a high vantage point with his blade in hand. His eyes were filled with battle intent as he gripped the hilt of his blade tightly. Mu Rong flipped the wooden flute in his hand as he approached. Compared to Lan Yu, Mu Rong was much more cautious when facing Zhang Dingtian. People like him who had firm beliefs and boldness were the most difficult to deal with, and no one knew when they would explode with extreme power. The two were both Lemaitres, but in the eyes of the bystanders, it was like two peerless experts had met. It was even more exciting than a battle between explorers and cruisers. When the two were 1,000 meters apart, they simultaneously charged towards each other. A flash of blade light flashed as Zhang Dingtian's blade slashed out horizontally. The blade light streaked across the void, distorting the scenery around it. Mu Rong waved the wooden flute in his hand and pushed the blade light that was heading towards him away, causing it to land on the riverbank. The riverbank had been split in two, and a large gaping hole had formed in the river water that continued to spread outwards. In the next moment, the two met on a narrow path and Zhang Dingtian's blade slashed out. There was no sharp blade light, but in Mu Rong's eyes, it was even more dangerous. At this moment, Zhang Dingtian had retracted the power contained within his blade, and it would only explode upon contact. The most direct manifestation of this attack was the distorted void at the edge of the blade. Although this attack was not a domain, it still enveloped an area of space, and even a cruiser would find it difficult to dodge. Mu Rong did not plan on dodging, as this attack had ignited his fighting spirit. The blade and the wooden flute collided above the Skyfall Cascade, and in an instant, everyone saw a white light distort the void and spread outwards. Ripples appeared in the void, and a section of the Skyfall Cascade disappeared. The shock waves from the battle spread to the riverbank and expanded the area where the Skyfall Cascade had been. Countless blades of light shot into both sides of the riverbank, piercing through the ground. Fortunately, they were halfway up the mountain and there were not many people watching the battle from close range. Otherwise, the shock waves would have been enough to instantly kill a large number of people. Boom! There was a loud explosion as the two of them sank to the bottom of the river. The river had been completely drained and the two of them crashed deep into the mud. Another white ripple spread outwards, and the Skyfall Cascade was split in two from the point of collision. Mu Rong used his wooden flute to push Zhang Dingtian back, pushing him towards the top of the Skyfall Cascade. Everyone was so nervous that they could barely breathe. Was this really a battle between Lemaitres? Because the space in the Skyfall Cascade had been suppressed, the battle could not be directly observed, but everyone could feel the terrifying power of both sides. Lu Yin looked at the screen and saw that Zhang Dingtian was at a disadvantage. Mu Rong's strength was too terrifying, and if Lu Yin was not mistaken, the movement technique that Mu Rong had used to dodge Lan Yu and Zhang Dingtian's attacks was a battle technique that allowed him to easily avoid attacks of the same level. It was a rather troublesome battle technique, but now Mu Rong was actually able to clash head-on with Zhang Dingtian. This was not a battle technique but actual strength. Mu Rong looked weak, but he possessed unimaginable destructive power. What Lu Yin was most apprehensive about was that wooden flute. He was used to play music, not to fight against blades. Mu Rong had not used his full strength yet. Within the Skyfall Cascade, Zhang Dingtian and Mu Rong were very close. Zhang Dingtian could clearly feel Mu Rong's strength and he could not resist it. Excitement filled his eyes as this was a top-notch powerhouse. They were both limiters, but ever since Zhang Dingtian had made a name for himself in the Greyweed continent, he had never met such a powerful powerhouse of the same level. He looked up at the screen and then looked towards the southeastern Skyfall Cascade towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin was not mistaken, as this was Zhang Dingtian, also known as Lan Dao. When he had arrived at the Sea King's Dome, he had already known that Lu Yin would be there, but he had not acknowledged him. There was nothing more suitable than to do so in battle. He would never forget how he had watched Lu Yin enter the Astral Combat Academy in the Great Yu Empire. He had watched Lu Yin climb up the ranks step by step, including the Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest. No one could understand Zhang Dingtian's unwillingness, as they had both left Earth at the same time. One was the sky while the other was the earth. This was something that Zhang Dingtian could not accept. He would not be jealous, nor would he hate Lu Yin. He would only focus on increasing his own strength. Now he finally had the qualifications to stand on the same stage as Lu Yin, and he did not want to give up on this opportunity. Crack. Cracks suddenly appeared on the long sword, and Zhang Dingtian's pupils shrank as he looked at Mu Rong. Mu Rong's gaze was calm as he exerted more force on the wooden flute, causing the cracks to widen. Once the long sword cracked, Zhang Dingtian would definitely be defeated. His gaze turned cold as a dark golden radiance appeared and imprinted itself onto the long sword. 5-line battle force. It's 5-line battle force. Someone cried out. The Sea King's Dome immediately erupted into an uproar. It was rare for someone to attain 5-line battle force at such a young age, and even Haidashao was astonished. Currently, Lu Yin was the only one known to have attained 5-line battle force at such a young age, while Lan Yu only had 4-line battle force. Now a second person had appeared. Is he the unexpected that you mentioned? Haidashao looked at Starsabil with an expectant gaze. Starsabil smiled when she saw Haidashao's gaze. You really want me to say yes? Haidashao's eyes flashed, but he quickly regained his calm. It seems like you admire him a lot, Starsabil said. Haidashao did not reply. Chapter 450. Starsabil did not say anything else. Although Zhang Dingtian had displayed great strength, his opponent was Mu Rong. Mu Rong was unrivaled within the Limiter realm, and this was not something that any of the 10 arbiters would admit. Even Starsabil had to admit that Mu Rong's strength was something that no Limiter could counter. With the support of his battle force, Zhang Dingtian's valiant strength allowed him to withstand Mu Rong's charge. He then turned his blade around and slashed out. Mu Rong leaped up to avoid the attack, and his wooden flute was aimed at Zhang Dingtian's head. Zhang Dingtian raised his hand and grabbed the flute. With the support of his 5-line battle force, his strength surpassed Mu Rong's limits. He raised his right hand and slashed out viciously. He knew that Mu Rong had not used his full strength, but so what? Since Mu Rong did not want to use his full strength, then there was no need for him to do so. With the wooden flute in Zhang Dingtian's hand, Mu Rong only had 2 choices. He could either give up on the wooden flute and dodge, or he could take the blow head-on. He chose the second option, which was not to dodge. Zhang Dingtian had walked out of the battlefield and he had been a soldier back on Earth. He did not fear death or slaughter, and he mercilessly slashed down with his blade. Many people felt their scalps go numb as they watched Zhang Dingtian's unstoppable strike. Was Mu Rong going to die at the Sea King's Dome? Fuqi swept out in all directions, and the river was repelled from beneath Mu Rong and Zhang Dingtian's feet. Zhang Dingtian's saber came to a stop less than a centimeter away from Mu Rong's head, unable to press down any further. Everything around them was silent. Strangely, beneath their feet within the heaven-span cascade, lush green grass could be seen. Up in the air, the image of a shepherd boy herding cows could be seen. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. What was this? Back during the tournament of the strongest, there was a woman named Zijuan who had been able to transform the surrounding space into a dark green color. She was from the Cosmic Seas Longevity Group, and Lu Xiaoqiu's fourth sword had also been able to do the same. There were far too few people who could do this, and Lu Yin had no idea how to do it. But now Mu Rong was also using the same method. Although they were both force fields, Mu Rong's was clearly much stronger than Zijuan's. The lush green grass and the shepherd boy herding the cows almost seemed alive. This was a level that Lu Yin could not comprehend. It wasn't just Lu Yin, even Zhang Dingtian couldn't understand it. His attack had been blocked by an inexplicable power. Suddenly the wooden flute trembled and Zhang Dingtian lost his grip on it. He took a few steps back and his long blade broke with a clang. Before he could react, Mu Rong pressed the wooden flute against his chest. "You're very strong to be able to do this." Zhang Dingtian raised his broken saber and wanted to attack, but he realized that he was being suppressed in this space. He was being suppressed by the entire space. "What is your name?" Mu Rong looked at Zhang Dingtian and asked seriously. "Zhang Dingtian." Mu Rong's expression was solemn. "I'll remember that." With that, he exerted more force with his wooden flute and Zhang Dingtian was sent flying by the force of the blow. He crashed into the shore, smashing through the rocks before finally landing in a field. Everyone from the Sea King's dome watched this scene unfold. They had all thought that Mu Rong was in danger, but in the end this was the result. Zhang Dingtian was very strong and he had even surpassed Lan Yu. However, he was still powerless against Mu Rong. The stronger Zhang Dingtian was, the stronger Mu Rong would be forced to retaliate with even more power. This was a formidable opponent, one that he had never faced before. It was just like when he had faced Tian Ho, but this Mu Rong was on the other end of the spectrum. "Seventh bro, I never thought that there would be a Lemeter who could threaten you. This person is terrifying," the monkey said. Lu Yin's gaze shifted to Zhang Dingtian. Fortunately, although he was heavily injured, he was still conscious. His eyes were open as he stared at the broken saber, and he seemed to be pondering something. In a corner of the Sea King's dome, Ling Ke also had a solemn expression. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit and he was very unwilling to accept this outcome. He had hoped to battle Mu Rong, but unfortunately he had already left the stage. The entire Sea King's dome was focused on Mu Rong. At this moment he was the most dazzling person. Regardless of whether it was Faceless, Qin Chen, Qing Wu or even Sun Jiong's group, they all paled in comparison to Mu Rong. Even Hai Chichi was astonished. What a powerful farmer. Behind her, a maid hesitated. "Sister Qi, he's Mu Rong, not a farmer." Hai Chichi rolled her eyes. "If he's not a farmer, then what is he? Tell me." The maid could not refute her. Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the most handsome. Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the most handsome." Halfway up the mountain, the cheerleaders were shouting even louder. Although they could not climb any further and could not approach Mu Rong, they were still dazzling at this moment, and there were even close-ups of them on the screen. The Skyfall cascade returned to normal and the river water roared as it flowed. Mu Rong stood on the river and looked up at the screen where he saw Qin Chen and Faceless. He then calmly turned around and walked towards the top. From start to finish he did not even look at Lu Yin. It was as if neither Lu Yin nor Ling Ke were enough to move him. Hai Dashao looked at Mu Rong in admiration. Once this person broke through to the Explorer realm, he would immediately enter the top of the top 100 rankings. Hai Dashao could not even guess how far this person would go, and he truly lived up to his reputation as an unrivaled Lemeter. If this person had been the one to pull out the Sea King's trident, Hai Dashao would not have objected. Could Starsabil be referring to him? Hai Dashao did not realize this. Although he kept saying that he did not care about Starsabil's divination of the future, the more he cared about this so-called accident, the more it showed that he trusted Starsabil. Mu Rong had defeated Zhang Dingtian, and he was the only one left on the southwestern Skyfall Cascade. At this point of the 5 Skyfall Cascades, Only 2 people remained on the northwestern skyfall cascade. They were Xianxia and the man with the innate gift of ice. Everyone's gazes finally turned towards that direction. No one was stupid. If even Faceless could not open the sluice gate, then there was only one explanation. The conditions were insufficient. This condition should be that only one person could stand at the top of the skyfall cascade. Who are you? Xianxia asked the indifferent man in front of him. He kept thinking about the experts on the top 100 rankings, but he could not think of anyone who resembled this person. This person was no weaker than Xianxia, and if he was not on the top 100 rankings, then he was a hidden powerhouse who had never shown himself before. The indifferent man answered, Xian. Xianxia was astonished as he had never heard of this name before. As expected, this person was a hidden powerhouse. The universe was too vast and the top 100 rankings could not possibly include all the powerhouses. Thus, it was not surprising that someone on the top 100 rankings had appeared. Between the two of us, only one can stand here, Xianxia said solemnly. Xian raised his spear. I won't lose. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. I won't lose either. His star energy then transformed into an inescapable net that enveloped Xian. Xianxia originally thought that Xian would still use his spear to pierce through the heaven-encompassing net. Xianxia had already thought of a series of attacks. However, Xian placed his spear by his side. On the surface of his body, ice in the form of flames erupted, engulfing everything in its surroundings. The might of this attack was much stronger than before. Such a powerful ice shocked Xianxia, and his inescapable net was instantly frozen. The cold air followed the star energy that formed the net and spread into his body. Xianxia immediately cut off his star energy and quickly retreated. Beneath his feet, the water of the skyfall cascade rapidly froze. At the same time, his face turned pale and the blood in his body nearly froze as well. Xian gripped his spear tightly and stabbed out. A 5-ring diagram appeared at the tip of the spear, and Xianxia retreated once again. He had been careless and had not expected Xian's innate gift to be so powerful. Now that he was at a disadvantage, he would need at least a minute to dispel the cold in his body. He had to hold on for at least a minute. Xian understood the cold in his body better than anyone else, and when he saw Xianxia's expression, he knew that the youth had suffered from frostbite. He moved even faster than before, and at the same time his spear ignited with a fiery cold air. This cold air was frightening, and even Xianxia found it difficult to resist. In terms of absolute power, Xianxia was already weaker than Xian. Xian was a peak explorer who was just one step away from breaking through to the cruiser realm. Now he had the upper hand, and Xianxia's innate gift countered Xian's innate gift. Everyone felt that it was only a matter of time before Xianxia was defeated. Who would have thought that Xianxia, who had the greatest chance of victory, would not even be able to pass through that gate? Within the Sea King's dome, no one had expected this. Many people immediately tried to investigate Xian's origins, but to no avail. Northgate Lai stared at Xian. He had originally wanted to defeat Xianxia, but now his goal had changed. He wanted to see for himself this person's innate gift. Sister was right. Many people aren't ranked in the top 100 rankings, but they're not weak at all, Michelle muttered to herself as she watched Xian on the screen. Little Pao nodded. Mentor also said that the universe is too big. Even in the outerverse there are still hidden experts. He then glanced into the distance and saw Bo Lauer, and a look of hatred appeared in his eyes. This person had been watching them from the moment they had arrived at the Sea King's dome, and he was like a venomous snake in hiding. Unfortunately, the chances of catching them were too low, as the signal in his and Big Pao's bodies had been erased a few days ago. Atop the northwestern skyfall cascade, Xianxia's defenses grew weaker and weaker as he faced Xian's attacks. His surroundings were enveloped by a fiery chill, and the skyfall net was frozen as soon as it appeared. The chill followed his star energy and invaded his body, preventing him from using the skyfall net. His most powerful battle technique had been restricted, and as Xian's spear lashed out horizontally, Xianxia was forced to retreat. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked up in shock. Xian stabbed out with his spear once again, causing the chill to rise and freeze the skyfall cascade's water. Xianxia stared at the tip of the spear, and when it was only a meter away from him, his eyes widened and he clashed his hands together. At some point in time, a gigantic skyfall net had enveloped the entire area. This was the true skyfall net. The chill rose up like smoke signals, but it was blocked by the skyfall net. Although the net was still gradually frozen, it was not as fast as before. Xianxia had been holding back all this time. This was his second battle with Han, and he was well aware of his own disadvantage. He had laid down the skyfall net step by step. As long as the skyfall net completely contracted, he would be able to trap Han within and display the skyfall net's strongest killing intent. However, there was one thing that Xianxia had not considered. Had Han truly used his full strength? This question was answered after the skyfall net was shattered by the fiery chill. Not only was the chill in the form of flames, but it also had a glass-like luster. This was the heaven fire glazed ice, Han's innate gift, and it was also the embodiment of his strength as the strongest member of the younger generation on the Royal Frost continent. The heaven fire glazed ice directly shattered the skyfall net, and the strangely colored ice headed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's pupils shrank and he leaped onto the shore while panting heavily. Once he reached the shore, it meant that he had admitted defeat. The heaven fire glazed ice stopped freezing and gradually faded away, allowing the Skyfall Cascade's waters to roar and wash over him once again. There was only one person left on the northwestern Skyfall Cascade, and it was Han. Chapter 451. Mu Rong and Zhang Dingtian's battle had shocked everyone's strength, while Xianxia and Han's battle had shocked everyone's reputation. Xianxia was ranked 88th on the top 100 rankings, while Han was not ranked. This was equivalent to a nobody creating a miracle. Although it was not enough to question the authority of the top 100 rankings, many people realized that the universe was vast and that not all powerhouses were famous. There was one more thing. Now that Han had defeated Xianxia, he would replace Xianxia and become the 88th ranker of the top 100 battle rankings. After the new top 100 battle rankings was released, the rankings after 88th would be pushed back. As for the 100th ranker, he would be kicked out. 7th bro, I think that the most pitiful person on the top 100 rankings is the guy ranked 100. No matter what happens in front of him, that guy will be gone. Don't you think that he's living in fear all day? The monkey cackled. Lu Yin looked at Han on the screen. He had clearly seen the 5 rings of the ice plum blossom, and this person was from the Royal Frost continent. Wasn't it said that the people of the Royal Frost continent did not interact with the outside world? Why had he appeared? Furthermore, this person's status on the Royal Frost continent was definitely not simple. 5 Skyfall Cascades meant that 5 powerhouses had been born. Everyone was looking forward to the battle between these 5. Starsibyl's gaze was deep as she looked at the sky, but no one knew who she was looking at. Haida Shao was not satisfied with any of these 5. He was most satisfied with Zhang Dingtian and Xianxia, but it was a pity that they had both been defeated. As Han walked to the sluice gate, the Skyfall Cascade's sluice gate rumbled. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he raised his hand. He exerted a bit of force and the sluice gate creaked as it opened. He narrowed his eyes and increased his strength as he pushed the gate open. Behind the sluice gate were 5 canals that converged at the center, where the Sea King's trident was located. Whoever could pull it out would be the Sea King's son-in-law. The true Sea King's son-in-law selection had only just begun. Everyone seemed to have forgotten that these people had only qualified based on their strength. There was also a group of people who had qualified based on their looks. They were notified the moment the sluice gate opened, and they all walked into the teleportation device beside the lake. Sun Jiong was very excited as it was finally their turn. He was very confident in his looks, and as long as he could obtain the favor of the Sea King's daughter, the Sun family's status in the universe would change greatly. He would definitely perform well. As he thought about it, the corners of his mouth naturally rose, revealing a smile that could charm thousands of young girls. Not too far away, Heart Phoenix was a little nervous. He didn't know if he would be able to marry the Sea King's daughter, and he didn't know what she looked like. Even if he couldn't marry her, his big brother wouldn't blame him, right? After all, looks were something that couldn't be changed, even though he was also very handsome. Xiao Luo was much more natural. He had never planned on marrying the Sea King's daughter in the first place. His heart was normal and everything was normal. There were dozens of extremely good-looking men gathered by the lake, which was much more than the number of people who had obtained the qualification based on their strength. Hai Chichi looked at the screen expectantly. Behind her, the 4 maids were also looking forward to it. They were all handsome brothers, too handsome, too pleasing to the eyes. 7th sister, you have to be merciful with your words. Even if you don't like him, don't scold him too fiercely. After all, he's too handsome. One of the maids became infatuated. The other maids all nodded in agreement. Hai Chichi snorted. As long as they're not good-looking enough, then kick them out. I don't care. Who told them to come out and scare people when they're so ugly? The maids were helpless. However, Hai Chichi and the others waited and waited, but none of them appeared. Instead, behind the Skyfall Cascades floodgates, a group of handsome figures appeared not too far away from the Sea King's trident. They had all appeared beside the trident. Everyone was stunned, including Hai Chichi. What was going on? Sun Jiong looked around and then suddenly turned around. He saw the Sea King's trident 100 meters away and had a bad premonition. What happened to being judged by looks? Xiao Luo was flabbergasted and he blinked as his lips curled up. Interesting. The handsome man who was on the same boat felt his heart sink and his face gradually paled. He wasn't stupid and he could sense that something was amiss. They had appeared in a very awkward position, right between the Sea King's trident and the 5 monsters that had just passed through the floodgates. The 5 monsters were all targeting the Sea King's trident, so what would they do if they tried to pull it out? Of course, they would have to get rid of them. In other words, they would have to face 5 monsters. How can this be? Do we have to pull out the Sea King's trident as well? What kind of joke is this? Someone shouted in horror. He was only a sentinel, and even holding the Sea King's trident was a problem, let alone pulling it out. Many of the handsome men around them didn't have high cultivations. Of course, there were some who were stronger, such as Sun Jiong. He was a Lamiter and an elite Lamiter at that. However, that was only true for ordinary people. What kind of people were about to appear before them? They were monsters, monsters among monsters. Heart Phoenix took a deep breath. The Phoenix family was not afraid of battle, even when facing a monster like Lu Yin. Bro, what's going on? Didn't you say that I could pick the handsome guys? Why did it change? Hai Chichi shouted into her gadget. On the banks of the Skyfall Cascade, Hai Dashao pursed his lips and did not reply. He immediately hung up. What a joke. How could the Sea King's son-in-law be judged based on looks alone? If one had good looks but no strength, they would be no different from an idiot. Even if it was just to show Hai Chichi the way and look pleasing to the eyes, they still needed to have strength. Otherwise, they would just be laughed at. Starsabil was not surprised, and she looked at the group of handsome men beside the Sea King's trident with interest. It had to be said that gathering so many handsome men together was indeed pleasing to the eyes. Countless people on the Sea King's dome were stunned as well. The plot twist had been too drastic and it was a little hard to stomach. Just how much did the Sea King hate handsome men that he had purposely pulled this stunt? However, most people still cheered, especially the men. No one wanted one of the good-looking men to become the Sea King's son-in-law. Was Xiao Bai that amazing? They would rather have one of the 5 powerhouses become the Sea King's son-in-law. Big Pao almost set off firecrackers in celebration. His self-esteem and appearance had been trampled upon at the entrance to the Starfall Sea, and now he was overjoyed to see those handsome men being played for a fool. Michelle and the others were stunned. The Sea King really knew how to have fun. To those handsome guys, the difference in their moods must have been so great that they felt despair. Indeed, Sun Jiong was feeling a little hopeless. The Sun family had placed great importance on this selection, and as long as he could become the Sea King's son-in-law, the Sun family would be able to break free from the Day-Night clan's restrictions. However, that hope was gone. A figure slowly walked over. It was Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled when he saw Sun Jiong. It seemed that they were destined to meet again. With a whoosh, a handsome man suddenly charged towards the Sea King's trident with a resolute gaze. He was one of the few explorers among the many handsome men, and as long as he pulled out the Sea King's trident, he would still be the Sea King's son-in-law. There was no need for him to compete with these freaks. Quite a few people also reacted and hurriedly rushed over. However, just as these people were 10 meters away from the Sea King's trident, the air suddenly became incomparably heavy, and the void could be seen distorting. These people were sent flying by an invisible attack and countless wounds appeared on their bodies. The crowd trembled as the Sea King's trident was not that easy to pull out. A few hundred meters away from the Sea King's trident, faceless Che Han, Mu Rong, Qing Wu, and Lu Yin stood in 5 different directions, one on each side facing the Sea King's trident and the other handsome men. The other handsome men were like a flock of sheep surrounded by tigers, and they looked rather helpless. To be honest, there were powerhouses who were both handsome and powerful. Ling Ke was one of them and so was Mu Rong. However, it was a pity that anyone with enough strength would not be qualified based on their looks. They had already made it to the Skyfall Cascade, and the remaining people were far inferior to these 5. With the Sea King's trident on their backs and 5 freaks in front of them, this was an unsolvable situation. Lu Yin's respect for the Sea King increased, and he really wanted to take a look at the Sea King. He was curious as to how bad the Sea King's looks were, and why he had come up with such a method to mess with these handsome men. 7th bro, go ahead. Hee, bullying these weak lambs gives me a sense of accomplishment, the ghost monkey cackled. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he stared at Sun Jiong. He suddenly charged forward, and his actions were like a signal for the other 4 to act as well. At that moment, a scene that no one could bear to watch unfolded. It was like an adult beating up a child. Aside from a limited number of people who could barely withstand a few blows, most of the others were sent flying. Lu Yin grabbed at Sun Jiong and Sun Jiong's pupils shrank. He had not brought any metal that could be created using the mechanism technique, so he could not even tangle with Lu Yin. Brother Lu, this was all Sun Tao's own decision and it has nothing to do with me. Please show some mercy for the sake of the Sun family. Although the Sea King's son-in-law selection had not been broadcasted to the entire universe, once this embarrassing scene was recorded, it would be a stain on his reputation. Sun Jiong believed that he had great ambitions, and he was not willing to bear such a stain on his reputation. Unfortunately, Lu Yin ignored him and grabbed Sun Jiong's shoulder. Sun Jiong's shoulder cracked as he exerted some force. Sun Jiong's eyes turned vicious as he viciously swatted at Lu Yin with both palms. The star energy in his palms changed strangely, forming a strange circle that then exploded. This was the mechanism technique which allowed one to use a small amount to gain a large amount of power. Sun Jiong's strength was quite good among limiters, or else he would not have been qualified to participate in the Outerverse trials. However, he was far from being able to compare to Lu Yin, and his attacks could not harm Lu Yin at all as they were directly neutralized by Lu Yin's battle force. Lu Yin's hand was still holding onto Sun Jiong's shoulder, and he exerted some force. Sun Jiong howled in pain as his shoulder shattered. Lu Yin casually swatted Sun Jiong away and sent him crashing towards the Sea King's trident. Lu Yin had thought things through very clearly. If he killed Sun Jiong in public, he would provoke the Sun family. The Sun family was very powerful, and Lu Yin did not want to form an irreconcilable grudge with them. Furthermore, his grudge with Sun Jiong had not reached the point where he had to kill him. However, if Sun Jiong died under the Sea King's trident, then it would have nothing to do with Lu Yin. Although the Sun family would still blame it on Lu Yin would still have his reasons. Half of Sun Jiong's body was numb and he could not escape. He could only watch helplessly as he crashed into the Sea King's trident and was sent flying 10 meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into a canal in the distance. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive, but he simply followed the current and fell into the Skyfall Cascade. If Lu Yin wanted to find Sun Jiong, he would have to go downstream. In the Sea King's dome, Sun Tao and the rest glared at Lu Yin as they hurriedly headed downstream to search for Sun Jiong. Lu Yin, it's been a while. Heart Phoenix had just sent Sun Jiong flying when the golden undying bird soared behind him. Heart Phoenix had never given up on challenging Lu Yin, and even under such circumstances he still wanted to show off his might. Firstly, he had a desire to fight Lu Yin, and secondly, perhaps the Sea King's daughter would like someone who was unyielding. Thank you. You're awesome. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you, brothers, for your constant support. Add one more chapter. Thank you. Chapter 452. Lu Yin turned around and faced Heart. You're getting cocky. You want to challenge me before you even become a Limiter? Heart retorted, that's what makes it challenging. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he only replied, you're asking for a beating. He then reached out to grab the golden undying bird. Heart Phoenix had not expected Lu Yin to use his physical body to resist the golden undying bird's flames. This was an act of suicide. This was a golden undying bird, the top innate gift of the undying bird family. Its high temperature could incinerate anything, so how could Lu Yin use his physical body to resist it? During the astral combat tournament, Xia had relied on a combination of his domain and innate gift to freeze the golden undying bird. At the time, Heart had not understood his own strength enough, or else he would not have lost to Xia. As for physical resistance, what a joke. If the golden undying bird was so easily overlooked, then the undying bird family would not have existed. Today, however, Heart was destined to experience a roller coaster ride. First, he had been played by the Sea King, and then his entire outlook on life had been overturned by Lu Yin. Lu Yin had grabbed the golden undying bird like a chick and ruthlessly tossed it aside. Go play somewhere else. Heart's mouth fell open. How could this be? Was this person's physical body that powerful? He was unwilling to accept that Lu Yin had been able to resist the golden undying bird's flames. He wanted to retaliate, but the next moment, a cold wind reached his body and froze the golden undying bird. It crashed to the ground with a thump. Heart was stunned. He had been frozen again, this time by Che Han. He had been frozen to the point of doubting his own life. How could the golden undying bird be frozen so easily? The frozen golden undying bird was like a perfect piece of art. It fell into the skyfall cascade along with Heart and was washed away just like Sun Jiong. Everyone was speechless as they watched the handsome men being washed away one by one. It was a very ironic scene. Lu Yin and the others had been waiting at the base of the Sea King's dome from the very beginning. If they wanted to go up, they would have to compete and ascend the Skyfall Cascade by themselves. On the other hand, these people had been treated with high standards and taken to the upper levels of the Sea King's dome, but now they were being washed away by the Skyfall Cascade. It was the complete opposite. It was based on strength. Many people were confused. Did the Sea King value looks or not? Or did he hate those with good looks? It was very strange, but one thing was certain. Strength was the foundation of everything. On the southwest bank of the Skyfall Cascade, Zhang Dingtian held a broken blade in his hand as he watched the person in front of him float downstream. He looked up at the screen. Lu Yin, can you defeat Mu Rong? He was very curious. Xiao Luo is in trouble. He ran into Mu Rong. Little Pao exclaimed. Michelle and the others looked over at the same time. Sure enough, Xiao Luo and Mu Rong were getting closer and closer. They were less than 3 meters apart. Mu Rong did not deliberately attack Sun Jiong and the others, but he would attack anyone who blocked his path. Coincidentally, Xiao Luo was in front of him and his back was facing Mu Rong. He was looking at the faceless man, his eyes deep in thought. Mu Rong raised his wooden flute and casually struck it. Everyone had seen the power of his wooden flute. Even if it was just a casual strike, it would still cause people to be alarmed. Xiao Luo's gaze changed as he sensed something and dodged to the side. Before his eyes, the wooden flute appeared again and whipped towards his arm. Mu Rong's attack was not heavy and was rather casual. As for Xiao Luo, he dodged very casually as well. He brushed past the wooden flute and took a step back. Other than his clothes fluttering slightly, he was not injured at all. Mu Rong was astonished and turned to look at Xiao Luo seriously. His attack was not only reflected on the wooden flute, but also the surrounding space. That was the power of his domain, yet this person had actually avoided it with ease. Mu Rong sized up Xiao Luo seriously. Xiao Luo smiled. Sorry, I'm in your way. Mu Rong's eyes darted around as he carefully observed Xiao Luo. His gaze grew more and more surprised. I misjudged you. You're not bad. Xiao Luo shrugged. I can't compare to you. Goodbye. He then turned to leave. Mu Rong did not stop him and he looked at Xiao Luo's back with a pensive expression. Had he been mistaken? His star energy had just been dissolved. This was not an ordinary lock-breaking technique. Xiao Luo and Mu Rong's brief exchange attracted the attention of many, including Lu Yin. Xiao Luo was indeed strong, and even Mu Rong had taken him seriously. This expression had only appeared on Zhang Dingtian's face before, and even Lan Yu was not worthy of it. Little Pao and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xiao Luo had not been sent flying. They all had a good impression of Xiao Luo as he was a gentle person. Although they did not know what he was thinking all day, he did not give off a sense of danger and was a suitable teammate. Xiao Luo distanced himself from Mu Rong, but he did not leave. Instead he walked towards Faceless, the coldness in his eyes growing stronger. His back was facing Lu Yin and the others, so only Faceless could see it. Faceless cut down a handsome explorer with a single slash, and his feet stepped on the blood as he watched Xiao Luo walk towards him. Faceless raised his ugly face, but his eyes were calm. Xiao Luo stared at him with a frown. Lu Yin could not see it, but Michelle and the others could see it through their screens. They had never seen such an expression on Xiao Luo's face before. Hey. Xiao Luo can't be thinking of fighting him one-on-one, right? That guy might be ugly, but he's ranked 72nd on the top 100 rankings. He's even stronger than Qin Chen. Big Pao shouted exaggeratedly. Lulu clenched her fists. Xiao Luo, you can do it. Don't be a coward. Coco was worried and she had taken out a giant syringe at some point. It looked like she was planning on using it to treat Lu Yin, but unfortunately she could not even reach the mountainside, let alone the top. At this moment, aside from Xiao Luo, all of the other handsome men had been eliminated. There were only 6 people left around the Sea King's trident, and Xiao Luo was the odd one out. Of the 6, Che Han was the closest to the Sea King's trident, only 13 meters away. Qing Wu was the closest to Che Han, while Lu Yin was more than 100 meters away from Qing Wu and Che Han. However, he was less than 20 meters away from Mu Rong. Mu Rong turned to look at Lu Yin and then back at the Sea King's trident. He still did not take Lu Yin seriously. In his eyes, this person was different from Zhang Dingtian. The moment Zhang Dingtian had held his blade, Mu Rong had sensed his spirit and determination, but this person did not have that kind of determination. Even though they were both equally famous, Mu Rong had never placed too much importance on reputation. There were too many people who fished for it. Of course, he did not underestimate Lu Yin. He admitted that this person was qualified to fight him, and his strength might not be any weaker than Zhang Dingtian's. However, there was not much point in fighting such a person and he would definitely win. Of all of them, only Yi Xingchen interested Mu Rong. A Lemaitre who had dared to roam the cosmic sea must have an extraordinary determination and spirit. 7th bro, why do I feel like that guy is looking down on you? The monkey was annoyed. Lu Yin could sense it as well, but he did not care too much about it. Instead, he stared at the Sea King's trident and slowly approached it. There was a whoosh as the blade flashed past Lu Yin and slashed towards the ground. In the distance, Faceless and Xiao Luo had begun their battle. Lu Yin found it strange that Xiao Luo had not retreated and was actually fighting with Faceless. Although Faceless was strong, he should not have reached the level where he could compete with someone in the top 80 of the top 100 rankings. Why was he attacking? On the other side, Che Han was within 10 meters of the Sea King's trident. He immediately felt the sharp spear intent repel everything. The Sea King's trident was clearly stabbed into the ground, but it still emitted an attack that even Che Han was wary of. In the void, sharp attacks shot out and even his clothes were torn apart. This was the innate attack power of the Sea King's trident. The closer one got to it, the more powerful the attacks would be. Fortunately, the attacks were still within Che Han's tolerance range. Since the Sea King's son-in-law selection was about pulling out the Sea King's trident, the attacks would not be too terrifying. Che Han's fireglass frost froze the air in front of him as he slowly approached the Sea King's trident. White scars occasionally appeared on the ice, and the closer he got to the trident, the deeper the scars became. Everyone watched on nervously as the winner of the Sea King's son-in-law selection would be decided among these 6. Suddenly, Qing Wu entered within 10 meters of the Sea King's trident, and without any warning he punched at Che Han. Che Han had been on guard against Qing Wu the entire time. The moment the bell enveloped him, he quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding being enveloped by the bell and ending up like Ling Quebec. He turned around and blocked with his spear, but Qing Wu's fist landed on the spear's body. Sonic Thunder Fist. There was a loud explosion, and the sound waves tore through the air and distorted the void, transforming into visible lightning that swept out in all directions. Che Han's spear was bent and he retreated more than 10 steps. He had a pained expression as blood flowed from his ears. Unsurprisingly, Qing Wu was the strongest person present, ranked 69th on the top 100 rankings. He did not hold back at all and was even an expert in sneak attacks. Chehan's mind swayed as the bell enveloped him once more. If he was enveloped by it and received another sonic thunder fist, his fate would not be any better than Ling Kei's. Chehan hurriedly retreated 10 meters away from the Sea King's trident. Qing Wu stood alone in front of the Sea King's trident as he glanced at Chehan, Mu Rong and Lu Yin. Finally he looked at Faceless, who was fighting with Xiao Luo in the distance. Qing Wu retracted his gaze and approached the Sea King's trident step by step, the bell enveloping him within. Chehan's gaze was cold as he thrust his spear at Qing Wu. The five-ringed ice plum blossom flickered as it froze the void, and the fireglass frost covered the sky as it swept out. This attack was enough to force Qianxia to retreat, but it was useless against Qing Wu. Chehan's attack could not even break through the bell. Qing Wu approached the Sea King's trident step by step until he was less than 3 meters away. A giant blade slashed down from the sky and collided with the bell with a loud bang. Qing Wu paused and looked up. Faceless had appeared and Xiao Luo had withdrawn from the battle and left. Qing Wu's eyes narrowed as he dashed past the bell and punched at Chehan, who was the closest to him. At the same time the bell rose into the sky and stood between Qing Wu and Faceless. Qing Wu wanted to fight both of them alone. Qing Wu's goal was to become the Sea King's son-in-law. He had been born into a lowly background, and if not for his innate gift and destiny, he would not have been able to reach his current level. He had no background and he deeply understood the pain of such a situation. He needed a powerful background to support him, and the Sea King was undoubtedly the strongest. For this reason he had not hesitated to hide his identity and enter the Sea King's dome. He had not hesitated to ambush Ling Kei just so that he would not be injured. Now that he was only a step away from the Sea King's trident, he wanted to go all out and show the entire Sea King's dome his worth. The most threatening people were Faceless and Chehan. No matter how strong the other two were, they were still only limiters and could not even break through the defenses of his bell. They were not a threat at all, and the Sea King's trident was his. The three explorers fought intensely within 10 meters of the Sea King's trident. Across from them Lu Yin and Mu Rong simply watched. They did not participate in the battle, but neither did they withdraw. Mu Rong was not very enthusiastic about becoming the Sea King's son-in-law, but Lu Yin hoped that someone else would be the first to pull out the Sea King's trident. Chapter 453. Lu Yin was certain that the Sea King's trident would not be pulled out so easily, and there might even be an accident. Ever since he had been swallowed up by the storm, his cautious nature had returned. He allowed the others to try while he retreated. If there was no danger, then he could give it a try. However, he had no interest in pulling out the Sea King's trident. He was just curious. He also didn't want to become the Sea King's son-in-law. Ming Yan was still waiting for him. Thus, under the gazes of countless people from the Sea King's dome, a strange scene appeared around the Sea King's trident. 3 people were fighting while 2 people were watching. What's going on? Mu Rong, go. Defeat that Lu Yin and become an unequaled limiter. Go. Go. Don't be a coward. I have a bad temper. Brat, who are you calling a coward? Big Pao rolled up his sleeves and glared at the man beside him. The man rolled his eyes. Of course it's Lu Yin. Even he doesn't dare to take action. He's not even as good as Ling Quebec behind them. Ling Kei overheard the conversation. He just so happened to be passing by, so it had nothing to do with him. However, this Lu Yin was too much of a coward. Which eye of yours saw that Lu Yin didn't dare to make a move? He's thinking of a countermeasure. If he were like you, he'd have died countless times already. Big Pao retorted. The man was speechless. What bull? That's enough. Don't worry about the details. Someone tried to dissuade him. It was Lulu. The man was stunned. You two are together, right? Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the best. Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the best. The girls' support group erupted with a powerful force, suppressing the clamor. Many people were stunned. Why were they shouting again? He was so dedicated. It seems like Lu Yin is very wary of Mu Rong, Little Pao said solemnly. Michelle had a complicated look in her eyes. Mu Rong is really strong. Back then Sis had just graduated from the Astral Combat Academy and became an explorer, while Mu Rong was still a melder. The two of them fought, and although they were stopped midway, Sis said that defeating Mu Rong wouldn't be easy. Zor was shocked. Are you saying that Mu Rong can fight against an explorer as a melder? Michelle nodded. Everyone was speechless. Hold on, a battle between melders and explorers? Why haven't I heard of that before? Little Pao muttered to himself. Border battlefield, Lu Yin, Meng Yu said. Michelle was stunned and she looked at Lu Yin. She had forgotten that this person had once fought against an explorer at the border warfront as a melder. He had even repelled an astral beast with an extremely strong defense like the magnet. Sister Mira had mentioned this to her before. The others also recalled that Lu Yin had done it before. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. They had all forgotten that they had been intimidated by Mu Rong's reputation, but they had forgotten about Lu Yin's glory. His battle record was not one bit inferior to Mu Rong's. When it came to geniuses, Lu Yin had only been cultivating for a few years while Mu Rong had been cultivating for a few years. Both of them were true geniuses. The battle between Qing Wu, Che Han and Faceless was becoming more and more intense, and they were already 10 meters away from the Sea King's trident. The area covered by Che Han's fireglass ice was growing larger and larger, and it had already extended to Mu Rong's feet. He had done this on purpose as he wanted to drag both Mu Rong and Lu Yin into the battle. Qing Wu did not care about the two of them, but he did, especially Mu Rong. This person made him feel uneasy. Feeling the cold air beneath his feet, Mu Rong raised his foot and stepped within 10 meters of the Sea King's trident. Everyone's attention was drawn to him, and they watched as he approached the Sea King's trident. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had no intention of stopping him. Countless people from the Sea King's dome were already cursing Lu Yin, as they all believed that Lu Yin was a coward and did not dare to fight against Mu Rong. Zhang Dingtian looked at the screen. He understood Lu Yin and he knew that Lu Yin definitely had his reasons for not attacking. Seventh bro, this brat is about to touch the Sea King's trident, the monkey said. Lu Yin still did not move as Qing Wu's bell had appeared and was smashing towards Mu Rong. Mu Rong was only a meter away from the Sea King's trident when the bell smashed down on his head. There was a loud bang and Mu Rong retreated before turning to look at Qing Wu. Qing Wu's gaze was gloomy. Brat, you have to be open and above board. Only by defeating us will you have the right to touch the Sea King's trident. This sentence almost angered Ling Ke to death. Shameless. Mu Rong's eyes flashed and he casually waved the wooden flute in his hand. The cold air in front of him was torn apart and he said, all right. His fighting spirit had been aroused. If he defeated any of the three people in front of him, he would be able to enter the top 100 rankings. Although he did not care about his reputation, he still needed to do something for that person. That person had been protecting him since he was young. Among the 10 arbiters, that person was too low-key and he did not have any useful talents under him. This was the reason why Mu Rong had participated in the Sea King's son-in-law selection. He wanted to fight for that person's reputation. Mu Rong joined the battle, and even though he was facing 3 explorers on the top 100 rankings, he was not at a disadvantage at all. This was especially so when he tapped his wooden flute against the bell and forced Qing Wu to take a step back. Qing Wu's opinion of Mu Rong had completely changed. This person had the ability to break through his defenses. Since this person had such strength, then what about the other person? Qing Wu glanced at Lu Yin as he felt that this person was an unstable factor. Lu Yin's eyes were wide open as he watched the group battle in the distance. He had no intention of interfering, but when Qing Wu's gaze swept over him, he knew that something was wrong. Sure enough, the next moment the bell smashed towards him. Either you join the fight or get lost. Qing Wu's voice resounded throughout the Sea King's dome. The monkey's voice rang out beside Lu Yin's ear. Who are you talking to? 7th bro, go. Beat him up. Lu Yin sighed. He had not been able to escape in the end. His life was bitter. There was a loud boom as the bell smashed into the ground, causing the earth to crack and the canals to shatter. Lu Yin turned around and kicked out, sending the bell flying back. The next moment, a blade of light slashed out. Faceless had made a move against Lu Yin, and he had even left the group battle to attack Lu Yin alone. Lu Yin felt that this was strange, but he did not have the time to think about it. The Sea King's dome was in an uproar as this was the main event. Michelle and the others had not expected that Lu Yin would not be facing Mu Rong but Faceless. Of the five, Faceless was second only to Qing Wu, and his strength was absolutely terrifying. Would Lu Yin be able to block him? Lu Yin himself was not confident, but he had the fates and so he was confident that he would not be defeated so easily. When he saw Faceless blade coming at him, he did not dare to be careless. The fates and in his heart left his body, but it did not appear in front of everyone. Instead it was hidden within his clothes. It was not yet time to use the fates and without the suppression of the fates and in his heart, Lu Yin's strength had increased to the point where he could break apart the Sun family's mechanism technique. He dodged to the side to avoid the blade, and his space render palm struck the void towards Faceless. Faceless blocked the attack with his blade, but there was a thump as the enormous force forced Faceless to take a step back. He looked at Lu Yin in shock, clearly shocked by Lu Yin's strength. The Mavis family's strength was renowned throughout the universe. Even before Lu Yin had met Mr. Mu, his strength had already far surpassed Lulu's. Now that he had unsealed the fates and in his heart, even Lu Yin himself did not know how strong he had become. For a person to be unable to control their strength to the point where they could harm themselves showed just how exaggerated their strength was. Faceless slashed out with his blade, and the void distorted as if it was about to be torn apart. An enormous blade of light swept past Lu Yin's head and into the sky, splitting the clouds in two. Lu Yin did not dare to be struck by such a blade of light, as the areas that his fates and could not protect would likely be cut off. After all, this person was ranked 72nd on the top 100 rankings, which was higher than Northgate Lai and Qin Chen. Lu Yin did not want to be crippled, so he rushed forward and pressed down with a 30 stacks 40-fold shockwave palm. Faceless blades spun and slashed out from below. There was no blade of light, but all of the power contained within was concentrated on the blade. This attack was even more ferocious than the previous one, and Lu Yin used his physical strength to forcefully avoid it. He was using pure strength to drag his body, and although it seemed like he had only moved a small distance, it was so difficult that even Mu Rong might not have been able to accomplish it. Faceless blade was avoided and Lu Yin's palm struck Faceless abdomen. His palm force exploded and just as Faceless was about to move, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. He paused for a moment before his body was sent flying towards the Sea King's trident. Countless people from the Sea King's dome were stunned, as Lu Yin had actually repelled Faceless. Qing Wu had not expected Lu Yin to be able to do this either, as this person's strength had exceeded his expectations. Mu Rong was even more shocked as this person's physical body was very strong. Lu Yin stood in place with a bewildered expression. With Faceless strength, Lu Yin should not have been able to repel him so easily with a single palm strike, and he should not have been able to injure Faceless too heavily. However, Lu Yin was now thinking about what he had just felt. A familiar power had surged out from Faceless' body, and although it had only lasted for an instant, Lu Yin was sure that he had felt it before. What kind of power was this? It felt both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. He had experienced it before but he could not recall it. Ever since he had obtained the Formcast model on Earth, he had been cultivating for almost 4 years. This period of time could not be considered long, but Lu Yin felt that he should be able to remember who he had fought and what kind of power he had experienced. Since this power felt so familiar to him, then he must have felt it before. So where had he felt it? In the distance, Faceless smacked the Sea King's trident and flipped around in midair. The excess force from his attack slammed into the ground and he stabbed his blade into the ground. Faceless took advantage of the momentum to retreat more than 10 meters before coming to a stop. He looked up with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and he stared at Lu Yin in astonishment. This was not because of Lu Yin's strength, but rather because he had seen something unexpected. Without stopping, Faceless rushed towards Lu Yin and slashed out with his blade. He was full of vigor, but Lu Yin could feel that this attack was not even a third as powerful as the previous one. He did not dodge and his 5-lined battle force erupted as he grabbed the back of the blade with one hand and pressed his other hand against Faceless' abdomen. Just as he was about to attack, Faceless asked, "Why have you appeared here? Is there a new mission?" That one sentence caused Lu Yin to stop the 30 stacks that was about to erupt, and he instead used his normal strength to push Faceless away. He then kicked out, sending Faceless flying into the distance once more. Countless people were shocked, as an expert ranked 72nd on the top 100 rankings had actually been suppressed. Haida Xiao frowned as this was strange. Based on the strength that Lu Yin had displayed, he should not have been able to do this. Starsibel's eyes flickered with a trace of confusion. Northgate Lai's eyes went wide and he could not believe that Lu Yin could actually fight against Faceless. Even with Northgate Taisui's guidance, Northgate Lai could only match up to an expert ranked 80th on the top 100 rankings. Faceless definitely surpassed him. Was Lu Yin really that strong? Ling Ke could not believe it, but the truth was right in front of his eyes. He had been defeated by Qing Wu, and once Lu Yin defeated Faceless, Ling Ke's reputation would surpass Qing Wu's. Furthermore, Ling Ke would enter the top 100 rankings one step behind Lu Yin. This was unacceptable. Faceless, you can do it. At this point, Lu Yin finally remembered what that power was. Death energy. He had rolled his die for 6 pips and fused with a Spectre clan member's body. He had experienced death energy before, but it was no wonder that he had not been able to recall it. This power was not his own. Since it was death energy, then Faceless' identity was obvious. He was a Spectre clan member. Chapter 454. The Spectre clan was a branch of the Neo-Human Alliance and was very mysterious. But why was Faceless being so polite to Lu Yin and even using honorifics? Lu Yin did not understand, and when he saw Faceless attacking again, he leapt forward and wrapped his body in battle force. He collided with the blade, causing a huge shockwave to sweep out in all directions. It seemed intense, but it was not a very powerful attack. Faceless had not used much strength to push the blade away. Lu Yin's right palm struck Faceless' abdomen for the 3rd time, and overlaying stacks surged out of his body. Lu Yin's expression changed as he could feel the power of the death aura again. Bang! Faceless was sent flying into the canal, causing an uproar once again. Even Che Han, Qing Wu and Mu Rong slowed down their attacks and looked over. Lu Yin's performance was truly inconceivable, as he was actually suppressing Faceless. Lu Yin leapt into the canal and avoided everyone's gazes. He grabbed Faceless' blade with one hand and stared at him. Kill Feng Mo and the Bo duo as soon as possible. Since Faceless was being so respectful to him, Lu Yin decided to test the waters and see if Faceless would listen to him. It would be great if he did, but it did not matter if he did not. At worst, he would just make a mistake. Faceless' voice was low and weak. We don't have enough manpower for this mission. Give up on your mission, Lu Yin barked, his tone implacable. Faceless immediately answered, yes. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. That was it. That was too straightforward. Why was this guy so respectful to him? When Lu Yin had merged with the Spectre clan member's body, he had not obtained many memories as he had been distracted by the events in outer space. In the end, he had died at the hands of a fiend clan elder with a power level in the hundreds of thousands. When he recalled his battle with Faceless, there was only one possibility. He had suppressed his death aura. Death aura was a unique characteristic of the Spectre clan, and no one else possessed it. Lu Yin was very clear on this point. Could death aura also be a standard to distinguish the Spectre clan members? Since Lu Yin had suppressed Faceless, that meant that his status was higher than Faceless, which was why Faceless had obeyed him. But the problem was, how had Lu Yin suppressed his death aura? He did not even understand the principles behind death aura, and he had not even used any battle techniques. How had he suppressed it? Death aura, death. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind. Arcane art of life and death? The arcane art of life and death had the ability to suppress a person's regenerative abilities, which was why it was able to counter Zhanlong Day-Night's day-night restoration technique. Could it be that it was effective against death energy as well? Without much time to think, the two rushed out of the canal, collided with each other and retreated at the same time. Seemed like it was a draw. This scene caused Qing Wu's eyebrows to jump. Mu Rong and Lu Yin's strength had exceeded his expectations, and this was not something that he wanted to see. He immediately barked at Che Han and Mu Rong, deal with those two first. Che Han and Mu Rong ignored him, but Lu Yin heard him. He turned around and glared at Qing Wu before looking at Faceless. Zhong Nan is the strongest. Let's deal with him first. He then attacked Qing Wu. Qing Wu raised his eyebrows. Zhong Nan? Talking about him? The faceless man did not hesitate and raised his saber to slash at Qing Wu. Not only them, Mu Rong and Che Han also attacked Qing Wu at the same time. Qing Wu felt as if he had just eaten a dead fly. Stop. However, his words were drowned out by 4 powerful attacks. Che Han's Fireglass Frost, Mu Rong's Wooden Flute, Lu Yin's Sky Beast Claw and Faceless Saber. Qing Wu was very strong and he surpassed everyone present. That bell's defense was especially invincible, but even the strongest defense was useless against 4 powerful attacks. Even with the bell, Qing Wu was still struck in the chest by Faceless Saber, and a huge wound appeared glaring under the sunlight. Qing Wu's gaze turned fierce and he growled, "Sonic Thunder Fist." He punched his own bell. There was a loud bang and the sound waves turned into thunder that swept out in all directions. White shock waves that could be seen with the naked eye swept through the air, overturning the water in the canal and causing the ground around them to crack. This was Qing Wu's strongest attack, and it caused the 4's heads to explode, giving them headaches. Qing Wu hated Lu Yin the most at this moment, as this person was the reason why the 4 of them had joined forces. He knew that he would definitely lose, but before that he had to kill this person. With that thought in mind, he punched out again, this time directly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not move, and Faceless slashed out with his saber, cutting through the powerful sound waves and sending a huge saber beam towards Qing Wu. Qing Wu's pupils shrank as the bell enveloped his body, and there was another loud bang. Lu Yin was astonished, as Qing Wu was indeed worthy of being ranked 69th on the top 100 rankings. That bell's defense was simply astonishing, and it was probably almost on par with Lu Yin's fates, but it still hadn't cracked. The bell did not crack, but Qing Wu, who was protected by it, was not safe. Fireglass Frost spread out from beneath his feet, freezing his legs. Qing Wu's face went pale and his star energy surged, shattering the layer of ice. However, the moment the ice shattered, green grass spread out from the ground. This scene was not unfamiliar to anyone, as it was Mu Rong's force field, the image of a shepherd boy herding cows. Qing Wu had experienced the strength of a force field before. If he had been at his peak, he would not have been afraid, but now that he was heavily injured, the force field felt like he had sunk into a swamp, and his entire body was being suppressed. The shepherd boy herding cows transformed into an ordinary wooden flute and tapped Qing Wu's chest. There was a thump and Qing Wu was sent crashing into his own bell. The bell slowly dissipated as Qing Wu could not hold on any longer. Qing Wu spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked up and gritted his teeth as he swept his gaze over the other 4. He knew that he had lost the upper hand, so he did not linger. He immediately charged into the canal and left with the flow of the water. He could be considered to be someone who could accept defeat and would not make any unnecessary struggles. The strongest person in the Sea King's son-in-law selection, Qing Wu, had been defeated and only 4 people remained. Everyone stared at the screen. It would be over soon. Hai Dashao did not feel any pity for Qing Wu's defeat. Even if Qing Wu had been the strongest person in his group, so what? If Hai Dashao had been in Qing Wu's shoes, he would not have performed so conspicuously. It could only be said that Qing Wu had been too arrogant. Starsabil was not surprised by Qing Wu's defeat, and she watched the 4 people on the screen with interest. How would these 4 fight? At this moment, everyone was watching curiously. There were 4 people, and it just so happened that they would fight in pairs to determine the final powerhouse. Logically speaking, it should be Che Han against Mu Rong and Faceless against Lu Yin. After eliminating Mu Rong and Lu Yin, the final victor would be either Che Han or Faceless. However, the previous battle between Faceless and Lu Yin had left the crowd uncertain, and it was hard to say who would emerge victorious. As for Mu Rong's strength, many people realized that he had not revealed much of his strength. From start to finish, he had only used his agility battle technique and his aura. As for his offensive battle techniques and innate gifts, he had not revealed them yet. Mu Rong's strength was unfathomable, and he had hidden it even more deeply than Che Han and Faceless. Michelle and the rest looked at the screen with complicated expressions. They had thought that Lu Yin was just going through the motions, but they had not expected him to reach the final step. At this point, they did not wish for Lu Yin to fail. Becoming the Sea King's son-in-law sounded very exciting. Speaking of which, if Junior becomes the Sea King's son-in-law, will we still need to be afraid of Feng Mo and the Bo duo? Little Pao asked in a rather loud voice, deliberately speaking for Bo Jr. to hear. When Bo Jr. heard this, he felt uneasy and he nervously looked at the screen, hoping that Lu Yin would fail. On the other side, Feng Mo and Bo Sr. were also very nervous. So what if Lu Yin was a hunter? Against the Sea King, it would be the same as Lu Yin's group against them. No, Lu Yin's group could still escape from them, but if they were the ones facing the Sea King, they would not even be able to escape. In the lower reaches of the Skyfall Cascade, a group of losers were rescued, including Sun Jiong. He had been beaten very badly and had lost consciousness. Under Sun Tao and the others' care, he barely managed to open his eyes and stared at the screen with hatred. I, Sun Jiong, swear that I won't be human if I don't take revenge. Sun Tao was helpless and he could only pray that Lu Yin did not become the Sea King's son-in-law. Otherwise, forget about revenge, he would not even have time to curry favor with Lu Yin. Elsewhere, Hai Chichi frantically tried to contact Hai Dushao, but he did not pick up. The Sea King's trident exuded a sharp spear intent, and the four did not immediately attack. Instead, they looked at each other in fear. Faceless suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and then left without looking back. He had given up. Many were stunned. Che Han watched Faceless leave, and his eyes flashed as he cautiously glanced at Lu Yin and Mu Rong. He was also afraid of repeating Ching Wu's mistakes and that Mu Rong would join forces with Lu Yin. However, he was overthinking things. At this point in the battle, Mu Rong did not plan on attacking. He did not want to become the Sea King's son-in-law, and he only wanted to clear that person's name. Mu Rong had defeated Ching Wu with a single blow with his wooden flute and displayed a nearly unparalleled aura, which was enough. Lu Yin did not plan on attacking either, but he was very interested in Mu Rong. He was hesitant about whether or not he should fight Mu Rong and see who was the true unparalleled Lamiter. Seventh bro, it's time for you to show off. Use your fates and to fight Mu Rong. Beat him until he starts doubting himself. The monkey shouted excitedly, feeling as if he was about to become the strongest academy master of the spiritual academy. Lu Yin was also a little tempted, as Mu Rong would definitely not be able to break through his Fate Sen's defenses. At the very least, Lu Yin would not lose. Furthermore, Mu Rong's aura reminded him of the war spirit he had encountered in the storm domain, and he really wanted to spar with that aura expert. However, he could not fight for nothing, so he looked at Che Han. I'll help you stall him. You go get your spear. Che Han was stunned and he stared at Lu Yin in a daze. He had always been cold, but at this moment, there was even a trace of confusion in his indifference. Why? Mu Rong looked up and stared at Lu Yin curiously. Was this person really willing to give up the chance to become the Sea King's son-in-law? Lu Yin looked at Che Han. I want you to owe me a favor. Regardless of whether or not you become the Sea King's son-in-law, you have to remember to repay this favor in the future. Che Han's eyes narrowed. You know where I come from? Lu Yin nodded. Che Han's eyes flickered. All right, I, Che Han, will owe you a favor. He then charged towards the Sea King's trident. Lu Yin looked at Mu Rong as he was already prepared for battle. However, Mu Rong had no intention of attacking, and he simply watched as Che Han charged towards the Sea King's trident. You don't have to keep an eye on me. I don't plan on stopping you. Lu Yin was stunned. You don't want to become the Sea King's son-in-law? Mu Rong's expression was calm, but there was a trace of deep sorrow hidden in the depths of his eyes. Only those from the 10 Arbiters' Council knew that Mu Rong had once been hurt by love, and that pain had caused him to never interact with another woman for the rest of his life. Countless people from the Sea King's dome were at a loss. Ching Wu had been defeated and Faceless had left. The remaining 3 had actually reconciled and had no intention of fighting over the Sea King's trident. This was too strange. Ching Wu and the rest had lost unjustly. Chapter 455. Sun Jiong almost vomited blood when he saw this scene. Since these 2 bastards didn't want to fight, why did they still hit them? Ching Wu walked out of the Heavenspan Cascade, and when he saw this scene he almost died from anger. These 2 bastards didn't even want to fight and had even kicked him out. The angriest of them all was Hai Dushao. The space around his body had become unstable and a crack had spread out. Even though the Skyfall Cascade's space had been suppressed, he was still able to tear it apart. What do these fellows think the Sea King's son-in-law selection is? They're courting death. Che Han was the only one who truly wanted to pull out the Sea King's trident, and he did so. No one tried to stop him, and he easily arrived beside the Sea King's trident. He withstood the fierce spear intent and raised his hand to grab the Sea King's trident. It was warm to the touch and there was a strange gentleness to it. It was as if the weapon in his hand was not a weapon meant for killing. Everyone was looking at him as he was only a step away from becoming the Sea King's son-in-law. Hai Dashao stared at Che Han coldly, but he did not even look at him. Instead he glared at Mu Rong and Lu Yin, as if he did not care whether Che Han could pull out the Sea King's trident or not. Che Han exerted his strength and tried to pull out the Sea King's trident, but it did not budge at all. He was astonished as he looked at the ground. He exerted force with his feet, causing cracks to appear on the ground and craters to appear that spread out in all directions. However, the area where the Sea King's trident had been inserted did not change at all. The ground had withstood Che Han's strength. He knew that the Sea King's trident would not be pulled out so easily. Che Han exerted his strength once more. His physical strength was not weak, or else he would not have used a spear as a weapon. However, even though he had already used all of his strength, the Sea King's trident did not budge at all. Everyone looked at Che Han. This person had defeated Qin Chen, so he was at least 80th on the top 100 rankings. However, he could not pull out a single spear, which meant that there was something strange about the Sea King's trident. Rumor has it that the Sea King's trident is the Sea King's weapon, and it once caused the universe to bleed. Countless people wanted to snatch it away, and the trident itself is a supreme treasure, someone from the waist of the Sea King's mountain commented. I've heard that the experts under the Sea King's command have all tried to pull out this spear, but none of them succeeded, someone else whispered. The bystanders were puzzled. Is there such a thing? If the Sea King wants to use the Sea King's trident as a criterion for selecting a son-in-law, then isn't he just messing with us? Even the experts under the Sea King's command can't pull it out, so how can those youths possibly do it? Who knows? Look at that group of handsome guys. They're covered in dirt, and it's obvious that they've been played by the Sea King. Maybe the Sea King likes to play tricks on people. That shouldn't be the case. I've heard that the Sea King is in seclusion all year round. He doesn't have the time for that. It's because I'm always in seclusion that I'm bored. It can't be that boring, right? Hearing the discussions around him, Big Pow was left speechless. I didn't expect the Sea King to be such a person. Lulu, the seniors of your Mavis family have been in seclusion for too long. Are they bored to the point of fooling people? Lulu rolled her eyes. Of course not. Our clan's seniors are very strict. Big Pow nodded. At most, we'll raise the price of goods and let everyone feel how difficult it is to make money, Lulu continued. Big Pow was speechless. Lulu, your words are so infuriating. Coco's eyes widened as she stared at Lulu. So the reason our Windrift Hall's medical fees are increasing is because of your Mavis family. Lulu blinked. Little girl, what does your price increase have to do with us? Don't blame everything on the rich. Coco pursed her lips and looked at the screen worriedly. Will Brother Lu fight Mu Rong? Lulu grew excited at the mention of this. It'll be best if they fight. Let's see who's the unrivaled Lamiter in the universe. Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the best. Mu Rong, I love you. Mu Rong, you're the best. In the distance, the cheerleaders were still guarding their posts and excitedly watching Mu Rong on the screen. Che Han had completely exploded, and his fireglass frost distorted the void as he gripped the Sea King's trident with both hands. With a low growl, he forcefully pulled it out. Lu Yin and Mu Rong exchanged glances when they saw this scene. They both had a bad feeling. If Che Han failed, the two of them would have to fight. If they were unlucky and managed to pull out the trident, they would become the Sea King's son-in-law. Lu Yin didn't hesitate to fight Mu Rong and instead decided to retreat first. Mu Rong reacted even faster than Lu Yin, and he took the lead to rush into the distance, intending to withdraw from the competition. Lu Yin cursed under his breath and rushed in another direction. He had to leave before Che Han was completely defeated. However, while his thoughts were good, he couldn't do it in the end. Two loud sounds rang out and both Lu Yin and Mu Rong were sent flying back by an attack. Lu Yin retreated 100 meters and his arms were in intense pain. Just as he was about to leave, A shadow flashed in front of him, followed by a ferocious attack. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly and used battle force to block the attack with his arms. Otherwise, that attack would have landed on his face. However, even with battle force, his body had nearly been torn apart. What a powerful attack! He looked up and saw a youth with an angry expression on his face. To the side, Mu Rong had suffered the same fate as Lu Yin. He had also been sent flying by an attack from the same youth. Two unrivaled limiters of the younger generation had been sent flying by the same youth, which shocked both of them. This person was terrifyingly strong. At the waist of the Sea King's peak, someone exclaimed, "It's Hai Dashao. Hai Dashao has made his move." No one had expected Hai Dashao to appear at the last moment. Michelle and the others were astonished as that person was Hai Dashao. They had long since heard of his name and he was ranked 7th on the top 100 rankings. He was one of the people closest to the 10 arbiters, and it was no wonder why he had been able to send Mu Rong and Lu Yin flying. With his strength he could easily crush the two of them. "Who are you?" Lu Yin stared at the youth in front of him. The youth clasped his hands behind his back, and his gaze swept past Lu Yin and Mu Rong before landing on Che Han. Che Han held his breath, but he still couldn't pull out the Sea King's trident. He helplessly let go with a dejected expression on his face. "Give up. If you can't pull it out, then you can't. You can leave now," the youth said arrogantly. Che Han frowned and looked at the youth. "Why?" The youth was cold and arrogant. "This opportunity is destined by the heavens. This opportunity does not belong to you." Che Han was unwilling to give up and he looked at the Sea King's trident. However, he still gave up in the end. He had tried his best, but just as the youth had said, if he couldn't pull it out, then he couldn't. There was no point in forcing it. After Che Han retreated, the youth's gaze landed on Lu Yin and Mu Rong, and his gaze gradually turned cold. "What do you two think the Sea King's son-in-law selection is? A game? If you want to leave, then leave." Mu Rong asked, "You're Hai Dashao?" Lu Yin was stunned. "Hai Dao. 7th on the top 100 rankings?" Hai Dashao raised his head. "Since you know that it's me, then obediently go back and pull out the trident. Otherwise, there's no need for you to leave the Sea King's dome. No one can save you." "Why can Faceless withdraw? Why can't we?" Lu Yin couldn't help but ask. Hai Dashao's lips curled up. "If I say that someone can't do it, then that person can't. If you're not convinced, then you can challenge me." "7th bro, this guy is too arrogant, but you should just admit defeat." "7th bro, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but don't even think about fighting this guy before you become an explorer," the monkey said. Lu Yin was helpless. 7th on the top 100 rankings was someone that even his fates and could not withstand. Hai Dashao's strength was enough to challenge and even defeat a hunter. Facing him would not be much different from facing Feng Mo. Mu Rong did not hesitate and turned to walk towards the Sea King's trident. He understood Hai Dashao better than Lu Yin, and there was no need to waste words with this person. All he had to do was follow his orders. Otherwise, even if that person came, he would not be able to take Mu Rong away. Che Han had not been able to pull out the Sea King's trident, and Hai Dashao should not be able to do so either. Lu Yin did not say anything else and simply walked towards the Sea King's trident. Hai Dashao's eyes narrowed as he did not expect these two to be able to pull it out. However, the Sea King had the Sea King's prestige, and it would be child's play for him to leave the Sea King's son-in-law selection. Even if he was just putting on an act, he had to make sure that it was done properly. Mu Rong grabbed the Sea King's trident with both hands, and his eyes went wide as he pulled with all his might. With Hai Dashao beside him, he could not act too fake. Everyone watched nervously. Mu Rong quickly released his grip. "I can't pull it out." Hai Dashao snorted and looked at Lu Yin. He slowly walked over to the Sea King's trident and grabbed it with his right hand. The moment he touched it, he did not notice that the awakened fates and hidden within his clothes trembled. He looked at the Sea King's trident and felt that even if he could not pull it out, it would still be good to feel the Sea King's weapon up close. Just as he was about to place his left hand on it, there was a tearing sound as the Sea King's trident left the ground. At this moment, the Sea King's dome was silent. It had never been so quiet before. At this moment, within the Sea King's dome, a pair of eyes opened with deep shock. At this moment, Hai Dashao was in a mess. At this moment, Hai Chichi despaired. At this moment, Lu Yin was stunned. What was going on? What had happened? Had the Sea King's trident been pulled out? He stared at the ground in a daze. He had not used any strength. He must have pulled it out in the wrong way. He thought about it and then looked at Hai Dashao. Can you put it back in? I'll pull it out again. The Sea King's dome erupted in an instant and everyone's clamor filled the skies. Feng Mo, the Bo duo, Sun Jiong, Northgate Lai, and the rest were all stunned. Michelle, Big Pao, Little Pao, Lulu, and the rest were all speechless. Congratulations, seventh bro, the monkey said. Lu Yin gripped the Sea King's trident, feeling as if he had been cheated. How could he pull it out without using any strength? This had to be fake, as he really had not used any strength. Not too far away, Mu Rong and Che Han looked at Lu Yin, feeling as if they had helped someone else. On the banks of the Skyfall Cascade, Starsabil had a profound look in her eyes. Can you put it back in? I'll pull it out again, Lu Yin said carefully and nervously to Hai Dashao. Hai Dashao stared at Lu Yin, shock still lingering in his eyes. Others might not know how difficult it was to pull out the Sea King's trident, but how could he not? Even he himself could not pull it out. His father had told him that this had nothing to do with strength, and that this kid had something that others did not have. I'm talking to you. Actually, Che Han and Mu Rong might have pulled it out, but there was a delay and it just happened to land in my hands, Lu Yin explained, but even he did not believe his own words. You don't want to marry my sister? Hai Dashao's tone was cold and his attitude was rather nasty. Lu Yin felt awkward. That's not it. It's just that this is a misunderstanding. Hai Dashao sneered and waved his hand, dispersing all of the screens in the sky. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Yin. Come with me to see Chi-Chi. He then grabbed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin wanted to block, but he hesitated for a second before giving up. He could not block the attack, so he allowed Hai Dashao to grab him by the shoulder and leave through the void. The Sea King's trident was still in Lu Yin's hand. Chapter 456. As he watched Hai Dashao leave with Lu Yin, Mu Rong calmly turned around and left as well. Che Han had a complicated look in his eyes. He had not expected things to turn out this way, and he had even gained a favor. Michelle and the others looked away and exchanged glances. I feel like we have a powerful backer now, Little Pao muttered. Suddenly he thought of Bo Jr. and he quickly turned around, only to find that the man had disappeared. There's no need to look anymore. Feng Mo and the Bo duo must have already left the Sea King's dome. They're not stupid and they won't wait for the Sea King to kill them, Michelle said as she looked at the highest point of the Sea King's dome with a complicated expression. Once Lu Yin became the Sea King's son-in-law, his status would change drastically, and his status would not be any lower than Night Queen Yanqing's. Michelle was right. Feng Mo and the Bo duo were currently fleeing the Sea King's dome in a panic. They felt like they had been sent to kill Lu Yin, but in the blink of an eye he had become the Sea King's son-in-law. Even the Blackbeard pirates would not dare to make a move against him, let alone them. The Sea King's reputation was quite terrifying. Zhang Dingtian looked away and felt that it was a pity that Lu Yin had not fought Mu Rong. Ling Ke also felt that it was a pity. Sun Jiong was so angry that he almost fainted. Who would have thought that Lu Yin would be the one to become the Sea King's son-in-law? No matter how noisy the Sea King's dome was, Hai Dashao grabbed Lu Yin and tore through the void in the blink of an eye. They appeared in a pavilion on a cliff, and he saw a familiar face staring at him with dissatisfaction. It was the beautiful maid from before. The two looked at each other. Little sister, I've brought you your son-in-law. Let's have a chat, Hai Dashao said before tearing through the void to leave. It felt like he was running away as if he was afraid of being caught. The pretty maid tried to grab him, but all she could grab was air. Hai Dashao had already run away. If you run fast, I don't believe that you'll never appear again. Just you wait. Lu Yin stared blankly. He would be too stupid if he still could not understand. This pretty maid was the Sea King's daughter and Hai Dashao's younger sister, Hai Chi-Chi. The Sea King's daughter had personally come to the border of the Starfall Sea to find a son-in-law, which was a little shocking. Furthermore, Hai Chi-Chi was completely different from what Lu Yin's expectations. Rumor had it that the Sea King's daughter was incomparably ugly, which was why she was looking for a handsome man to change her family's genes. Of course, Lu Yin didn't believe such a rumor, as no great power's descendant was ugly. But then again, what was up with that poisonous tongue of hers? The more he changed, the more creative he became. Lu Yin, did you know that there's an eternal truth in the universe? The beautiful maid, no Hai Chi, looked at Lu Yin with a solemn expression. Lu Yin was stunned. Truth? He looked at Hai Chi seriously. Was this related to the Sea King's dome? What truth? He asked seriously. Hai Chi looked up at the sky with melancholy. A fresh flower stuck in a pile of cow dung. You're a pile of cow dung after all. Pucci not far away, the four maids couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Yin choked for a moment, unable to think of a rebuttal. Hai Chi sighed. You and I aren't fated to be together by marriage, but rather by Beauty and the Beast. This is an ill-fated relationship, so... Hai Chi looked at Lu Yin seriously. You should give up. We won't be happy. Even if you use all your strength to pull out the Sea King's trident, we still won't be happy. Or I can talk to father so that you can spend the rest of your life with the Sea King's trident and stop pestering me. Lu Yin was furious. He had just arrived and he was already being insulted. Was there any justice in this world? Also, when had he used all his strength to pull out the trident? He swore that he hadn't used any strength, and that the trident had jumped out on its own. This was a trap. Rumor has it that the Sea King's daughter Hai Chi is incomparably ugly and is in a hurry to get married, but there's no need to scam others. Let me tell you, that trident jumped out on its own and I didn't use any strength at all. This must be Hai Dashao's scheme to get you married off. How can you rely on such a method? Lu Yin bluntly retorted. He rarely argued with others, but he had no choice when it came to Hai Chi. Otherwise, he could guarantee that her poisonous tongue would make him doubt himself. This brat was capable of arguing with others until the end of time. Hai Chi was furious. Nonsense. Even my second brother can't pull it out himself, so how can he set this up? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Even Hai Dashao can't pull it out? Then how can I pull it out? Think about it yourself. This must be the Sea King's scheme to get you married off. This is a scam. Father has been in seclusion for a long time, so how can he set this up? Your intelligence isn't even as high as that trident. Hai Chi shouted. Lu Yin was about to retort when a cough sounded out. The two stopped and turned to look in the other direction. Greetings, Sea King. The four maids bowed respectfully. Not too far away, a middle-aged man was quietly looking at Lu Yin with a smile on his face. He was tall and had a burly aura, but his appearance was a little. Lu Yin thought about it and felt that he wasn't up to par. Was this the Sea King? He looked no different from an ordinary uncle next door, and he didn't have the aura of a powerhouse at all. He couldn't even compare to Northgate Taisui. When Hai Chi saw the Sea King, she immediately ran over and complained tearfully, Father, second brother is too much. He's making me marry this pile of cow dung. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. Her words were quite poetic. You're the cow dung. Your whole family is cow dung. The Sea King patted Hai Chi's back in distress. Good girl, don't cry. Be good and don't speak nonsense. He's not cow dung. Look at how ugly your words are. Hai Chi wiped the corners of her eyes, but there were no tears at all. She muttered obediently, all right, then he's not cow dung. He can barely be considered a human. Ah, that's right. You have to be polite when you speak. The Sea King was very happy and he looked at Hai Chi with gratification. Lu Yin was dumbfounded. He finally knew where Hai Chi had learned her venomous tongue from. The Sea King was truly disgusting. After comforting Hai Chi, the Sea King looked at Lu Yin with a smile. What's your name, kid? Lu Yin. The Sea King's eyes flashed and his lips curled up. That doesn't sound nice. Change it to Hai Yin. Lu Yin was speechless as he no longer had any desire to speak. Were you the one who pulled out my Sea King's trident? The Sea King asked. At the same time, the Sea King's trident returned to his hand and was put away. Beside him, Hai Chi glared at Lu Yin threateningly. Lu Yin helplessly replied, I didn't pull it out. That trident jumped out on its own. Sea King, why don't you put it back in and let me pull it out again? I guarantee that I won't be able to pull it out. Hai Chi's eyes lit up and she hurriedly tugged on the Sea King's sleeve. That's right, father. Look at him. He's yellow and emaciated and it would take him a lot of effort to kill a chicken. How could he have the strength to pull out the Sea King's trident? Something must have gone wrong. Even though Hai Chichi's words were unpleasant, Lu Yin still accepted them. What he wanted to do the most right now was to get as far away from this father and daughter as possible. The Sea King beamed at Hai Chichi. Good girl, father understands. Go back first and I'll think about how to deal with this matter. Hai Chichi expectantly said, Father, you can't put your daughter in a pile of cow dung. You said that the truth of the universe is meant to be broken. The Sea King solemnly replied, Don't worry, father understands. Seventh bro, you can't shake off the title of cow dung. The monkey cackled. Lu Yin looked to the side. This strange father and daughter. If he ever had the ability, he would definitely flood the entire Sea King's dome with cow dung. Hai Chichi left with her 4 maids, leaving only Lu Yin and the Sea King on the cliff. Kid, your surname is Lu. Where are you from? The Sea King asked softly. Lu Yin shook his head. I don't remember. I've lost my memories. The Sea King was amused and he looked into Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin found that he couldn't shift his gaze away. It was the same situation again. Back when Mr. Mu had asked him whether he was a 5 or 6, he had said that he didn't know. At that time Mr. Mu had also looked him in the eye just like now. The Sea King also made it impossible for Lu Yin to shift his gaze away. This was the strength of a powerhouse, and the current Lu Yin could only be considered a toddler in front of these people. After a while the Sea King looked away, seemingly unconcerned. Tell me, how did you feel when you pulled out the Sea King's trident? Lu Yin hurriedly replied, Sea King, please understand. This junior really didn't use any strength. The trident jumped out on its own. The Sea King laughed. Are you saying that I set up a trap to force you to marry my daughter? Lu Yin hurriedly replied, Of course not, but there must be a misunderstanding here. Please understand, Sea King. This junior is willing to try again. There's no need. This king knows the situation with the Sea King's trident the best. Pulling it out once has already exhausted you and it's impossible for you to pull it out a second time. The Sea King was very certain. Lu Yin was speechless. Junior's true. This junior didn't use any strength at all. The Sea King sized Lu Yin up seriously. Don't mind Chi-Chi's words. This girl doesn't mean what she says, but you don't have to feel inferior. The Sea King's son-in-law selection is for the capable. Since you were able to pull out the Sea King's trident, then you're my son-in-law. Even if it's cow dung, it's still the noblest cow dung in the entire universe. Lu Yin blinked. So the main point was still cow dung? Also, how did this guy see that Lu Yin was feeling inferior? Lu Yin had his own background, okay? Lu Yin wanted to say something to save his face, but the Sea King waved his hand. This king knows that men want face and dignity, but pulling out the Sea King's trident is your face. Otherwise, do you think that you're qualified to become this king's son-in-law? Let me tell you, even if you're a direct descendant of the various clans, this king dares to say that you're not qualified. Lu Yin wanted to speak, but the Sea King glared at him. Or are you saying that you don't want to become this king's son-in-law? With that, the entire Sea King's dome changed. The sunlight in the sky disappeared and the starfall sea boiled. The entire space became unstable as if doomsday had arrived. Everyone stared blankly at the sky. Only those from the Sea King's dome knew that the Sea King was angry. In that instant, Lu Yin felt a terrifying power that he had never felt before. It was different from Northgate Taisues and the 7 Courts elders. The Sea King's power felt like it could not be defied, as if he was the ruler of the heavens. This was the power of an emissary. There were only a few emissaries in the entire universe, and there was not even a single word about them on the internet. However, this was power. Lu Yin felt it the most. It was as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had sunk. The Sea King's power came and went quickly. In an instant, the Sea King's dome returned to normal, and the Sea King returned to his ordinary middle-aged neighbor appearance. He smiled at Lu Yin. When he faced the Sea King again, Lu Yin felt a chill that came from the depths of his heart. He had forgotten that this person in front of him was a super powerhouse who could decide whether he lived or died. This person might also be the strongest person Lu Yin had ever met. Chapter 457. What? You don't want to talk? The Sea King smiled at Lu Yin. Lu Yin took a deep breath as the monkey's voice rang out in his mind. Seventh bro, watch your attitude. You must watch your attitude. This is the Sea King, the master of the Starfall Sea. Smile, quick smile, and be a little friendlier. Lu Yin shielded his right arm and faced the Sea King. He respectfully said, "This junior does not know what to say." The Sea King clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the Starfall Sea. "Then you don't have to say anything. Since you pulled out the Sea King's trident, you are now my son-in-law. It doesn't matter if Chi-Chi doesn't acknowledge you. There's only one thing you need to do now." The Sea King solemnly looked at Lu Yin. "Cultivate well and become an explorer as soon as possible. Do your best to match the status of the Sea King's dome." Lu Yin's brows rose as he thought of Ming Yen. He wanted to reject the Sea King, but he was not a hot-headed youth. In front of the Sea King, his little relationship was nothing. The Sea King might even destroy Shenwu continent in a fit of rage, which would be a disaster for Ming Yen and the entire continent. Lu Yin's status was enough to make the Day-Night clan and other powers wary, but he could not threaten the Sea King. The Starfall Sea was very special and the Sea King was an emissary. Neither the Lockbreaker Society nor the 10 Arbiters Council dared to question an emissary. As for Leon's armada, Lu Yin did not know much about them, and he did not want to expose his relationship with Heizage Leon. As for Mr. Mu, Lu Yin was not sure. This was a true powerhouse who did not need to worry about anything. This was the true freedom of the universe. Lu Yin had no other choice, but there was something strange. What did the Sea King see in him? Lu Yin did not understand. He had only pulled out the Sea King's trident, and his previous accomplishments were nothing to the Sea King. Perhaps the 10 arbiters were nothing to the Sea King as well, so why did the Sea King value him so much? It was not just Lu Yin. Even Hai Dashao and Hai Chi-Chi did not understand. Could one really become the Sea King's son-in-law with just the Sea King's trident? Many people thought that this was child's play. Lu Yin was grounded and thrown under a waterfall by the Sea King. "Don't think of going anywhere until you become an explorer." These were the Sea King's last words. The Sea King's reaction made Lu Yin suspect that Hai Chi-Chi was really unwanted and that this was a forced marriage. The problem was that he really wanted to contact Zhang Dingtian and have a chat with him. Not far away, the waterfall let out a huge roar. There was a wooden house next to it, which was his residence. Sighing, he walked towards the wooden house. Elsewhere, Hai Dashao found the Sea King and asked, "Father, Lu Yin clearly doesn't want to marry Chi-Chi. Why are you forcing him?" The Sea King raised his hand and the Sea King's trident appeared. He spun it around and then stabbed it into the ground. "You pull it out." Hai Dashao shook his head and bitterly said, "I can't pull it out." The Sea King's gaze was deep. "Do you know why?" Hai Dashao shook his head. The Sea King calmly replied, "This spear doesn't belong to this region of space." Hai Dashao was shocked. "What do you mean?" "You don't need to know what that means. All you need to know is that Lu Yin will be a great help to our Sea King's dome in the future. Of course, it's also possible that he'll be our mortal enemy," the Sea King said. Hai Dashao still did not understand, but since the Sea King did not elaborate, he did not ask any further. He planned to ask his elder brother, as he was the only one in the entire Sea King's dome who might know. "Don't ask anyone else. You don't have the right to know. Once you reach your brother's strength, I'll tell you everything," the Sea King said. Hai Dashao's heart sank. If his father said this, then his elder brother would definitely not tell him anything. He respectfully said, "I understand. Then how should we deal with Lu Yin?" The Sea King's lips curled up. He's already reached the peak of the Lamiter realm and is only a step away from becoming an explorer. Let him cultivate in peace, and once he becomes an explorer he can take Chi-Chi out to travel the universe. Chi-Chi has always wanted to go out, and that's why she agreed to the selection. If we don't let her go out soon, she'll cause trouble. Hai Dashao frowned. "Are we really going to let Chi-Chi marry him? Didn't father say that he might be our mortal enemy?" The Sea King had a complicated expression. "We'll talk about that later. By the way, father, you've been in seclusion for too long. There's something I need to report to you," Hai Dashao said as he activated his gadget. A star chart appeared on his screen, but it did not depict the innerverse or the outerverse. Instead, it depicted the astral wilderness. The astral wilderness had always been a target of exploration for the 3 major astral domains, and each great power had their own star charts. Although the Starfall Sea did not meddle in the affairs of the innerverse and outerverse, they still had their own ways of obtaining star charts. A few years ago, a substance was discovered in the astral wilderness. It's a naturally formed material that's extremely compressed. It's called pyrolite and its explosive power is quite terrifying. A single gram can unleash a destructive power of over 10,000, Hai Dashao said. The Sea King's eyes went wide. A single gram can unleash a power level of over 10,000? Yes. Ever since this material was discovered, the great powers of the innerverse and outerverse immediately sent people to explore the astral wilderness. The Sword Sect, Divine Grade Hall, Day-Night Clan, and even the Lingling Clan, Sun Family, Yo Court, Wen Family, and other powers all sent people to the astral wilderness. Should we take action? Hai Dashao asked. At that moment, the star chart on the screen disappeared, and an irregular substance appeared in its place. This was pyrolite. Pyrolite's appearance was far more sensational than Hai Dashao's introduction. Ordinary people did not know about it, and only the powers that had stationed people in the astral wilderness knew that a single gram could unleash a power level of over 10,000. Pyrolite was very, very light, but even so, based on its weight, if a thumb-sized piece of pyrolite was developed into a weapon, the destruction it could cause would be enough to make a hunter apprehensive. How many hunters were there in the universe? It seemed like there were many, but in reality, there were far too few of them scattered throughout the universe. The Great Yu Empire, which was close to ruling over Frostwave Weave, only had a handful of hunters, and this was the destructive power of a thumb-sized piece of pyrolite. With the great powers' control over technology, the more pyrolite they had, the greater the destructive power they could unleash. Could even threaten old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands. This was pyrolite's greatest value. There was no upper limit to its destructive power as it was a strategic resource. Of course, having no upper limit to its destructive power did not mean that 10 grams of pyrolite was equivalent to a power level of 100,000 or 100 grams was equivalent to a power level of 1,000,000. The true meaning of pyrolite was that as the quantity increased, the destructive power would increase proportionally. The Sea King waved a hand to dismiss Hai Dashao as he pondered the situation on his own. He did not care about the conflict between the innerverse and the outerverse, as no one dared to provoke the Sea King's dome. However, he needed pyrolite to blast open a path of hope. That path required a large amount of destructive power and it would not work with humans. Pyrolite was just right. It was time for the Sea King's dome to take action. Although the Sea King had grounded Lu Yin, he did not prevent him from contacting the outside world. Beneath the waterfall, Lu Yin called Xia Luo on his gadget. "Congratulations, Brother Lu," Xia Luo's voice answered. Lu Yin could imagine the expressions of those people who were currently gloating over his misfortune. He had originally planned to go through the motions, but now that he had gone through the motions, it was ridiculous. He had even become someone else's son-in-law, but the strange thing was that they were still trying to force him into a marriage. Cut the crap. I might not be able to leave the Sea King's dome for the time being, Lu Yin said helplessly. Big Pao's voice rang out. Is it that exaggerated? Is the Sea King's daughter that impatient? Shut up, senior. This is the Sea King's dome. If the Sea King hears you, you're done for. Lulu's voice rang out from the gadget. Senior Little Pao, please take care of this. Don't worry. Hey, you guys can't treat me like this. Lu Yin listened to the commotion on the other end of the gadget and sighed. Alright, I'm just informing you guys. As for Feng Mo and the others, I'll try to ask the Sea King to take care of them. There's no need for the Sea King. Any powerhouse from the Sea King's dome can take care of them, Xia Luo said. Feng Mo and the others have already left the Sea King's dome, but we don't know if they've left the Starfall Sea yet, Little Pao said. I'll try to ask the experts of the Sea King's dome to take care of them, Lu Yin said as he was not sure if he could do so. If Feng Mo and the Bo duo are taken care of, then we'll have to leave the Sea King's dome. We won't be able to attend your wedding, Michelle said. Lulu's voice soon followed. A friendly reminder. You spent so much of their money but you still can't leave. Be careful not to get beaten up, huh? Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. He had thought that he would be able to leave after the Sea King's son-in-law selection, which was why he had spent 15,000 star essence without any hesitation. Now that he could not leave, he did not know when the Sea King would receive his reimbursement. Would the Sea King be stingy? This might be a huge sum to others, but it should not be that much to the Sea King. Lu Yin was a little uncertain as that was 15,000 star essence. The most he had ever received was 1,000, and that had been from robbing the Blackbeard pirates. In the end he had been chased all the way to the Starfall Sea, which was a 15-fold difference. Right, Lulu, how much did you spend? Lu Yin asked curiously. Me? 30,000. Lulu was pleased with herself. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. He was done for. This debt would not be placed on him, right? After all, they were in the same group. Alright, don't worry. If the Sea King asks, just say that you invested in yourself. After all, you're his son-in-law, so investing some money isn't a big deal, Lulu said generously. Lu Yin was helpless. As expected of the Mavis family. You're so refined when it comes to spending money. Of course. They chatted for a bit before ending the conversation as there was nothing else to talk about. Lu Yin wanted to find the Sea King or Hai Dashao, as he would not feel at ease letting Xiao Luo and the others leave without dealing with Feng Mo and the Bo duo. Right, there was also Faceless. He had disguised himself as a specter and given Faceless in order to eliminate Feng Mo and the Bo duo, but he did not know if Faceless would succeed. Speaking of which, if the experts of the Sea King's Dome appeared when the Neo-Human Alliance was trying to eliminate Feng Mo and the others, it would be very interesting. If that really happened, would he be considered to have cheated the Neo-Human Alliance? Lu Yin pondered. For 2 consecutive days, no one from the Sea King's Dome came looking for Lu Yin. Lu Yin cultivated alone beneath the waterfall. He wanted to leave, but he was blocked by an invisible force. He could not break through this force with his strength, so he was helpless. On the 3rd day, Hai Chi-Chi came and glared at Lu Yin angrily. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on when he saw her. What are you doing here? To see if you're dead, Hai Chi-Chi said. Chapter 458. Lu Yin sized her up. It's easy for you to lose friends if you talk like that. You're not worthy, Hai Chi-Chi replied bluntly. She then walked to the waterfall and paddled in distress. Lu Yin pursed his lips and retorted, let me tell you, even if the Sea King forces you, you won't have me. Hai Chi-Chi rolled her eyes. Narcissism is an illness that needs to be treated. I have medicine. For narcissism. For you. My illness is that I'm too benevolent. I actually let you onto my ship. Hai Chi-Chi grit her teeth. Fine, here's your medicine. Eat it, it's for your benevolence. Lu Yin spread out his hands and tossed a pile of mud to her. Hai Chi-Chi was furious and she glared at Lu Yin. Let me tell you, even if my father wants me to marry you, I won't agree. Give up. Don't even think about boarding the ship that is the Sea King's Dome. Lu Yin seriously replied, I think so too. What do you think I should do to get your father to agree to me breaking off the engagement? Hai Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. You want to break off the engagement? Lu Yin nodded with a serious expression. Hai Chi-Chi was delighted. That's great. Suddenly she felt that something was amiss and her expression turned ugly. You're breaking off the engagement? What a joke. I'm the one breaking off the engagement. I came here to talk to you about this. Go on, Lu Yin casually said. Hai Chi-Chi moved closer. It's actually very simple. I just need to make 2 cuts on your face and disfigure it. My father won't allow me to marry someone without good looks. Lu Yin was surprised. You're saying that my looks pass? That's not the point. Also, your looks don't pass. Lu Yin sneered. Don't deny it. Your eyes have already revealed everything. You're spouting nonsense. Shameless. Hai Chi-Chi was furious. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Alright, contact Hai Dashao for me. I'll think of a way to end this ridiculous marriage. Really? Hai Chi-Chi did not believe him. Impossible. You're lying. No one would refuse to become the Sea King's son-in-law. You think too highly of the Sea King's Dome. I don't care. Lu Yin raised his head. Hai Chi-Chi still didn't believe him, but she had no other choice. Alright, remember what you said. With that she patted her butt and left. Although this girl was the princess of the Sea King's Dome, she didn't put on any airs. Although she had a vicious tongue, she was still much better than some of the other women who thought of themselves as noble and virtuous. Only the Sea King could raise such a daughter. Not long after Hai Dashao arrived. His face was cold and there was even a hint of arrogance in it. This was the attitude that a descendant of the Sea King's Dome should have. What's the matter? Hai Dashao asked coldly. He did not like Lu Yin at all, and this was because Lu Yin and Mu Rong had tried to slip away before Che Han could pull out the Sea King's trident. In Hai Dashao's eyes, this was disrespectful to the Sea King's dome. Lu Yin asked, "The Sea King wants me to become his son-in-law?" Hai Dashao's face sank. "What? Is the princess of the Sea King's dome not good enough for you?" Lu Yin shook his head. "You've misunderstood. Since I'm the Sea King's son-in-law, my safety should be guaranteed." "Nonsense. All right. I hope that the Sea King's dome can help me get rid of a few people. It's precisely because I'm trying to avoid them that I'm here," Lu Yin said. Hai Dashao frowned. "You're talking about Feng Mo and the Bo duo." Lu Yin was not surprised that Hai Dashao had been able to find out. When he had pulled out the Sea King's trident, all of his information should have been reported to the upper echelons of the Sea King's dome. Aside from a few secret matters, nothing else could be hidden from the Sea King's dome. They've already left the Sea King's dome, and you can't go anywhere until you become an explorer. Thus they won't be a threat to you. Even if you meet them outside, they won't dare to make a move against someone from the Sea King's dome, Hai Dashao proudly stated. "But I still have friends." "They have nothing to do with the Sea King's dome," Hai Dashao coldly replied before turning to leave. "Remember, I haven't acknowledged your identity and neither have the Sea King's dome. Unless you're truly the Sea King's son-in-law, you're not allowed to use any of the Sea King's dome's resources, including protecting your friends." He then disappeared. Lu Yin felt helpless as he had known that it would not be that easy. If there was really no other choice, then he would have Big Pow and Little Pow remain at the Sea King's dome while the rest of them left. Even if they ran into Feng Mo and the others, it would be fine as they all had powerful backgrounds. Within the Starfall Sea, a small Radiant-grade spacecraft left the Sea King's dome at top speed, rushing towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. Inside the spacecraft were Feng Mo and the Bo duo. The moment Lu Yin had pulled out the Sea King's trident, the three had immediately distanced themselves, regardless of whether they had been acknowledged by the Sea King's dome or not. After surviving in the universe for so long, they would not place themselves in danger. At this moment the three of them felt extremely conflicted, especially Feng Mo. He had chased Lu Yin's group from Chaos Flow Zone all the way to the Starfall Sea, and he had thought that his mission was in the bag. However, not only had an accident occurred midway, but Lu Yin had also become the Sea King's son-in-law. He felt like there was no one he could reason with. For the sake of leaving as soon as possible, the three had even abandoned Feng Mo's personal spacecraft. They had boarded Deep Crimson Hall's only Radiant-grade spacecraft and fled. "If we could have dealt with these people outside the Starfall Sea, then we wouldn't have ended up in this situation," Bo Jr. said angrily. Bo Sr. immediately glared at him. "Shut up." Not too far away, Feng Mo's eyes were cold as he stared at the Sea King's dome, which had long since disappeared. He clenched his fists as this was a humiliation to him. He had failed to kill a group of juniors, and this was not just a humiliation to him but also to the relentless slayers. When he thought about how Lu Yin had blocked one of his attacks, he could not help but feel uneasy. Bo Sr. walked behind Feng Mo. "Mr. Feng, this was just a coincidence. Please don't take it to heart." Feng Mo coldly replied, "It's a fact that we didn't complete the mission." He then looked at Bo Sr. "It's not that easy to become the Sea King's son-in-law. During the Sea King's son-in-law selection, those who qualified based on their looks were all fooled by the Sea King. With the Sea King's personality, it's almost impossible for Lu Yin to become his son-in-law. Let me ask you, do you want to capture him?" Before Bo Sr. could speak, Bo Jr. hurriedly answered, "Of course. Only by capturing him can we answer to the Blackbeard pirates. Otherwise we won't be able to survive in Chaos Flow Zone, and we might even be hunted down for the rest of our lives." Feng Mo's gaze was cold. "Then we'll wait in the Starfall Sea. But we don't know which direction they'll leave in," Bo Sr. said. Feng Mo replied, "My relentless slayers will send people to monitor the Sea King's dome's harbor. The moment they leave they'll report back to me. We'll head to the centermost route and we'll have enough time to intercept them." "Alright, we'll listen to Mr. Feng. Don't worry, as long as we capture Lu Yin, we'll immediately hand that item over to you as a reward," Bo Sr. said softly. Feng Mo's eyes blazed and he nodded without saying anything. At the bottom of the small spacecraft, A black shadow crawled and stuck close to the spacecraft. Feng Mo and the Bo duo did not notice that there was someone hiding beneath their feet. 2 days had passed and Lu Yin had already spoken to Michelle and the others. The Sea King's dome was determined not to help them, but there was nothing they could do. In the end, Big Pow and Little Pow decided to stay at the Sea King's dome while Michelle and the others decided to leave. Big Pow was reluctant to part with Lulu as she was too rich and straightforward. With money everything was simple. Why hadn't he built a good relationship with Lulu back at the academy? This was Big Pow's greatest regret. Xiao Luo reminded Lu Yin once again to not forget about their agreement at the Cosmic Sea. However, it would not be that easy for them to leave. They had come via the Sea King's dome, and if they wanted to leave, they would have to either take a merchant ship from the Sea King's dome or buy a coded spacecraft. Lulu was very rich and did not care about money, but that did not mean that she liked to waste money. They already had a Radiant-grade spacecraft and buying another one would be too wasteful. Thus, the group decided to wait for a merchant ship to head to the Starfall Sea's entrance. They did not know how long it would take, but it should be within a few days. Over the past few days, news that Lu Yin was about to become the Sea King's son-in-law began to spread throughout the universe. The Starfall Sea's waters submerged the heavens, and a spacecraft could travel through the water as well as the surface of the sea. Feng Mo and the Bo duo had already reached the center of the Starfall Sea. As long as Lu Yin and the others set off from the Sea King's dome, they would be able to intercept them no matter which direction they took. 3 hunters were trying to capture a Lemmeter, and as long as the Sea King's dome did not interfere, no one would be able to save them. The Bo duo did not have the time to think too much as the Blackbeard pirates were like a blade that could fall at any moment. The small spacecraft was not large, but it was enough to accommodate dozens of people. Bo Jr. looked up at the sky and quietly cultivated as he absorbed a boundless amount of star energy into his body. He also held a star essence in his palm. He had a power level of 110,000, and his body needed to absorb more than 6,000 star essence to complete a cycle in order to maintain his life. Otherwise, he would enter a period of exhaustion. With his current rate of star energy absorption, it was impossible for him to rely on just absorbing it. He could only rely on star essence. In fact, this was also the method that most space-exploring powerhouses chose, as the amount of star energy in the universe was not enough for them to maintain their lives. Fortunately, completing a cycle took a few dozen years, and as long as he could absorb enough star energy during that time, it would not be too difficult for him to complete. Only a few people with extraordinary innate gifts could easily enter a period of exhaustion because they progressed too quickly and needed to work hard to earn more star essence. Mr. Feng's innate gift was much stronger than theirs, and he had a power level of 150,000. He could complete a cycle in less than 10 years, so he needed to earn enough star essence to maintain his life. Sometimes having a little bit of innate gift was a good thing. Without a background, the stronger one's innate gift, the easier it was for them to die at the space-exploring realm. It should be known that once one entered a period of exhaustion, their entire being would change and no one would be willing to enter that state. Bo Jr. collected his thoughts and tried his best to remain calm. Not far below him, a figure suddenly opened his eyes at the bottom of the spacecraft. A black stream of air flowed through the cracks in the spacecraft and gradually appeared in Bo Jr.'s room. The next moment, the spacecraft sounded an alarm and Feng Mo, Bo Sr. and Bo Jr. all stood up in bewilderment. This kind of alarm meant that there was a powerful enemy nearby. Suddenly, Bo Jr.'s pupils shrank as he saw the black stream of air behind him through the metal. It was like the color of a grim reaper and it wrapped around his legs. His entire body went cold and he reflexively reacted. A pale face appeared in front of him, completely devoid of blood. Its pupils were deathly pale and they formed a strange pattern. Chapter 459. Seeing this pair of eyes, Bo Lauer's heart trembled. The blood on his face receded like the tide, and his expression became confused in an instant. His pupils became unfocused. With a swoosh, the head flew into the air and smashed into the metal wall of the room. Blood gushed out from the body and splashed all over the room. With a bang, the door to Bo Lauer's room shattered. Bo Lauer was standing outside. Inside the room, it was like a scene from hell. The pale-faced figure slowly turned around. The soles of his feet were covered in scarlet blood, and behind him stood a headless corpse. Second bro. Senior Bo howled as he attacked the figure like a madman. The entire spacecraft instantly exploded, unable to withstand the explosive might of a hunter. The void outside the spacecraft began to distort. The figure did not move. In front of him, the black air current swept towards Boda. Boda's attack was drowned in the black air current without any ripples. This scene caused Boda to be shocked. His scalp went numb and he retreated at top speed. At the same time Feng Emo arrived. When he saw the black stream of air, his pupils constricted. This is... The figure walked out of the room, its white eyes staring at Feng Emo. Feng Emo immediately turned his back to the figure and shouted, "Spectre Clan. You're from the Spectre Clan." The Relentless Slayers had infiltrated the Dark World, and they were the strongest assassin organization in Chaos Flow Zone. In fact, they were even one of the top assassin organizations in the Innerverse, and they knew many secrets that others did not. Feng Emo had barely managed to enter the upper echelons of the Relentless Slayers, so he knew a few things including the Spectre Clan. The Relentless Slayers had clashed with the Spectre race and the Neo-Human Alliance more than once, resulting in heavy casualties. If Chaos Flow Zone was said to be the gathering of the Innerverse's dark side, then the Relentless Slayers were the darkness within the darkness. The Spectre Clan was the deepest darkness, and even the fearless Relentless Slayers did not dare to provoke them. Each of the three Dark Hands was powerful enough to topple the human domain, and they were truly colossal existences. There were countless matters in the universe that excluded the three Dark Hands, such as the 10 Arbiters evaluation and the top 100 rankings. Facing the Spectre race expert, Feng Mo's first thought was to flee. He did not even dare to look him in the eye. He did not even dare to make eye contact. Bo Sr. did not understand the Spectre Clan at all, and he had never even heard of them. He only wanted to avenge Bo Jr. "Mr. Feng, help me kill him. He's also a hunter and he won't be able to stop the two of us. As long as you kill him, I'll immediately give you that item." Feng Mo's eyes flashed. "The risk is too great unless you hand it over to me first." Bo Sr. had already been blinded by hatred, and he did not even think about it before retrieving something from his cosmic ring and handing it over to Feng Mo. At this moment the Spectre race being was slowly approaching the two of them. Black streams of air had already filled the entire cabin, and the spacecraft was rapidly descending. It was no longer possible to continue flying. "Mr. Feng, make your move." Old Bo barked as he ferociously attacked the Spectre race member. His hunter's strength completely exploded, and the spacecraft was instantly destroyed. A huge energy vortex stirred up the surrounding seawater. Although the spaceship was destroyed, the surrounding black air currents did not dissipate. Seeing Boda attack, Feng Emo raised his hand and attacked the surrounding black air currents. The Spectre race clansman's eyes met Bo Lao's. Bo Lao's mind instantly went blank, just like Bo Lao's. However, he was much more vigilant than Bo Lao's. Feng Mo's reaction to the Spectre race clansman had caused him to be on guard. In the instant that his mind went blank, he tore open the flesh on his thigh. The intense pain caused him to regain consciousness, but the Spectre race clansman still managed to close in on him and land a palm on his chest. Bo Lauda spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes were filled with shock. His opponent's battle prowess was about the same as his own, yet he was able to crush him. He had never heard of the Spectre clan before. He turned to look at Feng Emo, only to find that Feng Emo was attacking the black air currents. "Mr. Feng, are you going to break your promise?" Bo Lauda barked, his tone full of resentment. Feng Emo ignored him and used his strongest strength to tear open a gap and escape. Bo Lao roared and tore through the void to chase after Feng Emo, but the Spectre race clansman waved his hand, causing the black air currents to instantly disappear. Then they reappeared even further away and expanded their encirclement to form a sphere that completely sealed Feng Emo and Bo Lao within. Feng Mo's face was deathly pale and he looked at the Spectre race clansman in horror. "Let's work together and kill him." Bo Lao roared at Feng Emo. Feng Emo trembled. Bo Lao had never seen a powerhouse with a power level of 150,000 like Feng Emo before, but he had no time to think. The Spectre race clansman had already closed in on him, and the Spectre race clansman raised a hand, causing the black air currents to transform into a scythe that slashed down. It was very slow, but Bo Lao could not avoid it. There was nowhere for him to dodge, so he could only face it head-on. Blood splattered everywhere as Bo Lao was cleaved in two. Before he died, his eyes were filled with malevolence and confusion. He did not know why such a monster had appeared to chase after him, nor did he know who he had offended. If he had stayed in the Sea King's dome, such a monster would not have dared to show itself. Not far away, Feng Mo's scalp was about to explode. He recalled the scene of the relentless Slayer Senior being killed, and his fear surged like a tide. He slowly retreated until he was at the edge of the black air current's encirclement. The Spectre race clansman slowly closed in like a grim reaper. He raised his giant scythe and viciously slashed down, just like how he had faced Bo Lao. Feng Mo suddenly took out a mirror and raised it to clash with the scythe. This mirror was something that Bo Lao had given him. The black scythe viciously slashed at the mirror and a strange scene occurred. The mirror reflected another scythe, which was exactly the same as the first, and it slashed through the void at the Spectre race clansman. For the first time, the Spectre race clansman revealed a look of shock and he immediately retreated. Feng Mo changed his direction and viciously slashed at the black air current encircling him. The black air current was sliced apart and another gap appeared. Feng Mo fled without looking back. The Spectre race clansmen did not pursue him as there was a planet in front of them. In the Starfall Sea, a planet meant that there was an old monster with a power level in the hundreds of thousands. He could not be exposed to sunlight. When Feng Mo saw the planet in front of them, he heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes burned with passion as he looked at the mirror. That idiot Bo Lao did not understand how powerful this mirror was, and of course, neither did Feng Mo. However, he was very clear about its origins. How could something that had fallen out of that place be simple? He had used this mirror as a gamble and it had paid off, giving him a chance to survive. Without the mirror he would have been cut in half like Bo Lao had. Even if he had a power level of 150,000, he still would not have been able to block that Spectre race clansman's scythe. Now that he had the mirror, Feng Mo grew excited. His power level was no longer as simple as 150,000. The reason he had chased after Lu Yin's group for the sake of the Bo duo was to obtain this mirror. Now that he had the mirror and the Bo duo were dead, he did not plan on tangling with Lu Yin's group. He had not forgotten that those people's backgrounds left him speechless, especially Lu Yin, who was the Sea King's prospective son-in-law. Lu Yin had not lived long enough, so he did not have the time to deal with them. They were lucky. But why had the Spectre race clansmen attacked them? This puzzled Feng Mo and it also made him uneasy. He was afraid that the mirror would reflect a limited amount of power the next time they met an expert from the Spectre race. If the Spectre race clansman's strength exceeded the mirror's ability to withstand, then he would be finished. No, he had to hide for a while. Lu Yin did not know that the Bo duo were already dead. His mission to Faceless had been successful, but Faceless was destined to be unable to report back to him. Beneath the waterfall, Lu Yin was in a difficult position. The Sea King wanted him to break through to the Explorer realm before he could leave, but he did not feel anything about breaking through. Even if he had a 5-stage formcast model, it was useless if he did not have the confidence to break through. The consequences of failure were severe. He did not know when he would be able to break through. Was he going to be trapped here forever? Also, he had not forgotten what had happened to him when he had broken through to the Melder realm. Although he had fainted from the pain of breaking through, he still had some recollection of it. His breakthrough had not been as easy as other people's breakthroughs, even if he had felt the sensation of breaking through. This was also why he had come to the Rain Observatory to break through. Breaking through to the Explorer realm required a powerhouse to protect him. The Sea King could do that, but the problem was that Lu Yin could not just be trapped here for a few years. The fates and that had fused into his left arm and right leg had awakened, and just as Mr. Mu had said, they had all awakened Earth. The 3 grains of fates and could fuse together to form an even larger Earth. Lu Yin was speechless, but the Earth's defenses were astonishing. Even if he were to fight Qing Wu alone, he could guarantee that he would not lose. Qing Wu would be so shocked by Lu Yin's defenses that he would start doubting himself. Of course, it would not be easy for him to break through Qing Wu's bell. Lu Yin wanted to test his physical strength at his peak, and he did not know how many times his shockwave palm could increase by. If he used the fates and in his heart, he could unseal his physical strength and increase his shockwave palm by 50 times. If he unsealed all 3 grains of fates, and he might be able to increase it by 60, 70, or even 80 times. Unfortunately, he could not test it out here, or else the Sea King would notice. He was not naive enough to believe that the Sea King had decided on him as his son-in-law just because he had taken one look at him. There might be other reasons, and Lu Yin did not know if these reasons were good or bad for him. Just as he was looking through the items in his cosmic ring, Lu Yin's expression changed. He looked up and saw a beautiful figure tear through the void and slowly appear. Was it Hai Chi-Chi again? Oh. Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he looked at the girl in front of him. Her attire was exactly the same as Starsabil's from the Astral Combat Academy. Was she Starsabil? Are you surprised? You know me? That's right, you should know someone who has the same title as me. Starsabil slowly walked over, her bright eyes looking at Lu Yin. Lu Yin had not expected to see Starsabil here. Of course, she was not the one from the Astral Combat Academy, but rather the famous space-exploring Starsabil. The first time he had heard of Starsabil's name was back on Earth. Zhou Xian had described Bai Shui as the goddess of the Luo River, and Geraldine had mentioned Starsabil. That was the first time Lu Yin had heard of Starsabil's name, and the Starsabil that Geraldine had mentioned should be the one in front of him. Of course, after leaving the Great Yu Empire, Lu Yin knew that Geraldine had lied. With her status, it was impossible for her to meet Starsabil. Her so-called worship of Starsabil was just hearsay. However, if even an ant-like person from the remote Frostwave we've had heard of her, it was clear that Starsabil's reputation was resounding throughout the universe. Now Lu Yin had finally met her. Are you wondering why I came looking for you? Starsabil smiled as she looked at Lu Yin. Chapter 460. Lu Yin leapt up and arrived in front of Starsabil. The two were now less than 2 meters apart. Anyone would think that. Is this what you've divined? You're rejecting me. Starsabil smiled. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He had always rejected this so-called divination and he had never believed in it. He had subconsciously shown it. No, I'm just asking. Starsabil stared into Lu Yin's eyes. I'm here because I have a question for you. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had heard that Starsabil, who was a star explorer, had sent out invitations throughout the universe, and she had asked all the young elites of the universe a question. He had never thought that she would come knocking on his door one day. What is it? Starsabil was about to speak when Lu Yin suddenly said, Hold on, where's the invitation? The smile in Starsabil's eyes grew even wider. Although you reject divination, it's not like you can't accept it. I'm very happy. She then took out a very ordinary invitation letter and handed it over to him. The words Starsabil were engraved on the letter, and it was very beautiful. Even though it had been written by a woman, it carried a boundless and unadorned aura, as well as an indescribable spirit. Lu Yin carefully examined the invitation. This was an invitation from the famous Starsabil, and it was said that only young elites who had reached a certain level could receive one. He had heard that only a few people in the entire Astral Combat Academy had received an invitation from Starsabil, and not even the student leaders of the various academies had received one. After looking at it for a while, Lu Yin returned the invitation to Starsabil. Starsabil said, Take it. It might be useful in the future. With this, you can receive a certain amount of help from the Starsabil sect. Lu Yin did not refuse. As long as it was something that was given to him for free and harmless, he would not reject it. After all, it did not take up much space. As for the Starsabil sect's help, he did not take it to heart. You can ask now, Lu Yin said. Starsabil's eyes were deep as she looked at Lu Yin. It was as if a part of the starry sky was about to suck in his gaze. How can I become stronger? Lu Yin was stunned and thought that he had misheard. What did you say? Starsabil's expression grew serious as she repeated herself. How can I become stronger? Lu Yin blinked. You're asking me this? It seems like you're stronger than me. Starsabil was from the same generation as the 10 arbiters, but she was not included in the top 100 rankings. This was not to say that her power level was not up to par, but rather that no one knew Starsabil's true power level, so there was no way to rank her. However, many people said that her power was not inferior to the top 10 of the top 100 rankings, and Lu Yin admitted that he was no match for her. You only need to answer me. How can you become stronger? Starsibyl asked solemnly, looking very serious. Don't spout nonsense, seventh bro. This woman is trying to figure out the direction of your cultivation and your spirit. She's using this to calculate your future accomplishments. People who can make such calculations are very terrifying, as they can use even a few words to their advantage. Lu Yin frowned as the monkey's words made his hair stand on end. Couldn't be that mystical, right? It was just a sentence, and it wasn't like Lu Yin couldn't lie. Besides, he really didn't believe in divination. Of course, even if he didn't believe in divination, he would not confide in Starsibyl. Only a fool would speak the truth. Lu Yin glanced at Starsibyl and thought for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, she suddenly said, Brother Lu, think carefully before you speak. This is not a question I want to ask, but rather the sect master of the Starsibyl sect. Based on your answer, the Starsibyl sect's attitude towards you will change. Lu Yin raised his brows. What? Will the Starsibyl sect still hunt me down if my answer is not good enough? Starsibyl's expression turned solemn. Of course not. However, you know the 10 arbiters scholar Xianxia, and his answer satisfied the sect master. Thus, the Starsibyl sect has opened its doors to him, and he can use the Starsibyl sect's divination abilities. You're a smart person, so you should know what it means for the Starsibyl sect to open its doors to someone. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. The Starsibyl sect was a mysterious sect, and no one knew how powerful it was. It had existed since ancient times, and it seemed that everyone trusted the sect's divination abilities. Even the top 100 rankings were said to be set by the Astral Combat Academy, but in reality, there were rumors that the Starsibyl sect was the one behind it. Only the Starsibyl sect had the ability to divine the entire universe, including the top 100. The Starsibyl sect was a sect that everyone trusted and could divine the future, but it was not coveted by the Day-Night clan or the Sword sect. Just this point alone was enough to prove how terrifying it was. If he could obtain the Starsibyl sect's help, then his influence would be much greater than if he became the Sea King's son-in-law. Although the Sea King was powerful, he was the master of the Starfall Sea. The Innerverse and Outerverse did not dare to provoke him, but they still feared him. On the other hand, the Starsibyl sect had the ability to influence the entire universe. Regardless of whether Lu Yin believed it or not, as long as others believed it, then the so-called divination would be valid. It had to be said that Starsibyl's words had moved Lu Yin's heart. He looked at her seriously and considered her question. Seventh bro, if you can obtain the Starsibyl sect's help, then you'll be awesome. The Starsibyl sect is as famous as the Astral Beast Domain Skymender, and they're an existence that makes people feel helpless. However, your answer might become one of the bargaining chips that the Starsibyl sect uses to divine your future. Think carefully, the monkey said. Lu Yin's eyes flickered and he turned to look at the waterfall. Starsibyl was not in a hurry. Aside from a few people, everyone else would seriously consider his question, and some would even take a long time to think about it. After all, the Starsibyl sect was too important, and many people had the same dream, to obtain her. Whoever obtained Starsibyl would obtain the future. It was unknown who had spread this saying, but many people believed it. Thus, many people tried to think of ways to make bold claims in an attempt to capture Starsibyl's heart. The sound of the waterfall's water was very loud, and it was accompanied by the falling rocks. Water droplets splashed onto Lu Yin's face and he felt a little cold. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. Strong. This word encompassed the entire universe. Everyone wanted to become strong, but how? Some people were born with limitless resources while others had no resources at all, but they had endless opportunities. There were also people who cultivated diligently. There were countless people in the universe who pursued strength. He thought back to the explorer who had knelt before Gu Air on the Astral River, Arkansas. That explorer had gone to the Innerverse to become stronger and had not hesitated to sacrifice his dignity. He thought back to the explorers who had died in the centipede's body. They had all taken risks to become stronger. He thought back to his seniors, Big Pow and Little Pow. They wanted revenge, so they had gone to the Astral Combat Academy to become stronger. He thought back to many people. Although he had not cultivated for long, he had encountered many things along the way. In summary, everyone was sacrificing something to become stronger, and he was no different. Before he had started cultivating, he had not placed much importance on money, but now he was thinking of ways to earn money. These were all sacrifices. So how could he become stronger? Sacrifice himself? Even he himself was at a loss. The monkey had said that Starsabil could use this answer to divine a person's spirit and future. But a person's spirit was not predetermined. Since ancient times, dynasties had changed, and the last emperor might not have been a descendant of an aristocratic family, but he might have been a beggar. It was impossible to predict a person's future based on a single answer. However, if Starsabil could really divine his future based on a single answer, then Lu Yin was looking forward to it. This was because his answer was rather unique. After thinking for a long time, Lu Yin turned to look at Starsabil. Can you tell me how the others answered? Who do you want to know? Starsabil did not refuse. Answers could be the same or different. If this man really did copy someone else's answer, then his future would be forever under that person's control. When Xianxia, Lu Yin said. Starsabil smiled. Read more and you can become stronger. Lu Yin was not surprised, as this was Wen Xianxi's answer. What about Night King Zhenwu? Lu Yin asked. Starsabil's eyes flashed. He doesn't need to become stronger because everyone is destined to be weaker than him. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Those were his exact words? Starsabil nodded. Lu Yin frowned. How bold. Should he say, as expected of one of the 10 arbiters, Zhenwu? What about Lanxi? Lu Yin asked again. Starsabil replied, one step at a time. This was the most standard answer and there was nothing special about it. However, it also reflected the strength of his heart, as he did not need to think about how to become stronger. He only needed to take one step at a time and he would naturally become the strongest. Lu Yin had only asked about the 10 arbiters and he only knew the names of these 3. Finally, he looked at Starsabil seriously. I want to know your answer. Starsabil smiled and her eyes were deep and bottomless. I don't need to answer because I have no plans to become stronger. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked up at the sky above the Sea King's dome. Finally, he solemnly looked at Starsabil. Listen well, my answer is. At this point, Hai Dashao appeared not too far away and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not know that the Sea King was also staring at him from the void. Starsabil had asked this question to too many people, and it had to be said that the answer could indeed reflect a person's boldness. Boldness determined the future and the situation. My answer is to earn more money and I can become stronger. Lu Yin's answer was very serious and sincere, but his answer clearly stunned Starsabil. Was there a connection between strength and money? One was cultivation, which was the highest goal in life, while the other was vulgar money. Cultivation required resources, but no one would admit that they cultivated for the sake of resources. Such people were known as vulgar. Hai Dashao casually waved his hand. I'm just a commoner. He then left with an ugly expression. The Sea King retracted his gaze and did not say anything. Starsabil smiled. Brother Lu's answer is really unexpected. Are you serious? Very serious, Lu Yin replied. He had never been as serious as he was at this moment, and he had fully displayed his obsession with money in front of Starsabil. This was a fact. The more money he had, the stronger he would become. To him this was true. If he was given all of the Mavis family's wealth, Lu Yin dared to say that he could use his Dai's third possession to upgrade certain things to the point that even the Sea King would doubt his own existence. With money he could upgrade his formcast model, and with money he could upgrade all sorts of natural treasures. With money he even wondered if he could throw himself up and upgrade himself. In short, as long as he had money he would have limitless possibilities. He was serious, and that was his answer. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.